A beautiful shot. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. This is Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 50,000 strong yesterday. It's the day after the day. Canoe looks a little different. Congrats, Ron Winchell. Team Epicenter, first Travers victory for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. An emphatic performance indeed to the head of the class of three-year-olds following that effort. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It is again the day after the Travers. We have so much to unpack, all those stakes races to recap, and a 10-race program about to get underway. Two-year-olds are on the track. Take a look at today's schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 10 races and not done with the stakes racing. Don't forget about that early pick 5. The Better Talk now in honor of the 04 Breeders' Cup Turf winner, Grade 1 Ballerina Top Class. Female sprinters, my co-hosts, top class. Two-time Travers winner, Gary Stevens, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Guys, yeah, again, lots to recap following yesterday's Travers, the 50,000 on hand, another record shattered in terms of handle, but we got to get right to the racing. Two-year-olds are on the track. Shigera is the favorite. Here's the field and updated odds. Shigera, 3-2. Andy, who you said is exiting the strongest two-year-old race we've seen this summer?
In my opinion, yeah. I mean, the winner of that race is probably a Breeders' Cup turf, a juvenile turf-type horse. Shigera, maybe third place finisher, won at Delaware as a heavy favorite yesterday. I noticed that there was a huge gap, but the second horse was 11 lengths clear of the third in that race. Probably a good race. And I think this horse is going to take a lot of beating. Phil Bauer, you have to be impressed with the job he's done bringing horses here from Kentucky. They've all been ready to run. And the thing is, she didn't get lucky to finish second. If anything, it was the winner who had the perfect trip in this race. And I'm not knocking the winner. She's terrific. But the Phil Bauer horse did all the dirty work towards the front end. And if they had similar trips, she might have won. But it would have been very, very close. And I don't think there's any reason to believe that she can't be a contender. But on the other hand, she lost to a Chad Brown first-time star that day. And he's got a first-year here, a Kayla, who, in my opinion, and I'm curious to hear what Maggie thinks, worked an extraordinarily impressive 10 flat, the two-year-old sale, and sold for $650,000 as a result. So I'm going to try to beat Shigera with a Kayla, the Kingman firster, but it is not going to be easy.
Trying to beat Phil Bauer at Saratoga? Blasphemy. Blasphemy if you don't have a Naira Bets account. Join today. You missed the $25 free bet, but join today. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Andy's top selection, the first-time starter, aforementioned Akela, 5-1. Would you consider that cold on the board?
Well, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. I mean, obviously, with the two being 6-5 and justifiably being a short price, you're not going to get a super short price. But you would think the horse would take some more money, but you never really know. And, of course, one of the connections to this horse, Team Hanley, original owners, or the owners of Lady Eli.
Lady Eli. So popular, so talented. What a story. We'll get more from Gary in a moment on Shigera, who is the 6-5 favorite. But first, welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the show. Maggie, welcome. What are you noticing from these two-year-olds?
We'll start with Andy's selection in here. That is Akela, who, yes, I liked her OBS sales workout too. A very efficient 10 flat that day and really looked to get over the synthetic surface well. Now, watching her recent breezes leading into here, and unfortunately, they don't have any of her turf breezes on XB TV. But I will say that, you know, sometimes horses that translate well to the turf, they'll still show a little bit on the dirt. She has shown nothing to my eye. Now, she came in here very sharp as well, which isn't necessarily typical of Chad Brown, first-time starter. Very much on her toes, a little green to get the rider on. Now, she's fit from the leanness perspective, but I do think that she'll need a start just to strengthen up a bit. Maybe she is the goods here, but I just thought there were some more interesting players in here. And don't get me wrong, your even money favorite, Shigera, is much the horse to beat. I liked her first time. I think I like her even more today, though. I'm going to try to beat her with a first-time starter as well. But let's take a look at one of two Todd Pletcher firsters. I know that the one in here, Justifiable Bell, is taking more money, but I actually preferred the appearances of number 4, Wand, a cleverly named daughter of Good Magic. Don't know about the turf, but at least he's gotten off to a good start with his two-year-olds. The dam ran decent on either surface. This is her first full, so there's not an abundance of pedigree on the bottom, but she has a massive turf hoof to her. She's athletic, she's good-looking, she's well-prepared. She just ticked every box for me as a first-time starter heading in here, and watching her last breeze on the turf on the Oklahoma track, it took her a little encouragement to get to the mate that she sat off of in the beginning, but she was going better on the gallop out. This is just the perfect spot for her to begin her career. I'll take a look at the horse that I did pick on top. That's number 9, Mademoiselle Jackie, daughter of American Pharaoh. I really liked her work last time. She worked with Don't Look Back at All, who was an impressive first time out winner here earlier this week. She set the pace down on the inside, and she galloped out better. And then even going back 2 breezes or 3 breezes ago, I liked her breeze 2, where she was prominent. Now, I'm wondering if she will be forward in this race, because in each of her workouts, Christophe Clement set her up as the pace setter. She's not giving me that vibe necessarily. She's been calm, cool, and collected, the utmost professional, athletic, really fit. I liked her workouts coming in here, and I liked her even more after I saw her on the track and in the paddock. Number 10, Forever Dixie. Want to give her a little love. I thought she had a bit of a rough trip last time. It was 3 to 4 wide the entire way on the inner turf course, in which the rails were down, so playing favorably to inside placed horses. Then she was kind of all over the track down the lane, putting a shortcut cheater blinker on this very good-looking daughter of Quality Road. I think should help her chances today. She's just going to have to work out a trip again from that outside post, Lafitte.
Forever Dixie, Jack Oxley, Mark Casse, the only filly with 2 starts in the field. Quickly, Equibase past performances. Just tuning in. Want to bet the races? Don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Download those free past performances, naira.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Mademoiselle Jackie, Gary Zagara, even money at post time.
Yeah, as you know, my roommate is Frank Lyons, Julian Leperoux's agent.
It's happening,
He came
Frank.
home from the track this morning. He says, "I'll win the first." Like he was giving me a tip. I'm like, I know you will.
Wait a second. Frank Lyons, let's give him a little
It's
love.
dangerous
He's a lot
situations.
more than just Julian Leperoux's agent. He's a true
Breeders'
legend. In a
Breeders'
game of
Cup winning
legends, he's a
trainer.
legend of legends. And not just because he's your roommate, Gary.
You got to get him on the show. Got to get him on the show.
That's the Churchill race.
It's Churchill. I mean, he's here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mo
At least
Shearer.
you say he's here. I've only seen him once, so he's avoiding me.
He's been beating you to work.
In other words, if Andy doesn't see you, doesn't count. Only counts if he sees you. Chigara, favorite at post time. 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th, $105,000 purse. The first of 10 the day after Travers at Saratoga. Here's John Embrial.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Kijira is away well and out for the early lead. Down on the inside is Justifiable Bell. And now ranging up from the extreme outside is Forever Dixie. And a Candle is up close. So it is Forever Dixie who now clears the field and is in front going into the clubhouse turn. The favorite, Kijira, sits behind in second. And then comes Candle next in third. At the rail is Justifiable Bell, who is racing in fourth. Moshiro is in fifth in mid-pack. Then comes La Vita Sofia in sixth. It's another 4 lengths to Mademoiselle Jackie, who is racing in seventh. And then comes the Gray Wand down on the inside. Akela is next, and a break back to Clever Joke, who trails the field. And these 2-year-old maiden fillies are really strung out, heading up the backstretch. The opening half mile went in 48 and 3. It is Forever Dixie who has the lead here by 3 lengths. Kijira runs in second. Justifiable Bell at the rail in third. And then it's Candle in fourth, followed by Moshiro. They're going into the far turn now. And it is Forever Dixie who has the lead here. The lead's now a length and a half as Kijira gets closer in second. Then it's Justifiable Bell. On the outside is Candle. And then comes Moshiro, who is forced wide into the lane. 3/4 went in 1:13 and 4. Here is Kijira now up to take over. Kijira is in front. Justifiable Bell is on the move and into second, but Kijira has spurted clear here. Kijira has built a 5-length lead, now 6 as they come on for the finish. It will be the maiden breaker for Kijira as she takes the Sunday opener. Justifiable Bell was second, and it looked like Clever Joke came from well out of it to run third.
What'd Frank tell you again?
Well, I'll give you even more news. She got a perfect trip, by the way, with Forever Dixie, giving her a lead all the way around. And when Julian pushed the button, when he rode her the first time, Frank told me that Julian said this filly will fit in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. And it was Pink Hue who beat her, and you had mentioned on air that Pink Hue will be the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and this filly might meet up with her again.
And, you know, as we talked about before the race, and I agree, you know, as you say, you can get a perfect trip, but you can also still run very well.
Yep.
And she just destroyed this field. Now, we don't really know who's behind her, but come on. I mean, you don't win turf races like that. And the gap between her and Pink Hue is not as significant as the gap that we saw at the finish, because Pink Hue had, much like this filly today, a very perfect trip, and this horse did all the dirty work last time out.
Yep.
She's good.
She's got
really
a
good.
Beautiful way of moving.
Yeah.
Skips over the ground.
Impressive. Name to remember. And by the way, Phil Bauer, I'm just going to go to Saratoga and bat 600. Unbelievable. The stats
Incredible
he's
meet.
putting up. And for Rigney Racing, another victory there. Results forthcoming. And I love that they did this, saving a grade 1 for the day after the Travers. We have the Ballerina Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. And right on cue, last fall's Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner is here. And the favorite, CC, 2-1 morning line favorite. Versatile, grade 1 winner around 2 turns, grade 1 winner sprinting a course, and here, Andy, in the Princess Rooney CC, ranging up in the yellow cap.
She just was against an overmatched field last time, and like horses like her, good horses, really good horses, she just dominated them. I'll tell you what, I'm a big fan of this horse, but she's got her work cut out for her in this race. I mean, this to me is as deep and competitive a grade 1, big, maybe stake we've seen all meet, because even the longest shot on the board, Travel Column, has credibility. I mean, there is not a weak link in this race, and I am a huge fan of CC, and I don't disagree she's the horse to beat. But there's a lot of good horses in this race.
What about the rail for her today, Gary, going 7/8?
Well, I wouldn't like it if I was riding her, just for the fact that you look at the lineup, you look at all the speed that's in here. She's a come-from-behind sprinter. She had a great draw in the Princess Rooney last time out. Not that it was going to really make a difference, but you know, she likes to make her move on the outside. She prefers it, and anytime you're imagining a race in your head, you're looking at that outside speed of you, and am I going to get the right trip? But Victor Espinoza has so much confidence in this mare. He knows her so well. He always seems to work out a trip with her.
And she should be able to get outrun enough early that hopefully you hope that the field spreads a little bit, and then he'll take his opportunity to get off the fence.
You're a big obligatory fan, I know.
I am, and you know, there may be some fans of Bella Sophia here, which is fine, who obviously was very good last year and good in her first 2 starts, but to me it's impossible to look at this race, the Bed of Roses, where she finishes a narrowly beaten second to Bella Sophia, and not prefer her today. Bella Sophia had everything her own way in a small field, setting a slow pace, and with the presence of Lady Rocket today, that's just not likely to happen. And that's going to make, I'm now, obligatory might run 5th, but that means that Bella Sophia, in my opinion, is going to run 6th or 7th. I just think you have to prefer her over Bella Sophia, and I'm a fan of obligatory, so I think she's a very good horse for a trainer who, big day here yesterday.
Bella Sophia, Gary, no show in what was supposed to be the prep for the Ballerina.
Well, you said it right there. I mean, we watched Epicenter yesterday, and his prep was the Jim Dandy. He happened to win that prep, but the focus was yesterday's Travers, and that maybe could be the same here with Bella Sophia. You know, maybe not hammered on hard. Looking at this race, going 7/8 of a mile, I think the distance obviously helps Bella Sophia. I like her at the 7/8 distance today.
What concerns me about her is not just her uncharacteristically poor performance. And, you know, I get the prep thing and don't disagree, but she ran so poorly. And listen, you can't not mention that Rui Rodriguez is close to 2 for 80 at the meet. And this is a trainer who's hitting the board just over 25% that we're used to winning at 20 or more percent. So I think you have to be concerned about that at some point.
Yeah, again, not like he forgot how to train.
Right,
It's just in a slump. He wins a lot of races, the barn not going well. You told me Lady Rocket before the Chicago at Churchill. You're like, lock?
Well, she was a lock because she was able to control that day, and she wasn't. I mean, she's a very good horse, and she's run a race that could win this. I mean, it runs that race she ran back at Aqueduct. She's going to be tough to beat. I don't think I just have to run better than she ran in Churchill. This is a much stronger field than the one she faced at Churchill. You've got last year's champion, Cece coming out of here, and she's not the only one she's got to face. But I do think she's faster than Bella Sophia early, and looking at the last races, if I want a speed in here, I want Lady Rocket, not Bella Sophia.
This is going to be fun. 2 stakes races, Better Talk Now, completely different brand of racing, running long on grass, and of course the Ballerina sprinters, top class female sprinters. And this filly, remember her name moving forward, Shigera, Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, Julien Leperoux. Impressive, Gary.
Yeah, she was really impressive. Today she moved up. She figured to gain experience. But the best experience she had today is she had a lead up in front of her. She settled well. She wasn't speed crazy after setting the pace in her first out, and that's something you worry about. How are they going to react after being on the lead first time? Are they one-way wonder? And I don't. Obviously, she's not.
No, I think you have to be so impressed with what we've seen from Phil Bauer coming here this meet. I mean, his horses, they have just, he's run horses in the right spots, but they've delivered. And that's not an easy thing to do.
Let's see what Bauer thought of that performance. Standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Congrats!
Come on, Julian, come over here.
Here with the whole team as the groom and Hot Walker just awarded from the Racetrack Chaplaincy for the win in this race. But please be joined here by Phil Bauer and Richard Rigney. And how do you say it, Richard?
Kedgera.
Kedgera. I feel like we've pronounced it like 50 different ways, Richard. But Phil, as you said to me just a few moments ago, that she tipped her hand down at Churchill, and I'm sure you were just waiting to unveil her up here at the spa.
Yeah, you're kind of hesitant with babies going half miles, but early on, every time we breezed her, you know, we just say, this thing's pretty nice. And we thought we had her tight enough last time, but she did all the dirty work and still ran great. So her work back was brilliant. And I remember my sons were still up here, and I turned to them and I said, we got a good one, boys. So we're excited. You know, this filly, she might be any kind, and that's what you're in it for. So I'm excited for Richard, definitely, and Julian, he's on board with it as well. So we felt for a few weeks now that we were coming in here with house cards, so we're excited.
Yeah, literally, as Richard Kedgera, the talk on set with the guys is that she could be heading to the Breeders' Cup Fillies Juvenile Turf.
Well, I hope so. We're dreaming about that, and it was one of the things I was talking to Julian about. It was like, after the race, Julian, I hope we win so you can tell me I can start dreaming. And so he goes, Richard, you can start dreaming, but I've been dreaming for a month now. So so we're so excited about her.
To put a field away like that. And Phil, you have to be confident with the fact that last time it was a firm turf. Today there's give in the ground, and she just accelerated.
Yeah, you know, it was a very great race for education purposes for, you know, last time she wasn't ranked, but you could tell she was keen the whole way, taking the pressure, still figuring things out. So it was nice to see her rate today, and exciting thing about her, she'll dirt too. So we're excited.
Ooh, you should be excited, Richard. Congratulations. You can keep dreaming.
Okay, thank you so much.
What a meet these two have had up here as well at the spa. This is definitely the cherry on top with Kedgera victorious emphatically today. Lafitte?
I still don't know how to say her name, but man, she's good.
She's good, works for me.
She's
Maybe
good.
Maybe it means she's good
Yeah,
in
she's
some
good.
language we've never heard of, but eventually we'll probably be speaking it.
Who's good in the second, Andy?
This is not an easy one. I prefer Endowed in here, but I don't know. You want to give me a different opinion? I'm not going to argue with you.
That's coming up next. 20 minutes out, and a recap of yesterday's Travers in front of a packed house. 50,000, just under 50,000. Joel Rosario, look at the ears. Look at the ears. Epicenter. If you need more from me, I'm here for you. Epicenter. All smiles in the winner's circle. Big effort in yesterday's Run Happy Travers.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Yesterday's Travers with $50,000 here at Saratoga and with a $1.25 million purse. We pick up the action at the top of the stretch. The colors that we were going to see in the Travers, of course, represented the owners. What color would the canoe look like this morning? And those Winchell colors, now we know. Top of the stretch yesterday, Gary. Joel Rosario wheels out Epicenter, finding his best stride. This is at the very beginning, actually. What happened with Epicenter? What'd you notice from the start, Gary?
Clean break, got right up underneath Joel. Joel's letting him show the speed that Epicenter wanted to show until about right here. He says, all right, got a lead. Didn't know it was going to be Cyberknife that was going to be on the lead, but I'll take the lead. And tucked down on the fence, was able to save ground. Epicenter's very content, very happy where he's at.
Were you surprised, Andy, that it was Cyberknife on the lead?
No, not at all, because the inside draw, and I think the fact that they weren't committed to go in with early voting, figured he would go. He's got some speed.
Inside fighting, digging hard is Cyberknife, Gary, and now Joel Rosario asks Epicenter for his best, and he delivers in the stretch.
Yeah, and his reaction was immediately when he did ask him for his best. He lengthened his stride, gets a couple of reminders right, left-handed. Joel takes a peek. He says, man, we won for fun. It was poetry.
And waiting for the fast race, Andy, much like the conversation with Tiz the Law, he had won all those races, but he hadn't really run fast. He did in the Travers. Epicenter runs fast in the Travers.
You could tell just looking at the time relative to the times yesterday, it was going to be a big number. It got a 112 buyer, and it felt every bit like that. And these are the performances you want to see in important races. You want to see horses win in demonstrative fashions and say, that's the best horse. And Epicenter, who had hinted at it, and I don't think Steve Aspen will ever quite get over the frustrations of the Derby and Preakness, but this will go a long way to doing that.
You're dead right. He put on a clinic yesterday, and he rose to the occasion, and you like seeing it this time of the year when they're ready to move forward into the chasing their elders.
I want to give a little love to Rich Strike. You know, he showed up yesterday, and he finished a narrowly beaten fourth. I mean, he was this far from second. He ran his career best buyer. And he showed that his Derby wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a total joke. It showed, you know, and a lot of us, myself included, sort of joked, oh, he'll never win a race till he's in the claiming crown. And, you know, and Eric Reed was really he really got it. You know, he didn't suggest that I'm going to win this race. I'm going to show everybody he's no fluke. He was sort of like the rest of us, waiting for that good race, and he ran it.
There's so many layers to this story. And first and foremost for Steve Asmussen, finally that first Travers victory. So how did it feel?
To have a emphatic breakthrough win like that's just next level. Unbelievably fortunate to have Julie and all three of the boys here to celebrate the victory. And the race itself unfolded perfectly. Joel gave him a tremendous trip. Epicenter did his job and showed what a great horse he is. And then to be able to win the Travers for Winchell Thoroughbreds and be able to celebrate with Julie and the boys, it doesn't get any better than that. Extremely proud of his race yesterday. Horse is full of himself this morning. Just a wonderful day and a better morning.
For Steve Asmussen, that first Travers, Ron Winchell as well. The canoe for a year in those maroon colors, a first Travers for jockey Joel Rosario. And Maggie, you were with Joel moments after Epicenter won the Travers. What was your lasting impression of yesterday's Travers Stakes?
It was kind of just rewarding for everyone. And I think, you know, second to, sorry, 5-horse acting up right behind my camera. We'll pivot here. Epicenter, you know, the second best thing other than watching Epicenter win was watching Steve, Julie, and their three sons celebrate and cheer him home in the box. And you can just tell as a family how much it means to all of them because they're all involved in the business, and it's truly a family business. And it just, I'm sure, felt like redemption from the disappointments going back to the Derby and the Preakness. But what has been fun for me and viewers alike is that watching this horse develop, he is one of the few 3-year-olds this year that hasn't really missed a beat, that hasn't failed to at least show up and run his race in every start from the beginning of the year, from his road to the Kentucky Derby, down at the fairgrounds, showing that, brilliant speed, to then being able to harness a bit, tough beat in the Derby, tough trip in the Preakness, and then boom, he comes up here revitalized and more educated and more mature physically and mentally, and it showed with that breakthrough performance, earning that 112 buyer speed figure, and it certainly catapulted him to the head of this division with likely 3-year-old honors, you would think, Lafitte, coming up a bit later this year.
Incredible effort from Epicenter in the Winchell colors. For Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario, Epicenter in the 153rd running of the Run Happy Travers. The canoe, I want to know if Steve followed through on his promise. He wins the Travers, who's going to help paint the canoe. Was he out there last night painting the canoe?
He went out there at the 3/16 pole, actually, had it finished up and got to the winner's circle.
Did a bang-up job, Steve. Look at that. Flawless. Epicenter in yesterday's Travers. Today, another grade 1, the ballerina. Trainer Rudy Rodriguez, as we mentioned, it's been a struggle. But for he and his brother Gustavo, from riding horses to parking cars, training winners, these guys are funny. The Rodriguez brothers next. Later, Bella Sofia. How will she respond in the grade 1 ballerina Sunday feature day after the Travers?
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. You're welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be alive.
Now 9 to bid. Here we look at 9 now. They do me at 50. Last call. Here we look at Bruce, $2 million even. Thank you.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
You're watching Saratoga Live, as always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started, NairaBets.com today. And of course, this historic Belmont Fall Meet is going to be run at Aqueduct. Get ready for it with the Belmont at the Big A Bankroll Builder. Earn a $20 bonus for Belmont at the Big A today. You're going to qualify, bet $50 to win on a horse in the Ballerina later today, right here. Score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Play the Bankroll Builder at Saratoga each Saturday and Sunday to earn up to $100. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in and get the full Bankroll Builder schedule. Belmont Fall Meet at Aqueduct. Riders up race 2, Saratoga. Starter allowance, mile and an eighth in the main track, 3-year-olds and up. Endowed, drawn inside. Andy, the favorite, currently 5-2.
Yeah, Endowed beat up on a very weak field when he broke his maiden, and we've seen No Code come back and not run that well. The third finisher, North Pole, has run okay. And then was his own worst enemy, blew the brake in his next start, and lost to his Dangerous Edge. Is also probably better than anyone he's facing today. Last time, drawing post 7, Gary, you can talk about this more than I can. At Saratoga, when you hit that turn first, those mile and eighth races, you can just get caught in no man's land, and it massively minimizes your chances.
Absolutely. It's a short run into that turn, and there's not a thing you can do about it, especially with the horse that has the type of speed, early speed that he does, just enough to get you in trouble when you've drawn outside. That's what I was going to say during the post parade. He goes from outside post to a good draw for him today, where he'll possibly be on the lead here, but big change in post positions where he's not going to lose all that ground today.
Yeah, I think that makes difference. But listen, I'm not his biggest fan. I don't think he's that reliable from a speed figure standpoint. Most of these horses look fairly similar, or a lot of them do.
You wound up with Endowed on top, yes?
I did. I do have Endowed on top. I picked the race 1-4-3. I think Bold Victory is dangerous, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of pace for him in here.
Team tonalist, he's by tonalist. Endowed, there he is with leading rider Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, and he's going to try and pretend that he's Joel Rosario on Epicenter yesterday. Look for that same sort of trip.
5-2, co-favorite, never change. Fletcher, Rapoli.
He won a very weak maiden field last time. The horse he beat by a nose came back and performed dismally.
Jose Ortiz in the saddle. Uncle Mo gelding. Then number 3, Cryo, now the 5-2 choice.
Yeah, and Javier Castellan stepping aboard today. And this horse, I look for him to pop the gate and sit just off of Endowed, or take him, try and take him gate to wire.
Bold Victory, third in his last pair.
If you thought there was more pace, and I don't see a ton of pace, this horse would have a better chance, but he has run reasonably well recently.
Higher Quality, first after the claim, Chris Englehart from Chad Brown.
Yeah, and this horse, he could get a good trip. Don't like necessarily with the short field. It could spread out a little bit, but he's in with a chance.
Eloquist on the outside.
Last time was the time for him at a big price against a softer field, but he did well enough in that race that he's not out of it.
12-1 winner in that latest effort. Those Fleet Alex colors. Field of 6, mile and an eighth. Circling back to Endowed, and Irad Ortiz, Winstar jockey standings, Gary. He's built that cushion, getting closer and closer to capturing a 4th Angel Cordero riding title.
Yeah, and I'd say it's pretty much game over from here with just a week of racing left. We've got 6 days of racing left after today, but he's had a heck of a meet. He's rode solid. Just been very consistent throughout the meet.
He does serve a 3-day suspension this week, so I guess Luis Saez has a little bit of a chance to pick up some ground, but 12 is it's tough to win 12 in a week here. You're talking about he's winning a race a day. That's 2 a day. I'll tell you who I've been impressed. I've been impressed with all these guys. I mean, it's just a room full of great riders. But Flavien Prat coming here, and listen, he comes in with some good business. He's riding for Chad Brown, but he's been riding for Todd Pletcher as well. And I really think he's just ridden exceptionally well. And you can talk about that, Gary, coming to a track that you're not familiar with, and as good as you were, and you were an all-time great rider, truly, riding against good riders, it can't be easy to get acclimated.
No, but it makes you better, and I think he's adapted that way. I remember when I first started coming to New York and riding on a more regular basis. I wasn't here. I'd fly in for a weekend and ride here and there, and then it got to where my business was picking up. There was one stretch of time that I spent 13 weekends in New York taking red-eye flights on Friday nights. And I asked Ron Anderson, I said, shouldn't we just move to New York? I was coming home.
He did eventually.
Good maiden.
He just took a while.
Yeah, he did. When I retired, he went to work for Jerry Bailey, and the rest was history from there. But it's different than California racing. It's totally different style of riding. Maybe it's changed a little bit with the depth of how they're making the racetracks in California now. They're more East Coast based than they were back in the day when I was riding. They were all speed tracks. If you weren't involved early, you got nothing. But Flavien took his game from France, brought it to America, and adapted. It took him a while, but he's a quick learner, a quick study, and he's adapted to New York racing immediately pretty much. And he's got opportunities for the right people to ride for, and he's adapted to this style of riding. He can be aggressive. He can be a very aggressive rider and take shots. He's not, he's not going to back off if he's got you in a spot. I loved riding with him, but I'd get upset because I said, man, he's in a spot I want to be in, and that's when you know you're riding with good riders, when they're in that spot that you want to be in, and they can get to it before you do and take advantage of it.
Great first meet at Saratoga. Flavien Prat, Higher Quality. Eric Cancel, circle back to his maiden win. And while he did gut this one out, Andy, he pointed out competition, not so great that afternoon.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is actually his win last time. He beat Cryo, who is taking money. He's 5-2 right now. And that is a little bit odd, right? That he beat Cryo, and that was 2 back. Now, he was claimed out of that race, and he was claimed by Chris Englehart from Chad Brown. I think a lot of people see that as, oh, well, he's in Chad Brown's barn. I want another barn. Well, one of the reasons that trainers sometimes won't be afraid to claim from Chad Brown is that he's running the horse where he can win to try to get a win, and they take good care of their horses. So you're getting a horse that you're not really concerned that he's got a, they all have issues, but that they're worried about that. So I don't worry about that much, to be honest. Chris does a good job. I didn't love that last race, but to be fair, he's 6-1 and Cryo's 2-1, and he beat him that day.
6-1 here, higher quality. For more on higher quality, we check it with Maggie.
And two, I think a lot of trainers will say that the only time you feel somewhat confident about claiming off of Chad Brown or Todd Pletcher alike is here at Saratoga, because they're both vying to win the meet title because it just means so much to them. And obviously they've taken turns winning it for the past decade or so. So yeah, higher quality is a horse that he's a big horse, and he tends to act up at the gate. He gets a bit claustrophobic, like back in the paddock when he almost ran over my cameraman when they were putting the tack on him. He's just big horses like that. They don't like being in a tight space, and obviously having their girth tightened as well. So watching how he behaves in the gate, at the gate today. He's warming up beautifully, and you might notice that he is wearing front wraps, but for the first time. But Chris Englehart runs every single one of his horses in front wraps, so I pay no mind to it whatsoever, because you can't, when his horses show up off the claim with that added to them. So higher quality, though, makes a good impression. Like I said, pay attention to him at the start. Number one, In Doubt. I know he had a bit of a wide trip last time, but I thought he was pretty disappointing. I don't know. I mean, he looks sensational on the racetrack, back in the paddock. He's very calm, which he has been, at least two back when I saw him, and today. Got a very relaxed warm-up, too. I mean, I don't know. At a short price, I wish he... Maybe I'm just interpreting the race wrong, but I wish he would have ran a little bit better. And I thought Bold Victory, coming out of that same race, ran better than him, because really Kiss-A-Lot and Cairo kind of ran 1-2 around the racetrack, and Bold Victory was wide going in to the first time, was pretty wide the whole way, and he was the only horse to make up any real ground. You might notice Bold Victory, if we can get him on screen, he does tend to get a little bit hot, but he's always like that, and he's always a horse that carries his weight and conditioning well. Today, it's another one of those things, very bright, alert demeanor to him. I took Bold Victory in here, Lafitte.
3-1 with Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice. Bold Victory, while you're looking at In Doubt at 2-1, the favorite. Race shape, Andy, what are we looking for early on?
I kind of agree with what Gary was saying. I mean, the one is probably going to try to go and take advantage of that rail. And people will say, well, it's the rail and the three-post. It makes a bigger difference to be realized. If you want to be aggressive from the rail here and you want the lead, you've got to run fast, outrun them. But I do think that there's a good chance that Cryo could be a little faster and could clear.
I think he is faster, but with the change of riders with Javier on, I don't think Javier is going to sacrifice himself early on. He's going to play off the break and see what Irad does on Endowed down the one hole. And I think if he senses that Irad wants the lead, he's going to allow him to have it and just lap on his side. Half a length off of him and try and stay there and pass him when the time comes.
I always find watching these mile and eighth races, watching the first turn, to be interesting, because it's amazing. You think it shouldn't matter that much, even one path, but it really does. And if a guy wants to be aggressive inside of you, you can have more speed, but they're going to be in front of you.
Well, and the other thing about this mile and an eighth race here is if you get hung out, say 4 wide, and there are horses, and you're in the second flight, and there's horses that are, trying to get position as well, and they move out one position to take a spot, force their way out there, neck in front, and they're able to move the whole pack out. Now you're 6 wide instead of 5 wide.
And it just takes you completely out of your game. You find yourself expending as much energy as you would to be in a forward position, and you find yourself lengths behind.
And as a rider, when you're sitting on one that's losing, it's one of those oh man moments where you say, oh man, really? Can't take it back.
Maggie's top selection. Bold Victory is in. Cryo towards the outside. At 6-1, Johnny I standing by. Race 2 live from the Spa.
there in the gate. And they're off. It is a Cryo and Bold Victory, and on the outside, Higher Quality. Down at the rail is Endowed. The field goes into the clubhouse turn, and Cryo has a narrow lead. Endowed moving up on the inside. And then comes Bold Victory, who is racing in third. To his outside is Higher Quality next in fourth. And then Never Change and Eloquist moving up a spot from the inside. The opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Cryo leads here by almost 2 lengths, with Endowed giving chase in second. It is Cryo the leader, Endowed in second position, and then it's a length to Never Changed, who has gained on the outside. Eloquist has gained at the rail. And then comes Bold Victory, and 4 lengths back to Higher Quality, who trails the field in 6th. Opening half mile in 48 3/5 seconds, and they still have Cryo to catch, who leads here by a length. Endowed running in second, Cryo in front as they pass the half-mile pole. And then it is Endowed in second. Never Change is third, about 2.5 lengths from the lead, followed by Eloquist, and then Bold Victory. Midway on the turn, it is Cryo by 3/4 of a length. Endowed on the outside second, now by 3. Then Never Change in third, and Eloquist is fourth as they come for the quarter pole. 3/4 went in 1:12 1. It is Cryo and Endowed, and they are 1-2 heading for home. Cryo is still the leader. Cryo now getting away here to lead by 3. Endowed in second. Then Never Change. Eloquist down at the rail. And on the outside, it is Bold Victory. It is Cryo looking for a front-running score. Endowed in second, and Cryo and Javier Castellan have done it. And it turned out to be a photo for second between Endowed and Bold Victory.
Just too much Cryo. And the Hall of Famer, Javier Castellan, a 6-time Travers winner, strikes in the second here at Saratoga. Gary's top selection. Cryo, full of run at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, and Javier did a great job with this horse. You can see him wanting to lean out a little bit through the stretch, and Javier's going ahead and letting him do it right now, but it was a problem from the word go. He was trying to get out around the first turn, go to his right. Javier was kind of on one rein through the backside, not getting in a fight with him, but you could see him kind of running with his head cocked to the inside. And he got a little bump from Endowed, actually, going into the turn. Javier, or Irad, was sitting very confident, and just as they switched leads into the turn, he kind of bumped Cryo in his rear quarters, and it straightened him up. It actually gave him a little surge forward, but once they got into the lane, he just went on about his business. Good ride from Javier.
And you could see when Irad kind of, he looked like he was confident sitting outside of him, but then he asked, and he didn't have an answer.
No response.
And it was clear that Cryo was just going better of the two, and he buried this field. Javier back. He was at Charlestown 2 nights ago. He was at Monmouth yesterday. It's good to have him back. And he's a story at the meet,
Absolutely.
Javier. He was a story at Belmont. It's just they're not watching as much as they're watching here. And it's nice to see it carried over. And people are noticing.
It doesn't always. It's not an automatic just because you're going well at Belmont.
I've had winning meets at Belmont and actually lost here, too. It's hard to believe, but it doesn't happen a lot, but it's only 80% of the time.
3-1-4-2, 80% of the time. Javier Castellan, Zilla Racing. Trainer Orlando Noda, Cryo, race 2 at the spa. We'll have those results and a look back at so many big moments yesterday. Sword Dancer, Gouffo goes back-to-back. Just the 7th horse ever to do so for Christophe Clement. Blinkers on and a big performance. Malathot, Johnny Velasquez. Search results has seen enough of her. Malathot in the Grade 1 personal instant. A recap when we come back.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
It will be McCulloch, and an Italian wins the majestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit AmericasBestRacing.net today. Cryo, Gary's top pick, son of Frosted. Javier Castellan entering the winner's circle, second lifetime win. He's run well here at Saratoga. Gary, the 3 starts, a couple of seconds, and that victory, 7-10 for the win. Javier Castellan with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with Hall of Famer Javier Castellan. Sorry to cut you off. We're always catching up on his wins. But this one aboard Cairo, we were talking about it on the front end, Javi. He kind of wanted to drift a little bit on that first turn. But you just have such good hands that you just allowed him but still guided him. Talk about a horse doing that with you.
Sometimes horses, they get spooked a little bit. Maybe it could be the board, the screen. Sometimes you try to get up a little bit, to spook a little bit. But you try to control, you got to be a lot of patient, finesse with your hand, don't overdo it. I think that's the key to the horses, try to manage the best way to get to the finish line.
And to, talk about your hands. I mean, as a rider, they're your most important tool, I feel like. Just, it's a way to communicate with your horse.
Absolutely, it's about a language with the horse. You can tell a little bit the horses, and you have to be nice, very finesse with your hands. And be patient, don't overdo it, because I think that's the key to be successful.
Are you ever not learning? I mean, you're still in the prime of your career, but you're a Hall of Famer, you've accomplished a lot. Do you ever stop learning and adjusting your riding?
Not specific in this game. You have to learn every single day. Every horse, they have particular style. You have to adjust the best you could with the horses. And I think you learn every day. You learn it through the person every day. You learn it through the horses, they teach. They can communicate, but they teach. They tell you about a little bit about the body language and how you can manage the horse. I think that's the most important.
It's been so much fun watching you ride this summer. Congratulations with Cairo and on a great meet.
Thank you, Maggie. Thanks a lot.
All right, Hall of Famer Javier Castellan, Cairo. Gate-to-wire victory, all about the finesse of the hands. Somebody once told me, Lafitte, you can't buy these at Walmart.
Can't buy them at Walmart, Gary. You still have marks on your hands from those horses that would lug in and lug out all those years riding.
Yeah, I got in a few arguments with a few. That's what Javier was saying, and you never win. When you get in an argument with the horse, you never win the battle. It's all about patience. And he said one thing there that I agree 100%. I felt like any day that I didn't learn something was a wasted day. And that was all the way right up until I quit riding. If you think you've seen everything in the game, you haven't in horse racing. That's for sure. If you think it can happen, it'll happen.
Isn't that why we love it? Yep. You know, is smart, and nobody thinks they're smarter than I think I am. You find out how dumb you are. Frequently, it reminds you how much you have to learn, and that's one of the most fascinating things that keeps the game. You can just learn things every single day, whether it's as a handicapper, you as a rider, people involved in the game. It's just such an interesting game with so many different moving parts.
If you had written off Gufo, you were feeling pretty silly. Yesterday in the Sword Dancer, Gary Gufo won this race last year, trying to defend his title, finding his best stride rounding the far turn.
Yeah, you know, Joel gave him a great ride. They put blinkers on him. He broke sharp underneath, and Joel was having to restrain him early on in the race, and he gave up ground around the final turn because he had to wind him up. He had a lot of ground to make up, but he had trust in his kick. And man, when he kicked, Andy.
He did, and that was a really exciting win. And I was laughing after it because Christophe Clement put the blinkers back on him, and he said to me at the beginning of the year, you know, I think I made a mistake putting the blinkers on him last year, and he took them off. It worked. You know, let's talk about the runner-up after we talk about Gufo.
Big effort, mirror mission on the inside, digging and digging. Huge run.
I mean, he was wide without cover the whole way around the track, and he had really improved as a racehorse, and he'd run fast enough races. They were just at a mile and 16. So the likelihood, I think, that you thought he would do it at a mile and a half against this kind of field seems sort of slim. But he could be a horse to be reckoned with. He's a new face to this group. No knock on Gufo. It was a terrific story, but Mirror Mission ran very well.
Yeah, and I think he'll improve off of that race. And you talked about the ground he lost, no cover and everything, but when he opened up at the head of the stretch at the 8th pole, I thought he was home free.
And I don't think he collapsed. I think Gufo just came and got him. It's not like the others came flying either.
For trainer Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore, the European star Broom, what went wrong yesterday?
I think what went wrong were people over betting him. To be honest with you, that's what went wrong. You know, we talked about it quite a bit. Aidan O'Brien, his success in New York over the last 5 years or even more have been with 3-year-olds, running in the Belmont Derby, the Belmont Oaks, those type of races. The horses he brings over, especially the older horses, are sort of afterthoughts in the sense that he's thinking he's not quite good enough to compete against the good horses in Europe. There's big money in America. Let me take a shot. I don't want to take the best trainers in the world when they're just taking a shot.
He has a right to be flat. Like I'm talking about the horse Broom. He's had a hard summer. He's danced in a lot of dances. He won the Hardwick Stakes at Royal Ascot. Impressive. It was a Group 2. He did all the dirty work up front. That day it had been raining. Ryan took him out wide on the turn. It was raining, and they went under the trees. And then he came on and he put him away. And he came back in five days and ran him at Sandown in the King George Queen Elizabeth Stakes, a Group 1 with the best mile-and-a-halfers in all of Europe. And
if not the world,
it was quick back, if not the world. So he had a right to be. Maybe a little flat.
Yeah, I think people just sort of assume it's like they're not machines. They just sort of assume those horses are going to show up with their best effort, and there's reason to believe they aren't going to.
7th horse ever to go back-to-back in the Sword Dancer. That was a Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Longines Turf. Andy, can he compete at that level? Is he Breeders' Cup Turf material if he continues?
Well, it's going to always depend on what Euros come. It's just always going to be the case because as we talk about, you talk about the King George, the best mile-and-a-half horses, the Arc, they've got an abundance of very good horses over there that are more suited to the longer distance races. Having said that, based on what we've seen and what we saw yesterday, there's no reason to say that Gufo isn't majorly a contender to be the best American horse going a mile-and-a-half.
Stamps his ticket. Big win back-to-back in the Sword Dancer. A little bit earlier, you had the personal incident. Right from the start, what happens here with Clairiere?
As she false breaks and doesn't get away cleanly. She's acting up in the gate right there. She made a false start. The doors weren't open, and she bumped it with her mouth, and she was flat. She got hot before the race, but this was all about Malathaat yesterday, and Johnny getting over saving ground around that first turn. He rode her with a lot of confidence throughout the race. Look, we thought she was quiet, warming up and everything, and Johnny, he got her to where she needed to be, and he just rode her with a ton of confidence yesterday. When he swings out right in here, he's going to move out in the middle of the racetrack and just gradually
it's the Kentucky Oaks all over again.
We talked about yesterday the races, especially we showed on Big Fox, were races of redemption, right? Mm-hmm. You know, Epicenter, proving that he's the best 3-year-old. It's like Steve Asmussen never stopped believing. Gufo coming back and showing Christophe Clement and everybody he can still run in the biggest races in his division. And Malathaat, I mean, she was flat last time. And there was reason to believe at Clairiere, they've been close races, but Clairiere had been the better of the two. Now, to be fair, Clairiere unfortunately didn't get a chance to show that she could have beaten her yesterday. But Malathaat delivered, and she really, this was her best race this year. And she won it fair and square. It's not like that super pace of the Ogden Phipps. Search results, this is the day for her to beat her, and Malathaat beat her again.
And Latruska showed up yesterday, too. She got a perfect trip on the lead. She didn't go too fast. She had no excuses. Malathaat flat outran them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, my friend Seth Klarman said to me, who owns Search Results, he put his hands about this far apart, and he said, Malathaat's just that much better than we are, but it's a big distance of grounds when it was in the Personal Ensign and the Kentucky Oaks that she beat her. And Search Results is a terrific racehorse to be proud of. Malathaat's just that much better.
Last year's 3-year-old filly champion, the expensive Shadwell filly. Malathaat for the other side of the story, and Clairiere for trainer Steve Asmussen. What happened?
Well, she false broke, whether it's noise or whatever the circumstances, just and put a fairly significant cut on her tongue that we will, doctor and see how quickly we can get her over that before she resumes normal training.
Day didn't start so well for Steve Asmussen between Jackie's Warrior being defeated with Clairiere. Things turned around in a hurry in the Travers with Epicenter. Much more to recap as our coverage continues. Horses in the paddock for the third.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to our viewers. Valley Sports SoCal. This is Saratoga Live, the day after the Travers just outside the paddock. Andy Serling, Gary Stevens. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The Travers yesterday, the 5 Grade 1 races. We have another one this afternoon, the Ballerina, featuring top-class female sprinters. Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. 7 of them, 7/8 of a mile. Andy Cece, drawn inside 2-1 morning line favorite, last fall's Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner.
She's absolutely terrific, and nice to have her running at 6 and still running as well as she's ever run. And Michael McCarthy's done a very good job of running in the right races at the right time. She's very good and the horse to beat, but there is not a weak link in this seven-link fence.
CC, Gary, key to victory for her today.
Well, she's got to overcome the 1 hole if she has to overcome anything in here. She's a Classic Mares last year's champion sprinter and champion filly mare sprinter. Victor rides her with so much confidence. He knows her well. But he's going to have to work out a trip from that one post position. She's a come from behind sprinter.
Aptly named Lady Rocket, Andy, Chicago winner at Churchill Downs.
She's fast and she's good. She ran a huge race when she won the Go for Juan back at Aqueduct in the fall. And she disappointed in her first couple of starts, but she got involved in some pretty heated paces. Now, if Bella Sofia doesn't press her in the front end, she may be able to control in the front end again here and run a race like this. But this was a very good effort by her, but she's stepping up in company here. She's going to have to run even better today.
You like Obligatory quite a bit.
I do. You know, she seems to be a horse, a closer that doesn't need an absolute rocket ship pace in front of her to run. She runs her race, and I was very impressed with her effort against Bella Sofia last time. In a small field, no pace race, she's still almost coming at the end. I like Obligatory. I'm a fan, but I'm not taking anybody lightly here. She's not the only one from Bill Mott that can win that race.
Exciting addition to the Grade 1 Ballerina Sunday feature. Horses in the paddock for the third race. You're looking at Tweaked. First look at turf racing this afternoon. 5.5 furlong sprint, fillies and mares, $70,000 purse. We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Tweaked at a price, Maggie, 6-1. What are you seeing?
I can't believe she's that big of a price, Lafitte, as her lone turf start makes her a major player in here, in which she just finished behind your likely post-time favorite in Abuse of Power, although the entry taking a lot of attention as of now. But Tweaked, in her past 2 starts for her previous trainer, wore an extension blinker covering her right outside eye. I never really got why she had that on. I guess we're about to find out if she needs it, because Ray Handel brings her over here for a first start off the claim with just a short cup cheater blinker on. Now, she is typically one that gets herself really, really revved up, and it's much the same here today. If she ever learns to just relax slightly, might do her some justice. But obviously that 78 in the non-2 for 35 is kind of staring you right in the face. And she had to steady slightly when they swung for home, and then she swung out and she really ran on well. So we'll see what Ray does with her first off the claim, but I find her very intriguing. As we'll move on to number 4, this might be the one. She had a little trouble early on in her last race back at Belmont. Trevor McCarthy and her clipped heels briefly. Trevor was about to go over her shoulder and he recovered like nobody saw that. Didn't happen. And I don't know if it really affected her that much, but I think what affected her most is that it was a really quick pace, and she's done her best running when she can be forward, and they just out-sprinted her last time. I don't know. Maybe that happens here again too. But something that I noticed is that she didn't look great in that last start either. Her weight wasn't as good as it can be, and she didn't look great in her coat. And today, weight's back on. Coat is resplendent. I mean, it's so shiny you can almost see yourself in it, and she's nice and calm and content here. I think she could turn things around a bit here for Jorge Abreu. As we'll take a look at number 7, Bustin' Bullet. Also had a bit of trouble last time. She broke really well, tracked the pace, and then I kind of moved out of path and bumped into some other rivals. It was kind of like a chain reaction thing, and he steadied because he thought he caused all of that and really didn't get to ride her. And when he stopped riding, then another horse came in front of him, so he was stymied down the stretch, but she kept running. And she's one last time that I really liked her warm up, noted how well she was moving prior to that start. And I read's back again today, and I'm sure he senses that he might want a do-over, Lafitte.
An opportunity to do just that. Bustin' Bullet at 9-2. Naira Bets, get involved. You had that $25 free play yesterday. Today, use this promo code TOGA200, and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Gearing up for a post parade for this third race. Just 1 week left, guys. All about 2-year-olds next week.
I plan
Spin
to
away,
enjoy it
hopeful.
all.
One more time?
I'm going to enjoy it all. It's just the most marvelous play. If you're a racing fan and you haven't been to Saratoga, you've got a treat in store for you. It is. There's nothing like it here. It's nothing like this town. It's nothing like this racetrack. It's just the greatest place.
It was
on earth.
electric here yesterday. It was electric. 50,000 strong. In the Sunday program, Ballerina a little bit later on. Post parade here for the third. First half of the entry, Misspelled Moon.
Yeah, and Misspelled Moon should be the speed of the speed in here, but doesn't have a lot of stick at the end.
2 for 1. You're getting 2 to 1. Stuck on Kitten, second half of the entry.
Yeah, now they both got two different styles. Misspelled with the speed and Stuck on a Kitten, deep closer.
Andy's top selection, Tweaked.
Yeah, I like the source off the claim. She really came alive on the turf two back as a significantly better horse. Ray Handel claimed her. She's got to beat Abuse of Power, but I think she can turn the tables today.
Who beat her in her last start, Abuse of Power pictured.
Yeah, and she was claimed also. Horatio De Paz claimed her, and nice ride by Ricardo Santana, who rides her back again today.
This might be the one you saw, Smoking Hot Kitty pictured.
Yeah, and this filly, another one that's a come from behind sprinter. She needs a fast setup in front of her.
Jasmine-esque with Jose Ortiz.
She'll appreciate less distance. I still don't think she's good enough.
Bustin' Bullet. Red Ortiz.
Yeah, shouldn't be too far off the lead start, but got to deal with the wide post position here.
Field for the third. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Another look at Abuse of Power. 8-5 in the morning line, currently 7-2. Her most recent, where she beat Tweaked Andy.
Yeah, this race is massively misbet right now, and it's one of the reasons you always want to bet against entries. Even if you like 1/2, you never get value. Abuse of Power actually had run very well in much tougher spots, and sort of a surprising 2-to-1 shot, maybe because it wasn't a well-known trainer. She should have been 6-5 or less in this last race. She got it done, but the surprise of the race was Tweaked, because Tweaked's dirt form was mediocre at best. And when you see a horse that improves as dramatically as she did, not just in her finish, but running by her figures, low 60s, even worse, and then she runs a 78 and runs like she did, you see a horse that wants the turf. She doesn't want the dirt, and they ran her back in the dirt for I don't know what reason in her next start. Well, she got claimed out of there by Ray Handel, and now she's back. And to me, this is a two-horse race between Tweaked and Abuse of Power.
What? Yeah, I'm 8-5 in the morning, 7-2.
Are they afraid of the horse? I don't get it. Where's her bad race? Abuse of Power. What race? She's got so many races that make sense in here. Two back, that Secret Time race. Those are significantly better horses she's running against. This is a horse, I would have claimed this horse if I could have claimed her last time out. She was good when Chad Brown had her, and she's been good with her every connections that had her. I don't understand why she's not a favorite in here.
Now with Horacio De Paz, Abuse of Power. Ray Handel has a pair, and Misspelled Moon and Tweaked. Maggie standing by with Ray Handel.
Ray, both your fillies can be a little tough, but not an ounce of sweat on you as you saddled both of them. Not any problems.
Yeah, I got squeegeed off on the way up. You just missed it.
That's why you made me chase you.
yeah, you had to clean up before the interview. But they were pretty good. They were both a little on the muscle, but we got the gear on, got them in and out quick, and not too bad.
Ray, I have to ask you about Tweaked. First off the claim, she wore an extension blinker in her last two starts for her previous connections. You take it off today. Decision behind that?
I'm not a big advocate of extension blinkers. I think if you can retrain them in the morning, we kind of strip the paint off and strip the parts down and rebuild. And when she breathes, she didn't get out, and I haven't had any problems with her getting out. So, I think she's, a little bit more receptive filly than she was.
Back to turf. It seems like you claimed her with the intention of doing this.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we definitely had the spot in mind. I mean, it would have been nice to knock out the condition with Misspelled Moon last time. I hate running two against each other, but I kind of had the spot eyed up. And, in Saratoga, you can never you never have too many horses in one race. It's always good to give as many bullets as you can fire.
And you have two different styles, too, with one that can rate and one that's more forward. Ray, thank you for your time. Best of luck here.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, Ray Handel first off the claim with Tweaked. And, as you said, Misspelled Moon trying to get her through this condition as she's part of that favored entry. Lafitte?
There they are, the Handel trainees. Misspelled Moon, Tweaked. The entry at 2-1 and still following the odds as we get closer to post time. Okay. Abuse of Power still 3-1.
Yeah, I want to talk about the entry. So Misspelled Moon, she finished ahead of the entry mate last time out. I thought the entry mate probably ran the better race because that was a race where forward horses did best in there. But which one of her races and which one of Stuck on Kitten's races on turf, I guess her first race she ran a fast figure, but in general she's slower than Tweaked and she's slower than Abuse of Power, and I just think it's entries. It's 2022. Enough with entries. Horse players should be allowed to bet on the horse they like. They shouldn't get stuck with another horse. You know, you should be able to bet the 1 and get the price you're getting, not because I like the 1A and I'm betting the 1A. It's just, it's got to change.
Why do you think that is stuck around as long as it has, if that's sort of general consensus, your opinion?
Complete unfair paranoia by people in charge that there's chicanery going on. That guys are saying, well, I've got 2 in here, the owner, I'm going to try to win with this one. It's BS. Everybody's trying to win races. Obviously, some horses, they're off a layoff and they need a race, and you're not going to, there's different things, and handicappers can figure it out. Give handicappers the option to make these decisions and stop acting like it's the roaring 20s and people are out there trying to fix races. It's not happening. The purses are huge. Guys, the riders, they're all trying to win out there. I mean, I don't get it.
And it's great that at least at the highest level we don't see it.
We don't.
Anymore at the grade 1 level. For example, back in the late 80s when D. Wayne Lucas would have 5 fillies in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies, if Open Mind would not have been the price that she was, but coupled with 2, 3 other, when
5 in the juveniles,
he had 5 in that 88 juvenile fillies.
Right, I think they ran 1, 2, 3, 4 or something in there. I just, let the bettors make their decision. We're grown-ups. We're big boys and girls. Let us make our decision who we want to bet on, and let us deal with the consequences, win, lose, or draw. Listen, I hit a big pick 3 once for $3,000 at Aqueduct, pick 4, where the wrong half of the entry I didn't like won. And I was happy to get it, but it doesn't matter. It just shouldn't be like that. You should get the horse that you want.
Welcome to Tangent Sunday, Maggie.
He makes some very valid points, though, Lafitte. I would say I agree with Andy on this topic, as we will take a look at the plain part of that entry. Misspelled Moon, you may have been noticing in a few shots ago of Dylan Davis kind of squeegeeing the sweat off her with his riding crop. She's always like that. It is warming up out here, but she was like that at Aqueduct, and it was definitely not as hot as it is today back at Aqueduct. So don't take that as a negative. It is what Misspelled Moon does. She is a high-strung filly, and no problems with the letter part of the entry, Stuck on Kitten. She looks great out there, but another Kitten's Joy progeny, number 5, Smoking Hot Kitty. I know, she's going to have to get faster. I totally get that, but I see a bit of an improvement. I saw an improvement when Linda ran her first time, and I loved her turning back to turf sprints because that's what she's made for. And emerging out of that race, she's stronger behind. She's put on weight and condition. I love to see that with horses coming out of races, especially coming out of good races. It means they're on the up and up, on that upward trajectory. Again, I completely heed the fact that she has to get a whole bunch faster to win or even be effective here. But I think she could run into some of those exotics, Lafitte.
Andy, Smoking Hot Kitty at a price coming off the maiden score.
She's a little interesting. I'm Smoking Hot Kitty. Oh, no. I was thinking of Bustin' Bullet was a little bit interesting. I don't know. She's going to have to get a lot faster to beat these horses. We'll see if it happens. They can improve. She is lightly raced, but I'm going to have to see it to believe it.
Andy, in the race that Abuse of Power beat Tweaked when Tweaked was second, was it me watching the paint of that race, or did she have to wait?
Tweaked,
yeah.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying she would have beaten her.
Enough to change the difference, maybe? I don't know.
It's close. There are very good numbers. Horses claimed from the previous trainer of this horse are 5 for 8 in their subsequent starts. One of them was a horse that Maggie's husband claimed, a horse named Xantique, who became a stakes horse. And I thought that was interesting as well, and I think that's something that Ray may have taken a look at.
Abuse of Power for you, Gary?
Yes.
5-2.
I like that abuse.
Was she not favored?
East Coast Partners. Ricardo Santana aboard. Smoking Hot Kitty. There she is. First grass race of the afternoon. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. $70,000 purse. Going backward with Misspelled Moon. Maggie mentioned high strung and taking some coaxing to get her into the gate. But goes willingly. Johnny I standing by. Post time for the third live from Saratoga.
Waiting for This Might Be the One, Jasmine-esque, and Bustin' Bullet. set for the start of race 3. And they're off. Number 4, This Might Be the One, steady just a bit shortly after the start and trails the field. Misspelled Moon is out first and out for the early lead. Abusive Power is running in second. Tweaked is down on the inside in third. And then on the outside, it is Bustin' Bullet racing in fourth. It's 2.5 lengths. Back to Smokin' Hot Kitten, who is racing in fifth. And then on the outside is a Jasmine-esque in the white blinkers. This Might Be the One. Down at the hedge. And also at the back of the pack is Stuck on Kitten. The quarter went in 22 seconds. Misspelled Moon takes the field to the top of the stretch with Abusive Power, the gray, giving chase in second. And Bustin' Bullet is next in third, followed by Tweaked as the field comes down for the 8th pole. Here is Abusive Power. Up now to challenge Misspelled Moon for the lead. And This Might Be the One is putting in a late run. Far outside, here comes Stuck on Kitten. It is Abuse of Power, Misspelled Moon, Stuck on Kitten, driving on the outside. Stuck on Kitten got there. Stuck on Kitten with a big stretch drive under Tyler Gaffleon.
Unleashing a furious late rally. Stuck on Kitten. Beautifully timed ride. Tyler Gaffleon in the third at Saratoga.
Yeah, and it worked out great. The other half of the entry with Dylan Davis, Misspelled Moon, setting the pace, and Abusive Power had to work really hard to even get by Misspelled Moon, and when she swapped into her left lead about 50 yards from the wire, it actually propelled her forward, but out in the middle of the racetrack, Stuck on Kitten was flying.
Yeah, you know, and she was the one, we talked about it coming out of that race, that had come from behind in a race last time that was much more forward. But you know what? It's not like anybody else closed in this race, and Tyler Gaffleon had started out this meet struggling. I remember we talked about this at the halfway point, and I was saying how he's going to have a big second half. He's going to start winning racing, and he's too good a rider. He's too good an agent, Matt Musiker, to keep doing that, and he's had a very good second half of the meet.
Yes, he has.
Abusive Power finally puts away Misspelled Moon and just ambushed late, Gary.
Yeah, that's a horrible feeling as a rider when you work and work and work, and just out the corner of your eye, your peripheral vision, you see a shadow coming, and it's moving fast, and you're the target, and
no time to respond. Nothing.
Well,
it's fun if you're on the one that's traveling. No fun when you're the one who gets nailed on the line.
And when you're Ricardo and you've got 8 wins, at least this was when these PPs printed. I can't account. You may have one other race or two since then, but you've got 3.5 times as many seconds and thirds as you have wins. You almost go, yep. Here comes somebody,
yeah.
You know. Thought I had it. There's always somebody. There's always a fly in the ointment.
Par for the course.
He had to go to work early on Abusive Power. I didn't think she was firing at all.
Yeah.
About the 5/16 pole coming off the turn, he was already all in, and she just ran even.
I don't think she ran a race. I don't think she ran that well today.
I think no. I don't think so either.
Winning trainer, Jose D'Angelo. The win at Saratoga to celebrate, Stuck on Kitten, and Tyler Gaffleon. I have the results. Reaction when we come back as our coverage continues this Sunday, the day after the Travers, on Saratoga Live, in one of the Grade 1 events yesterday in the Alan Jerkins. Welcome back. Jack Christopher back sprinting, back dominating. Flamethrower took down the Woody Stevens last time we saw him in a sprint. This time the Alan Jerkins. The recap when Saratoga Live continues.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Alan Jerkins Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. It's always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Walking through that picnic area yesterday. Massive crowd, great energy. Biggest crowd for a Travers since Triple Crown winner American Pharoah appeared, defeated by Keen Ice 2015. Javier Castellan won the last race, speaking of Keen Ice. Tyler Gaffney, Gary wins this one. Stuck on Kitten from off the pace, turned it on late.
Yeah, she flew home late and got up in the shadow of the wire and looked better. $623, $3.
Down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be joined here by trainer Jose D'Angelo. And Jose, your second win of the meet up here at the spa. I'm sure just kind of a dream scenario for you, but Stuck on Kitten, you claimed her for $25,000 a few starts ago. Now 2 wins out of 4 starts for your barn. She's been a profitable claim.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for the interview. I am really happy. I'm glad to be here and won 2 races at this hard meeting. I would like to say thank you to my owners, to my workers. They work hard in a team to put her here and run a huge race today. Last time she was unlucky trip, and today all was perfect, so I'm very happy.
As you should be, and you're just saying that you came only 3 years ago in 2019 from Venezuela, where you're originally from, and to have success here in that short amount of time, you have to feel so proud.
Yes, I like to win. We started running here at Saratoga with Jesus' team 2 years ago. 2 years after 2 years comes to come win here, so I'm happy for that.
Oh, I remember him. He was such a good-looking horse, too. Are you going to have more horses in New York throughout the year?
Yes, we have some New York bred, so we'll try to close the year there.
Well, enjoy this win. Second of the meet. Great job here with Stuck on Kitten.
Thank you.
Very wonderful to catch up with Jose. He's done an excellent job with Stuck on Kitten and the rest of his horses that he's brought to Saratoga. He tends to bring live ones, guys.
Stuck on Kitten was live and an exciting finish. Tyler Gaffleone timing it up just right.
Yeah, he's riding strong right now. Had a lot of things going on when this meet started. I mean, he had that huge meet at Churchill Downs. Just outdid himself, outworked himself. Then he comes up here the week before the meet, gets married. So he had to be wiped out a little bit just from all the races that he rode at Churchill Downs. And like Andy said, second half of the meet, things have come around for him.
And he went to Del Mar and rode Spenderella. And smart move to go there and ride her, and passed up a few winners that day. He would have ridden 3 winners that day. So he's done very, very well. Listen, he's a terrific rider. And when you see terrific riders, maybe in a little bit of slump, they're losing, it's not going to last forever. They didn't suddenly forget how to ride.
A win here, that Arlington Million at Churchill victory, Tyler Gaffleone. riding Bold Looker in this one, but the favorite Sidekick, even money, with about 23 minutes to post. We had some great sprint Grade 1 races yesterday, and for the 3-year-olds, the Alan Jerkins, and it was a welcome back Jack Christopher in terms of welcome back to sprinting. Andy flashing that speed, top of the stretch, that big white face, Jack Christopher bringing his A game.
Yeah, listen, I think he is the second best 3-year-old in the country behind Epicenter. And I think Epicenter showed that he's the top dog yesterday. But Jack Christopher reminded people, when I do what I'm good at, they can't beat me. Though I was very impressed with Gunite. He continues to improve for Steve Asman. He may like it in Saratoga, but I think that would be to miss that he's a good horse. But he's not quite as good as Jack Christopher.
No, I mean, Jack Christopher, he was a star yesterday. Gunite never caved in, never gave up, tried all the way to the wire. It was a great horse race.
Yeah, no. This is Jack Christopher's an extremely exciting horse. And it's funny, you think about, you know, a full circle of the year, right? Broke his maiden on Traverse Day last year. Champagne, obviously, the unfortunate incident before the Breeders' Cup, didn't get to run, but he's come back and run as well. And they had to try the Haskell. You've got to see what you've got. You got to see what he can do. He just couldn't quite go that far. He didn't run badly. It's not like he ran a bad race. He just wasn't as good. He's not as brilliant in those races. But I don't know if he's going to win the Met Mile next year. I certainly hope he's still racing next year. But he's got to be one of the early favorites for it.
How do you feel about the Breeders' Cup Sprint in the fall?
Well, I think they have to decide, you know, if you're going to run the Breeders' Cup, you have to think the connections. You know, I imagine, I don't know if he has a stud deal or not. A lot of these horses do. The 2 turns, I wonder if Chad Brown does it. If it's a 1-turn mile, he would probably run there. But at 2 turns, if they're going to run a Breeders' Cup race, and Jackie's Warrior showed he's not invincible.
You know what gets me? The Filly and Mare Sprint is 7 furlongs, okay? And the boys has always been 6 furlongs, and it's a messy race. There's so much speed in there, other speed in the race. There's a lot of jamming around going at the start, 14 horses, and the best horse doesn't always win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. I think it's interesting what you just mentioned about the Breeders' Cup Mile with this horse.
And, you know, I'll tell you something, if they would never do this, because they're never going to get rid of a Breeders' Cup race. Get rid of the mile if you want to do it, and make it 7 furlongs and just have 1. You get better fields and more interesting races. And maybe some horses that skip the Classic that belong in the Classic will run in the Classic instead of the mile. That's what I prefer. But they're not going to give it up in a race, the Breeders' Cup. Too much money.
Jack Christopher yesterday, he delivered in his Grade 1 appearance. A little bit earlier, we had a huge upset, one of the biggest upsets in recent memory at Saratoga. That was the Forgo older sprinters, Jackie's Warrior, who had rattled off 5 straight wins here at Saratoga, all stakes wins. Andy rounding the far turn right where you'd expect him to be, Jackie's Warrior, but he's taken some heat, and Cody's Wish is gathering momentum.
No question about it. And it wasn't a super fast pace, but he took more pressure he's taken. But the Horse Suppressor Pipeline's a good horse, and he finished 3rd. He didn't finish 8th. One of the reasons I believe in speed figures is I think at the end of the day, when you look at them, they give you an idea of how well horses ran in an unbiased fashion. Jackie's Warrior ran a 109 Beyer, the same Beyer he ran when he beat Life is Good last year in the Alan Jerkins, and the best Beyer figure he's ever run. I think Jackie's Warrior ran very well. I just think Cody's Wish ran a better race yesterday, and I think to say the story of the race is Jackie's Warrior losing, even though it is the story because he's Jackie's Warrior, how about the story being that Cody's Wish just ran his butt off?
I'm glad you said it because it was his day yesterday, Cody's Wish. He got a great ride from Junior Alvarado. He allowed himself to let him drop back, and it was a risky move the way this track has been playing, but the track was playing very fair yesterday, and he made that big sweeping move. When he pushed the button, but the 5/16 pole, the move was instantaneous, and you could see it. When I was sitting up there yesterday covering the race, I'm thinking this race, he's in trouble, Jackie's Warrior. And to me, he was the second best horse on paper. I'm talking about Cody's Wish. And he ran like the best horse yesterday. He really stepped forward.
Right, and to say the story of the race is Jackie's Warrior didn't show up. He did. Cody's Wish was just better than him, and it's a good story.
And that part of the story with Cody Dorman, the inspiration of the name, Cody's Wish, and this taking place where he had a chance to meet the horse. Godolphin sending out that tweet yesterday. Cody Dorman gets his wish once again as a thoroughbred namesake. Cody's Wish wins the Grade 1 Forgo. An exciting race, and it's just such a feel-good story in the end.
Yeah, I'm not the most sentimental guy, but you see that picture, you think that kid was happy watching that? It's all good.
You're not sentimental?
Not particularly. Like a little more than people might give me credit for.
Incredible. As far as Jackie's Warrior, just seeing him lose, that in itself can be shocking. Trainer Steve Asmussen, his thoughts after the performance yesterday in the Forgo.
he came out of the race really well, you know. Very proud of Jackie's effort. You know, in horse racing, you have no control over how good the other guy runs, and I think that Cody's Wish just run a phenomenal race, and obviously a deserving Forgo winner.
He said it.
Yeah.
The other horse just ran better.
Right. Stop diminishing another horse because we said, oh, that horse was supposed to. I thought he was supposed to win. Therefore, the horse that beat him got lucky. No.
And Joel Rosario did what he was supposed to do. That had nothing to do with Rosario's ride, which there was some incoming fire. Whenever a 1-to-9 shot does get beat, as you know, the jockey's going to take fire no matter what.
Well, I was the first to admit when I made mistakes in races or I rode a bad race and got beat where I was on the best horse. Maybe I made a mistake during the race. Maybe something happened during the race. I had no... It happened by no fault of mine, just a situation I was in. And then other times I was flat out run by better horse. And it used to really annoy me. Even if I was blamed for a horse getting beat from the connections, I would tell my agent, you know what, he ran his race today. If they want to make a change, let him, because I don't want to be the scapegoat. And if another rider makes a difference, they make the difference. But today I didn't make that difference one way or the other. The horse didn't, wasn't good enough. And I love what Steve said there. Give the winner credit.
Yeah.
I didn't even say it, Andy. Didn't even say it. Graveyard of Champions. Champion defeated yesterday in the Forgo. The rundown.
You mean Malathot? Is that what you're referring to? Is that the champion? I'm just curious. Is that the champion you're referring to? Epicenter, the even money shot that won the race, is going to be 3-year-old champion. He got buried here yesterday, too. It's the graveyard of bad handicappers. How many times do I have to tell you that?
So there's good handicapping. If it's a graveyard of bad handicappers,
how's your
there's good handicappers.
Good. I'm managing not to humiliate myself, and even the haters are hating me even more because I'm not humiliating myself. So let me tell you, if I make it through Saratoga without an utter embarrassment, I'm good.
You're having a great meet. You're having a great meet. And there's the favorite, speaking of which, for the 4th race, Saratoga. Sidekick, even money. Maggie's Paddock Report. Maidens coming up in the 4th at the Spa. That's next on Saratoga Live.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Saratoga, the best place in New York. Let's go.
Downtown Saratoga. Always lively this time of year. Certainly was last night. Here in the paddock, horses for the 4th. Maidens.
You out last night?
Mile and an eighth. Not on Broadway. $105,000 purse. Sidekick the favorite. Even money. Maggie, what are you noticing from Gasoline number 2, the second choice in the wagering?
Lafitte, he's going to try the 9 furlongs for the first time. And while I wholeheartedly think that Sidekick looks like the horse to beat on paper and here in the paddock, Gasoline might be a thorn in his side due to the fact that he projects at least to be the speed in here. And I do think in his last start, Win It kind of just ran everybody off their feet. He was the one sent to lead by Javier Castellan, and he just, kept on, and everybody was left in the chasing position. I know pedigree says longer should suit. I know his trainer, when you think of trainers that can get a horse to stretch out even beyond their limits, it's Todd Pletcher. He has that in his corner. But physically, in my heart of hearts, I don't think this horse necessarily looks like he wants to go the 9 furlongs. But I will say he's very laid back here, which is a great thing to be when you're trying a longer distance for the first time. And, last time I saw him, it was only a month in between races, and now it's nearly 2. There's a little bit more weight and conditioning on. Maybe that's a good thing, as he was pretty flat, though, in his last start. And we'll check in with a layoff runner. That's number 1, Abundant Honor. Ran very well behind a multiple graded stakes winner, an eventual multiple graded stakes winner, Scalding that day in the slot. And he just looks like a big galloping type, or at least he did in that replay, that he doesn't really change speeds too much. He just keeps coming. And he looks like that here in the paddock. He has a very laid back disposition. And while he looks incredibly fit from the kind of defined tone lean perspective, he just feels like might need to be a little bit of strength put back on him, considering he hasn't run since the beginning of this year, nearly 9 months ago. 2, and he is a big price right now, so I don't want to be too critical. Watching his last breeze, he was on the outside of a horse named Conquest, who is an 0 for 4 maiden, and he was soundly beaten by that rival, that workmate, by 2 lengths at the wire, and even more so on the gallop out. So not coming in here off of the most eye-catching of breezes, I believe, but one that you can't discredit him in his last start, which was on the sloppy track. And then we'll check in with number 6, Bold Looker. He was my pick, as he was second off of a layoff last time, getting out to the 9 furlongs, which I just thought was ideal. And then as they went to the gate, and I had a kind of a toss-up between him and the winner, and Bold Looker just started acting up and getting so antsy behind the gate. He kind of lost his race before he even went in there, and then it led to him breaking about a half a length slowly and just never put in a advantageous position, going the mile and an 1/8 behind Sidekick. Again, he looks fabulous, but he actually came in today a bit hot and bothered. One that I really am looking forward to watching and how he behaves out on the track, Lafitte, to give me some indication of how he may perform today.
Maggie will keep an eye on him. We're going to step aside. Tyler Gaffleon trying to go back-to-back. Sire won at Travers. Arrowgate, see what Bold Looker does in this upcoming 4th race at Saratoga, the post-parade when we come back.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree, with progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales. Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
They took really good care of the Saratoga Live crew yesterday. Carnegie Deli stand here at Saratoga. Andy, you owe $17.50, I'm told.
$17.50?
$17.50, I'm told.
For?
Lunch yesterday.
Was I supposed to buy for you? Would you like it now?
Don't kill the messenger. Do not kill the messenger.
I'd be happy to buy. You want to have lunch after with me? I'm happy to buy you lunch after we're off the air.
Just got to take care of your tab there, and then sure.
Okay. You go pay it, and I'll
Abundant
buy you lunch.
Honor. Post Parade 7-1 with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, and this horse coming off a long layoff, but he hasn't run since Gulfstream back in January.
Lost a horse to beat Cody's Wish, though, in a stake.
That looks a lot better now, doesn't it? Gasoline, Luis Saez.
I picked this horse. He's the controlling speed. I worry about his last race a little bit, but I sort of begrudgingly took him over the favorite.
Cloud Forest for Bill Mott.
Yeah, he tried him on turf last time out, took a step back. His first race in his career wasn't a bad race.
Jan, a 7-race maiden.
He hasn't run well since being purchased from his prior connections and trainer Pod Pletcher, but he has been gelded, so maybe that'll help move him forward a little bit.
World-class connection, sidekick John Velasquez, Shug McGahee.
Yeah, and this horse, he's my pick in here. Should get a good trip sitting just off the pace.
Number 7, Order of Magnitude.
Yeah, and Order of Magnitude, he's going to have to step it up for Georgia Brew.
Bold Looker now had to go back to the pad. There he is now. They had to remove the blinkers, correct? Had to take the blinkers off.
I know a guy that I work with is friends with his trainer, Brian Lynch, and I just want to say if he doesn't run well in here, maybe he can convince Brian to run him at 7 furlongs or so around one turn. A guy I know. I don't know if you know him. He's friends with Brian Lynch. Do you know him?
Yeah, do you want me to call him right now?
Well, let's wait till he loses, and then we can call him. I don't want him to win, and then we don't need to call him.
This is one guy you
I'm equivocating here,
This is a guy
Gary.
you don't want to piss off.
Brian's great. That's why we'll call him after the race.
The favorite sidekick, his most recent effort. It was here at Saratoga, going 1 1/8. Sidekick and Bold Looker. Their sidekick in front, eventually going to get worn down.
So you ask yourself about a horse like Sidekick that's now finished 3rd and then 2 straight seconds. Is he a bridesmaid type horse, or is he just getting a little unlucky? And now I don't have an answer to that because he ran well first time out. His first time starter, wanted a little more distance, 6 furlongs. That's good. That's fine. The next time out, he ran second to Win It, who did not come back and run well. But the Win It ran a hole in the wind that day, and maybe he just caught a horse ran real fast. Well, then he runs second to Golden Alchemist, to Chad Brown, second-time starter, stretching out from 6.5 to 1 1/8. He runs an 84 Byron and run badly, but he ran against a horse that ran a huge figure. Now, Golden Alchemist went down to Parks, ran the Smarty Jones, and didn't run that well. So is he running against horses that had big days and they're not that good? I don't know. That's why I picked against him, because I'm starting to worry a little bit. You got a trainer like Shug McGahee, and you're favored in races and you lose. It's a black mark. You know, and every time you do, because guys like that, they win with horses they're supposed to win with.
And then especially now that you're conceding 6-5 with Sidekick. And then Gasoline here, 2 starts back. This was at Belmont. He was up there mixing it up. And a solid effort on that afternoon, just beating 3 parts of a length.
Well, he lost to Artorias, who had that huge win in the Curlin. I know he didn't run well in the Travers, but that's the Travers. He runs this race, and he's loose in the lead. They're all running for second. But what do? He came back, and he did not run well last time, and Sidekick kicked his butt. So I'm not, he's going to be the speed, or he should be the speed. I picked him, but it's hard. I don't like taking horses off of bad races for trainers like Todd Pletcher. Because he's another guy. His horses run. They show up.
He runs back to that race. 9-5, Gasoline. What's going on here, Gary, with Afchan adjusting the saddle here?
Yeah, it was probably, I'm guessing that it was probably too far up on the horse's withers, and Jock's wanting to get it moved back, where if the horse starts pulling, just more control. When that saddle is set too far up on their withers and the horse starts pulling, if they're getting rank or if they're getting in, getting out, that saddle can roll up on top of their withers, and you basically lose full control when that happens. So they're just putting finishing touches on there. They were finishing up, putting the overgirth on. There are 2 girths on a horse. The undergirth and the overgirth. The overgirth is more for safety purposes in case you have a malfunction with that undergirth.
Santana finished second in the last race, leg back up. Maggie, what about Abundant Honor with Dylan Davis drawn inside?
He won the warm-up contest at least, Lafitte. Like I said, I think he needs to start, and I'm not enthralled with his work coming back in here. But he is moving really well out there on the racetrack, just framed himself up beautifully for Dylan Davis, really, bouncing over the racetrack. I'm really intrigued by him. I want to see how he runs here, because I definitely didn't mind his start behind Scalding way back when in January at Gulfstream. See how he deals with the fast track. Number 3, Cloud Forest. I remember picking him in his last start. He was disappointing, and he kind of, like I said, that day, it felt like he ran them off their feet, and he just could not keep pace going that one-turn mile. And he lost a bit of contact around the turn and rallied mildly. He didn't do that much running. I'm not trying to give him credit when there really isn't credit to be given. But this is the most fit I've seen this horse. I like the way he warmed up for Jose Lezcano today. There's somewhere in there's a bit of talent. We'll see how he shows it today, getting back to the dirt and getting around 2 turns for the first time. I think he might enjoy that, honestly. As number 6 in here, if we can get him on camera, is behaving, Bold Looker, a bit better than what he was last time out. But I do want it to be known that Brian Lynch does not have horses here. I'm pretty sure that Ian Wilkes has been deputizing for Brian with this horse's training here at Saratoga. So just a little food for thought with regards to Bold Looker, guys.
I've seen that a couple times this meet. Bold Looker and Tyler Gaffley are looking to go back-to-back in the Sunday program. 6-5 Gary's sidekick as they've reached the gate.
Yeah, and no real surprises there coming off of his last 2 races. He's run 3 times and hit the board all 3 times. He's got the 1 race over Saratoga's course now, going this distance, so he should move forward today.
He's a bit of a wild card in here. Listen, the 7, who's probably overmatched, Order of Magnitude. He's never been on a dry track. He's been against the bias both times he ran in dirt races. He's a little bit of a fuzzy. I just don't think he's good enough to get anything. I think he'll run better than his odds. I just don't think that's going to be good enough to win. It's a tough race.
For a few strides, I thought Arturius was going to be a factor yesterday. Rounding the far turn, like he found a gear and then kind of flattened out late. Tall order taking on those horses. Light and experience, lots of talent, bright future. Epicenter's day yesterday in the Travers. Let's see who winds up in the winner's circle here after the 4th. It is post time. John Embriel standing by.
They are in the gate. And they're off. And a quick start for both Gasoline and Sidekick, and the 2 of them are out for the early lead. From the outside, Bold Looker and Order of Magnitude. Abundant Honor is down at the rail. And at the back of the pack, the 2 trailers, Cloud Forest and Afjan. They move around the clubhouse turn, and the leader is Gasoline in front here by 3 parts of a length, with Bold Looker now moving up and into second. And then down at the rail, it is Sidekick, who is next in third, and alongside is Order of Magnitude in the quarter win in 23 and 4/5 seconds. The field is heading up the backstretch. Gasoline is the leader by a half length. On the outside, Bold Looker runs in second. Then it's the duo of Order of Magnitude and a Sidekick. They are right together, 3rd and 4th. Abundant Honor and Afjan, they race as a team. And at the back of the pack is Cloud Forest in 7th. Half mile, 48 and 1. They have Gasoline to catch here. Leads by almost 2. Bold Looker is in second. Approaching the far turn, it's Gasoline, the leader. Now Sidekick comes on through down at the rail. And Bold Looker is alongside. Midway on the turn. Gasoline still there. Sidekick now moves to second. Bold Looker is back running in third. Cloud Forest is now advanced into 4th. Then Afjan, Order of Magnitude, and Abundant Honor. It is Gasoline with the lead at the top of the stretch, and Sidekick giving chase. Sidekick is all out in second. The leader is Gasoline as they move down for the 8th pole. Gasoline in front by 3. Sidekick cannot keep up. It is Gasoline. Gasoline opening up here in the stretch. Gasoline's going to win by 6 or 7 lengths. Bold Looker comes back again to get second. Sidekick was third, photo for 4th between Cloud Forest and Afjan.
breaks through in his 5th career start. Gasoline, son of Curlin. For Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez, Andy's top selection, Gasoline in race 4, Saratoga.
If you want to have a horse to go to the front, Luis Saez is a guy you certainly want to see aboard him because he doesn't fool around, and he sent out of the gate. And others guys went, obviously had more speed, was inside, and he was just much the best in this race. He put his last race behind him. Very disappointing effort from Sidekick because he had a perfect trip, and he made a little bit of a run, and that was it. And a very weird effort. I went from being wrong to right to wrong with the 6.
He wasted a Hall of Fame ride. Sidekick did. And look, it was a strange race. Bold Looker lay in 2nd all the way around. And then at the head of the stretch, I looked at Andy and I said, "You might be right. You might want one."
No, I think you said you are right.
I did say
you
you're
are
right.
It was a brief moment.
And then
I was
here
right.
he comes again, mid-stretch.
Very strange, right?
Pole and full credit to Gasoline. He was pulling away from the field. There was some change going on behind, and
he was much the best.
Luis Saez gives him just a couple of reminders. And this horse, he's reaching, he's running. Nice victory.
And I imagine Shuggy's pulling his hair for saying, like, I don't know what to do with him. He's just, because if you, as you say, he wasted a Hall of Fame ride. You get a trip like that in there, and he didn't even make a real run. It's not like, he battled him to the wire.
Shug McGahee perhaps frustrated. Todd Pletcher would not be the Grade 1 win yesterday, and this one here standing by with Maggie.
Gasoline, very comfortable out in the front end, Todd. You're so adept, you and your team, at getting horses to stretch out, and Gasoline looks so happy doing this.
Yeah, I think we were outthinking ourselves a little bit, trying to take him back off the pace, and Luis and I discussed it in the paddock. Let's just go to the lead and let him do his thing. Worked out well.
I want to ask you about Malathat, your champion. How'd she come out of that personal incident?
Excellent. Yeah, she looked really good this morning.
Plans? Distaff? Breeders' Cup?
Yeah, I mean, we want to go to the distaff. I think we might run in the Spencer in between now and then. She's 2 for 2 at Keeneland, and so I think last year we trained from the Alabama up to the Breeders' Cup. This year, she's a little more mature, carries a little more weight, and I think a race in between would probably do her good.
Looking forward to watching her again. Really well done with her, and congratulations here.
Thank you.
You see how cool he was, Laffy? There's a bee flying right around his head. That's Todd for you.
Nothing phases Todd Pletcher. So you're not a bee.
I got a bee that's been bothering, the same bee, I'm sure of it. He's been bothering me every day on the set during Talking Horses. Yeah. I think Stabile's paying him or something.
It's an organized hit.
Yeah, I think so. We've gotten to be friends.
Says you can't train bees.
There's a certain establishment down on the water that I like to have lunch on Mondays or Tuesdays. Went in about a week ago, and a fella told me, he says, if you're going to sit out here, he said, you better have an EpiPen. He says, I've been stung 3 times. He was a bartender. He said, I've been stung 3 times in the last 2 hours. And I said, well, quit fighting with them. Just let them do flybys. You'll be all right.
Tangent Sunday,
how'd you
my
get
favorite.
stung?
No. I'm too nasty to sting.
He's afraid of you.
4-star Dave winning team a couple of years back. And here, top of the stretch, Gasoline finds that next gear, Gary, puts his field away.
I'm impressed with this victory. Stayed out of his way. Luis let him run in that first turn, and Luis got such good hands on horses with speed. He gets them to settle in that high cruising speed. And this horse is reaching the last 1/8 of a mile. He's run right through his conditions.
Took all the money late, went down to 8 to 5.
Wow.
Yeah. Not surprising.
They hammered him late.
Bold Looker. Gaff Leone, who won the previous race. Second place finish. Sidekick. John Velasquez, 2-6-5, race 4. Speaking of Malathat, how odd is that? Before the race, we'd seen John Velasquez with his crop, just like tapping her on the shoulder, tapping her on the shoulder, tapping her on the shoulder. She was listless before her last race. She ran poorly. At the time, it felt like a bad sign in terms of her behavior and how would she perform. And then she goes out there and wins the purse. Like, how odd is that?
I was watching along with you and noticed that he was popping her on the shoulder, trying to wake her up, and she was waking up. And I was trying to read Johnny's body language as well, and her ears were one this way, one that way, and then they went straight up when she was looking down the racetrack when they started getting close to the gate. And I saw Johnny reach down and give her a pat on the neck, and then I saw the assistant starter before they went in the gate reach up and shake Johnny's hand, and Johnny reached for him, and good luck, buddy. I know this is important to you. And then she goes out and runs her race, and I thought that was interesting. I think he had gained some confidence at that point because she was very dull in her last race, and they said she was very quiet. And you heard Todd say yesterday there's a very fine line between her when she's just chilled and when she's gone the other way and she's annoyed at something. Obviously, she wasn't annoyed with anything yesterday.
She brought it, and for search results, such a good filly, and always seemingly in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, sometimes because the wrong place is running against Malathot. I mean, you can say what you want, and I'm a huge fan, and I bet her yesterday and wish she had won. But she had her chance to win that race. I thought she was Gin top of the stretch. She looked like she was, but Malathot just came and got her. And, you know, Malathot, when she beat her in the Kentucky Oaks, Johnny gave her a tremendous ride. I don't think he got as much credit as he should have gotten, and Malathot took him there, but she didn't break that well. And if Johnny hadn't pushed her forward in the Oaks to get that position, she'd have got shuffled out of that race, and she never would have won that race.
Another Grade 1 victory for the reigning 3-year-old filly champ. As for trainer Rudy Rodriguez, won last year's test here at Saratoga. This summer, a little less productive, but he does have that Grade 1 winning filly running later today, Bella Sofia in the Ballerina.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending and Tribovan, and here is Domestic Spending to take the lead in deep stretch and win.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Party's getting bigger. Welcoming our viewers on SNY just in time for the Pick 6. This is Saratoga Live, day after the Travers, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous Saratoga Springs, day after Travers won 5-3. And the Sunday program continues. The Pick 6 gets started in about 20 minutes. Alongside Andy Serling, Gary Stevens, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Part of that sequence, a Grade 1 ballerina. Saved a Grade 1 for Sunday, Gary. The ballerina featuring top-class filly and mare sprinters with Cece drawn inside 2-1 morning line favorite.
Yeah, last year's defending sprint champion for fillies and mares. And you've got to love her, but I don't like her draw. She's drawn down inside. There's other speed in there. She's a filly that comes from off the pace. She needs heat up front, but she's also going to have to work out a trip, and that's going to be Victor Espinosa's job to do that. He's been on her for her last, I'd say, 8-9 mounts or 10 runs. She tore him apart in this race, Andy.
She's a very good horse. You have to admire, you have to love the connections kept her racing. They could have bred her, they could have sold her, they could have done a number of things. And I mean, what more did she do after last year? Say, well, she just keeps running well, and it seems like at 6, she's as good as she ever was. And, you know, you think about her winning the Apple Blossom during the pandemic, that crazy 14-horse field. She had post 14.
From post 14,
right,
yeah.
In a mile 16, and that's not even what she does best. And I love the fact that when it's mattered, Michael McCarthy and the connections have run her in the races she belongs in.
So I'm going to tell you something, a little something about Bo Hurst, one of the funnest guys you'll ever run across. He's the son of Plymouth Hurst. And this family, I'm very familiar with. Miss Houdini, I rode her. I rode the Grand Dam, Magical Maiden, and she was a racehorse. I worked her a mile getting ready for the Del Mar debutante, and I thought Mel Studi was the trainer of her. Told me to work her a mile. He said, let her rip. It was 6 days out from the Del Mar debutante when it was a route of ground, a mile and 16. I went and I think she worked in like 144 or something like that. I got back to the barn. He says, Jock, I told you to make her work. He says, see you tomorrow morning, same time. He says, you're going to work her another mile. And I did, and she came back and won.
Incredible family. Incredible family, incredible story. And the bed of roses, Andy, with Bella Sophia, obligatory Bella Sophia. She ran well that day, not in her most recent, however.
She did run well that day. But to me, objectively, even in running well in this race, obligatory, even though she lost to her, ran the better race. It was a super slow pace. Bella Sophia had everything her own way. Bella Sophia, who is a deep closer, but she's a deep closer who can make her run even if she doesn't get all the things to go her own way up front. And she still almost came and got her. And now, Bella Sophia comes up here, runs uncharacteristically poorly for a barn that's having a struggle at the meet. And Bill Mott's been waiting, sort of like Cody's Wish was waiting. And he's been laying in wait with her. And he's got 2 shots near, but well, obligatory is the toughest one.
Do you think Bella Sophia, Gary, bounces back today?
I think she'll run better. Whether that's good enough, I don't know.
Trying for a second grade one at Saratoga, trained by Rudy Rodriguez, whose brother's brother, Gus Rodriguez, a trainer as well. Again, it hasn't been the best summer for Rudy Rodriguez, Gus Rodriguez. Things have been going quite well this summer. But you get these two together, and you'd never know which one is winning at the time and which one isn't.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding big horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back. It was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10 years.
This little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, you know, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted like to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap.
Dad's Caps has won the Carter. Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, you know, like everything else, you know, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good, you know, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo. Then he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like.
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I got to go take a shower and come back.
Rudy Rodriguez. You get that number, Bam's Auto Body? I saw a dent in your truck, Gary.
Does he own the auto body store?
Business he's going to get now?
He does now.
Bam's Auto Body. Rudy Rodriguez and his brother, they're hysterical. They are hysterical together. And for Rudy Rodriguez, it's just, you know, again, it's one of those things, Andy. At worst possible time, every trainer, everyone's going to experience a slump. Just for Rudy this summer, at a bad time at Saratoga.
If you haven't embarrassed yourself in Saratoga at some point in your career, you're not really involved in horse racing. I don't care who you are. You're a handicapper, you own horses, you bet on horses, you ride them, you train them. Everybody takes a beating up at Saratoga at some point, and that's what makes it so sweet when things go well.
And he could salvage the meet with a Grade 1 win later today.
I think it'd put, well, you're never going to wipe that smile off of his face, but Grade 1 will put that smile on and then some if that happens.
This will put a smile on many viewers' faces. What's coming up a little bit later on during the broadcast, Jonathan Kinchin's Cart Talk. This was epic. Tom Durkin and his Vespa. That's how he rolls. Everything from great race calls to the booth here at Saratoga where he called for so many years to calling bingo. Later on Saratoga Live, Tom Durkin with JK.
Whether it's Division 1 or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Thanks for joining us here on a glorious Sunday afternoon on Saratoga Live. We are brought to you proudly by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as we do take a look at this fifth race here, an entry-level allowance race going the mile on the inner turf course. And there's two Chad Brown horses that I'm sure will receive a bulk of the attention here. But I want to talk about the one who is projected to be a bit of a bigger price. Down on the rail is Devil's Outlaw. And it's always good to be saving ground in these types of races with this configuration of the turf course here at Saratoga. Now, his first 2 races in America make him a player here, but what happened last time out? Could it have been the blinkers? And, watching that race, going the kind of dog-legged mile at Belmont, it's mainly just a one-turn type of race. He was just, the rider was asking him going around the turn. And sometimes when you close a horse in, it takes away that competitive nature. So maybe taking them off again, it'll instill a little bit more of that competitiveness. He's the horse that caught my eye when walking in here. He looks sensational for his connections. A very good-looking son of Warfront, typical of that bloodline as he stands at Claiborne Farm. But I think the 2-turn mile should not be a problem for him. He's a handier horse. He should adapt to it nicely. And obviously the blinkers experiment, I'm hoping, just didn't work. Number 5, Exalt. He had a bit of trouble going into the first turn last time. He was checked significantly, and he wound up well back that day. He ran on a little bit. I mean, he was only beaten 2 3/4 lengths, but it was a first start off of a very long layoff. He looks solid here today. I think that last race did him well, and he's a horse that definitely has some go-back races to make him a player here at a big price for ultra-dangerous connections in Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone. Number 8, Call Me Harry. I know a lot of people are interested in this horse and possibly wiring the field. I get it. And he's really laid back here for getting out to more ground for Joe Sharp. He has cotton in his ears, but he's very relaxed. And he's a bigger horse where I always thought that maybe stepping beyond the 5.5 is going to be A-okay. He's actually kind of evened out in his frame a bit more the older he's gotten. He does show up wearing front wraps only. He has had them on in several of his last outings, but I can see why he's a player here. But there are just some more interesting propositions. But again, Lafitte, he's 9-1, so a good price.
For the start of the pick 6, Maggie, thanks so much. Call to post. Call Me Harry. Speed on paper. See what happens once they open the gates. We start here with Funny Joke 4, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, and this is first trip on the turf for Funny Joke. Started 3 times, 2 wins on the dirt, sprinting.
Devil's Outlaw drawn inside.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this horse. He's a price if you like him. Maybe the blinkers off will help him, but I don't think he ran even that well in his good races.
Hidden Enemy for Travers winning trainer Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and was a long ways back early on. Last time out, had a wide trip.
Microphone pictured 5-2 favorite.
They've got to stop trying to rate him. They've got to go forward with him. He's not likely to outrun Call Me Harry, but at worst sit second, and I think that'll get him the victory.
Exalt, Tyler Gaffleone looking for a second.
Yeah, and this horse had some trouble last time out. Steadied at 7/8 pole and came running, only got beat 2 3/4 lengths.
Irwin, 3-time winner.
I like the name. He didn't run badly last time. Well, I mean, Irwin. Don't you like names like one word, Archie.
Claiborne names. I like the name Swale. Coliseo, Luis Saez in the saddle.
Yeah, and this colt, he came from France. Had his first out here at Saratoga in the United States. Last time out under Joel Rosario for Wayne Catalano. Luis Saez aboard today.
Call Me Harry and Javier Castellano seeking a second.
Off a claim, stretching out on turf off the claim. Joe Sharp is just 1 for 9 over the last 5 years.
Shoddy, drawn outside.
Yeah, getting Flavian Pratt today. And listen, he started 14 times. Don't like the wide draw, but he's got a shot in here.
Field for the 5th. Pick 6 in 5 minutes. Just a week left after today. If you haven't signed up, do so today. Toga 200. You can earn that $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match.
I want to say something about the race that Exalt and Hidden Enemy are coming out of. And listen, people watch races differently and they see different trips. And I have a world of respect for Maggie's opinion. A lot of times you see steady 7/8 here. It's because horses are inside. They get inside behind horses, and Gary knows as well. And it backs up a little bit on you. Your horse gets that position. So they're steadying a little bit, but they're not really having significant trouble. So I think it was trouble. But the other thing about that race is, and you can watch this race and disagree with me, the margins, 3.5 or 3.5 for Hidden Enemy and 2 3/4 for Exalt. I watched it 3 or 4 times to see the margin, and I think it's more like 5 or 6 lengths. And in turf racing, that's a lot of ground. So I think those horses did not run as well as they're big prices if you like them, but to me, the margins are wrong.
I heard you on the pregame show call this a tricky race. Why?
Because who's reliable here? You talk about Shawty. I agree with you. He's good enough to win. He's not a great draw, and he's not a winning type. He's 1 for 14. I pick Microphone, but frankly, he's been a money incinerator for a guy, Chad Brown, who his horses win. But I also think he's had excuses. Microphone which race are we showing with him? Okay, this race, they were crawling. When you go 23 the first quarter at 7 furlongs, it's now a 5 furlong race where the horse in front has an advantage. You have no shot coming from the back of the pack. Now, part of it was his own fault. I don't blame Flavian. No. He's got to break sharper. But today, because he's got speed, you're not going to call me Harry unless he stumbles coming out of the start. But you can sit second to him. He got run off his feet at Gulfstream in his second start by a horse that freaked. The next time out, he was 2-3 wide on a track when they just opened those turf courses, and all the running in general and in that race was done down on the inside. So I thought he was a bit compromised. But I'm now making one excuse after another for a horse who's 2-1 on the board. So I get it if somebody says, I'm sick of this horse. I'm not taking this horse because Andy likes him. Today is the day. He's got to get a forward. He's got to break well. He's got to be forward. And today is the day he needs to deliver.
Well, you're talking about Microphone.
Yeah.
Well, I picked him too. So do you want me to pick somebody else, Andy?
No, after what I said, you may want to pick somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? It's look at the Sugar horse in the last race. You keep making excuses for short-priced horses, and you get in trouble.
I think this horse is Microphone. I think he's going to like the extra furlong that he's going to get today versus last time, because he didn't look like a speedy type to me. He looked one-paced in that race. Yeah,
he needs to get that position.
He was behind a slow pace and stuff, but yeah, he needs to get
You
position.
were riding him, Gary. Wouldn't you'd be sending to get that position behind the 8, right?
I'd make sure he jumped.
Something to watch for right from the start. You see the selections. About Funny Joke here, making his turf debut.
Well, he's a funny horse here, because isn't this a race where you're crying for a stranger? Because you don't love
if you're
anybody
sick
you
of
know
everybody
about.
else you've been looking at, absolutely.
And you know this horse has got some ability. A man ran 83 buyer in his second start. He's got the ability to be competitive here. The question is, does he have the ability to surface? Unfortunately, he's a practical joke who's not a good turf influence. Doesn't mean he can't have a horse here or there, and it's only been a year, but he's a dirt influence, been a terrific sire. The Dam, she was 1 for 3 in the turf, but she's produced, she improved in the turf, and she's produced 7 horses try the turf, and 3 of them ran on it, and they were good. So there is some progeny in this horse that says they like the turf, which is probably one of the reasons that Rudy Rodriguez and Mike Rapoli are taking a shot in the turf. I wish, if this horse had a good turf sire, I'd bet this horse.
You're getting a price, Gary, at 18-1. Funny Joke. We check it with Maggie.
My notes first time out from Funny Joke say, may eventually like the turf. Here we are. Looks like a turf horse. Though, I've seen him look a bit better and just carry a bit more conditioning than what he is today. I mean, he's really, really lightened up. I mean, you can see it there on your screen. But like I said, I think this is actually the surface that he may prefer. And yeah, Practical Joke has not had that much of an influence on the turf. But let's not forget his sire Into Mischief, and a lot of people writing him off as not being able to produce a turf horse. Well, with a little bit more of years and breeding to different turf mares, he can get turf runners. So I can be optimistic with Practical Joke and not being a total negative influence with the horse trying the turf, as we'll take a look at number 4, Microphone. He looks fine. He's a horse that has trouble getting out of the gate. And I know his last race, he had a lot of trouble. But in every single one of his starts, he just always breaks a few steps slow. And it's because he has no hind end. He has no push at all. There's nothing there. I mean, he can win here. I don't mind him as a horse, but eventually you're going to have to learn to break a bit better and just get yourself more involved, though I give Jose Ortiz a lot of credit for the fact that he took this horse away from the pony, gave him a big warm-up, has kept him moving, and just linked back up with the pony. Lafitte?
And that's the thing, Maggie. In terms of, is it strategy or him not being able to get out of the gate? If he doesn't break again today, Gary, he's going to be far back again.
Yeah, he is. And when you see these horses that have multiple races where it says bumped start, broke slow, hesitated, it becomes a problem. You remember the old horse, Kobe's Back that I rode?
Mm-hmm.
We never did get him over it, and he was a great sprinter, but he could have been a rock star superstar. if he could have left the gate.
If you're at the track, Sunday, Berkshire Bank Family Fun Day. So much to do at Saratoga. Andy, they got your turtle.
That's a nice looking turtle.
It's a good looking turtle.
He is, no doubt.
Your alligator's loose as well.
He's waving.
He's waving.
Remember when they had them in like the sewer system in New York? People used to buy those baby alligators. They didn't know what to do. They flushed them down the toilet.
I saw a movie called Alligator. That is a big
where
snake.
is this located? I'm standing
Well,
away.
the snake is actually.
She's not afraid. What are you worried
LaDuca
about?
brought the snake up the set. He's got it in that bag he's got over there. I don't know if he'd fit in that bag. What's in LaDuca's bag? I think it's a snake.
Tranquilize that snake.
I was in the subway not long ago and somebody had a snake in the bag going around. I was, it's a little weird. It's okay. You've held boa constrictors.
All kinds of things on it. Yeah, I have.
I'm a big baby and I've held them.
You were
briefly
crying about a bee for like an hour.
Well,
3
bees
days
sting.
ago.
Yeah,
you know what a python can do to you?
Snakes don't bother me.
I
mean, rattlesnakes.
You want to go check out the Berkshire Bank?
I'm too big for that. They might be a
Monday
little worried if I'm coming over there.
I don't know that any of us meet the height requirement.
Yeah, that's right. I definitely don't.
Pick 6 starts here. Keep your eyes on microphone early. Where will Jose Ortiz have him placed? Will he break sharp? A mile here. John Ambriel with the load and call. Race 5, Saratoga, the pick 6 day after the Travers.
Waiting for a funny joke. And shoddy. Set for the start of race 5. And they're off. Hidden Enemy away well. Now Call Me Harry moves up along with Coliseo and Funny Joke. Call Me Harry is the leader. Coliseo, Funny Joke right together, second and third. Microphone runs in between horses in fourth. To his outside is Shorty in fifth. And then comes Hidden Enemy next in sixth. And farther back in the field is Irwin, who's running in seventh. At the rail is Devil's Outlaw next in eighth. And trailing the field is Exult in ninth. The opening quarter mile went in 25 seconds. And it is a long shot Call Me Harry who takes the field up the backstretch. Call Me Harry is the leader. Funny Joke runs in second with Coliseo next in third. Shorty in the clear on the outside in fourth. And then comes a Microphone who's running in a fifth, still in between horses. Hidden Enemy is down on the inside. And farther back is Irwin along with Devil's Outlaw. And then Exult. Half mile in 49 and 3. Call Me Harry leads now by 2. Funny Joke and Coliseo are right together, second and third. Shorty runs in fourth. Microphone is dropping back. On the inside is Hidden Enemy. They are at the top of the stretch. And it is Call Me Harry trying to go wire to wire here. Call Me Harry leads by 3. Coliseo runs in second. Then Funny Joke, Hidden Enemy down on the inside. And Shorty. It is Call Me Harry and Javier Castellan, and they have pulled it off here. A front-running winner, Call Me Harry at 11-1 as we start the pick 6.
Jordan Wyckoff's Call Me Harry, wire to wire to kick off that pick 6. Javier Castellano, second win in the afternoon.
Yeah, this horse ran huge, and as you see it, there's still a lot of give in that ground. There's a lot of moisture in it from the rain that we had this week, and Call Me Harry was loving the going.
25 up front for a first quarter mile. If he was going to get a distance, Javier put him in a position to do it. Nobody could come close to him, and the closers never really had a chance. I actually think that Flavien Prat did an exceptional job getting good position with Shorty, who can be a bit slow, and I think he recognized, I got an outside post, don't know much pacers, I got to be forward. And we talked about that earlier with Flavien, and that's one of the things he brings to the table, is getting horse into the game, but there's nothing he could do. This horse is just faster than him, and he did the best he could.
11-1 theft on the front end, Gary.
Didn't have it.
Didn't have it?
I picked him third. I picked him third. I could see this scenario, and 11-1's a fair price on him. I didn't trust him, but I'm friends with Jordan Wyckoff, and congratulations to him. Happy to see him do well.
It was the old blinkers off move.
Yeah.
What put him in the winner's circle
Put that speed into him.
You could see the other riders, Gary, they were starting to encourage Call Me Harry Javier Castellan, still, they were in trouble. He was strong at the top of the stretch, got brave, and pulls off the upset.
Yeah, he was strong and finished the job that was over with when he turned into the stretch. Job over.
8-9-3-7 to kick off the pick 6. We'll be stepping aside. First, the ballerina coming up a little bit later on. Grade 1 event, top-class female sprinters. Who winds up in the winner's circle?
I like Cece. Bring her A game.
She has that versatility. Andy?
I like obligatory, but I'm looking forward to it. As a good friend of mine just said to me, it's the best race of the meet.
Loaded. Absolutely loaded. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. That's coming up a little bit later on. CC, 2-1 morning line favorite for the Grade 1 ballerina, Greg Wolf. And the rest of the crew with the rest of the program coming up with the late pick 5, CC, the favorite in the featured Grade 1 ballerina. Saratoga Live will continue.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Lady Aurelia down the center in the white and green colors is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Hip 202 is next by Horse of the Year, by Champion, by Gunrunner, who had a Champion and Classic winner in his first crop. And here is a striking looking son of Horse of the Year and leading first crop sire and leading second crop sire. Here's one by Gunrunner.
All right, here to get now $50,000. I thank each and every one of the bidders. $2,350,000, and I have $2,300,000.
Please hold your applause, folks. Hold your applause, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now a round of applause.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome to continuing live coverage of the Sunday card from the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga Racecourse. Great to be with you as we close out another weekend of action on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon here in upstate New York. Great crowd on hand. And to see a champion later on in the card. Grade 1 ballerina, tremendously competitive group. Feature race later this afternoon. CC coming in from the West Coast, but it will not be an easy task with who is lining up in that group. We'll go through that race in just a moment. I'm Greg Wolf. I'll welcome in my co-host here in just a moment. Let's take a look at what is ahead. We're underway in the pick 6. Late pick 5 begins in the next race as we look at what's still to come on the card, presented by Claiborne Farm. That pick 5 beginning with a wide open maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies. Better Talk now on the turf. Wit returns to the grass for Todd Pletcher, and we'll have that Grade 1 ballerina as well. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Ballerina winner from 2020, one of the winningest trainers of all time, Tom Amos. And it's a very good race we have coming up later today. And CC, a champ, comes in with exceptional form from the West Coast.
Yeah, and it's good to see a 6-year-old mare, Tom, stick around, can keep running competitively. Won the Princess Rooney again, 10 for 20 lifetime. Gets a tricky inside post, and when Victor Espinoza wins a race in Saratoga, it'll be the first time he's won a race since forever. He's never won a race in Saratoga. I was surprised to read that stat.
Well, if he gets this kind of trip in the ballerina today he just had in the Princess Rooney down at Gulfstream, he's going to make quick work of this field. That's him on the outside, the yellow cap, her on the outside, CC, with Victor Espinoza. But look how easy he goes by this group, Victor does, and just a hand ride to the wire for CC. Now let's be clear here. Today's field is much, much tougher than what they ran in the Princess Rooney, but you get an idea of just how good she is.
And she shows up just about every single time she's on the racetrack. Look at that, 10 wins from 20 career starts, including that Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Michael McCarthy, Victor Espinosa, they'll team up with a 6-year-old mare. And, you know, it is going to be a tougher group, but you look at that last start, and it looks like coming back at 6, what she did, even in the Apple Blossom, in defeat, she has not lost a step, it doesn't look like.
No, at 6 years old, it looks like she's still in just as good a form as she was. And last year, she came off the Princess Rooney win, shipped here for the Ballerina. It was a tougher Ballerina last year, I think, with Gamine and the crew that signed on. This is a good race, but I thought that last year was tougher.
Yeah, perhaps, but the distance today that she gets to go, I think it's her premier distance. 7/8 of a mile, we call that a middle distance in racing. Not really a sprint, not really a route race. CC is so adaptable. She'll sit off a pace in here. There is some speed outside of her. She is down on the rail. She'll make her way out whenever she wants, if she's herself today, and you'll see that patented late run that she likes to put in.
Many of these names we're going to be talking about again in early November in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Let's head to our paddock set. Check in for the first time today with Jonathan Kinchin and Paul LaDuca.
Paul, we had a lot of fun races yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It was a
the
great
grade
day.
1 variety, but we're lucky enough to have another one here today, and it's going to be a really good one. I'm excited to see Cece out on the East Coast and to see her against Bella Sophia, Lady Rocket. There's a bunch of them in there.
It's a really good field. It really is. Obligatory in there is in very good form, 5 for 12 lifetime. You look at Goodnight Olive, which is sort of the wild card in this race, and she just ran on August 7th and won. But the mare on the rail, CC, even at age 6, you know, I thought Mig made a great point talking about Gamine and some of the horses that she's faced. She's very, very classy. And I think the rail spot is good for her, JK, because she can show speed, but she is very, very tactical, where a lot of these fillies need the front end.
Yeah, she'll probably, she can get away from there clean enough, you would think, to be able to avoid it. The big question mark is what's going to happen with Bella Sophia. We saw her have an outstanding 3-year-old year. Then she came back this year and was impressive, kind of back to her old tricks. And then her last race was not very good, and she has to deal with a horse like Obligatory as well.
You know, the thing you can poke into Bella Sophia's form is 4-horse field, 4-horse field, 5-horse field, 5-horse field, 4-horse field. Now that she's been getting the job done, yes, she won the Gallant Blossom, the Vagrancy by nose. She gets tough when she gets on the front end, but she needs to be on the front end. And I think the other part about it is she might not take money because of the barn. I mean, let's just be honest. Rudy Rodriguez only got 2 wins on the meet out of 72 starters, JK. So I think a lot of people don't trust her, maybe because of that too as well.
Yeah, and Obligatory obviously is a talented racehorse in her own right, but most of her big performances happen to take place at Churchill Downs. And last time I checked, I don't think we're at Churchill today.
I'm kind of with you because I actually think Travel Column's a little bit more interesting because Travel Column was so impressive off a big-time effort. And Obligatory, I get it, but I don't think she's in the same class as CC and some of these others.
We'll decide it in just a little bit. Race 9 on the card. Those Winchell colors looking pretty good on that canoe after that win by Epicenter, who has jumped to that clearly head of the division of this 3-year-old class. Your front runner for an Eclipse Award after that Run Happy Travers performance. You can play all the action today in this Pick 5 coming up with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Our favorite, the late Pick 5 coming up in a moment. We started off the Pick 6 a race ago with Call Me Harry stretching out, getting to the front, and Javier Castellano taking this one gate to wire for Joe Sharp. First off the claim. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
By winning owner of Call Me Harry, Jordan Wyckoff. And Jordan, feels like you kind of claim this guy out of that $45,000 for New York breds, going shorter with the intention of getting him to this mile here.
We definitely did want to stretch him out, but with the way the book was written, we were going for the 5 furlong race or the 5.5, and it got rained off the other day. So that was my only worry, that we were kind of training him that because you never know up here with the rain. So, but we definitely thought he could stretch, and the blinkers off. His first 2 wins were with blinkers off, and the only time he had been a mile the other time was, I think, against stakes horses, like some real horses. So we thought if we got on the lead, that we might be able to steal one.
You did, and you stole one with Javier Castellano, and she was joking. 25 for the opening quarter.
I thought it was wrong, to be honest. I mean,
It might be.
It might be. I told Javi, I said, stand out of there and make a point to be there, and everyone else should grab. And he did a great job, as always.
We see your dad usually here, Kirk Wyckoff. Truly a family business. And what I think people may not realize is you're truly an equestrian family living in southwestern Pennsylvania or eastern Pennsylvania. It's just horse country.
Yeah, and it's great because we have our first jump horse that we just took off their track to go to Carrie Brion to run in Aiken. My father-in-law is in steeplechase in Aiken, and I think Cross Border's next career will be as a jumper. He ran great yesterday, but he's done everything we could ask for him. So we figured a new home for him, not a new home, a new career would be great.
Well done to you. It's always fun to watch your horses, and congrats to Call Me Harry.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Maggie.
All right, winning first off the claim, guys. Jordan Wyckoff, Call Me Harry, Joe Sharp teaming up to steal this one on the front end.
Terrific meet for veteran rider, 4-time Eclipse Award winner Javier Castellano, nursing this one along perfectly.
Really found his form again, starting back at Belmont. My good friend Javier Castellano riding in career form again.
He is indeed, and look, he put him to sleep on the front end. Opening quarter in 25 seconds, which by racehorse time you start thinking in 12s when you're going around a ground as being legitimate pace. So a full second or 5-6 lengths slower than what would be an ordinary pace. That's going to give you a big advantage if you're the one doing it on the front end.
We begin the late pick 5 with a maiden special weight. Everyone looking for the first win of their career, and the majority of this field, with the exception of the 10, they're all debuting. 6 furlong sprint ahead. It is a puzzler. Todd Pletcher with the favorite. That is the 9. Love to Shop. There she is. Pletcher, do not forget, also getting and also eligible in off the AE list, the 11. Alpha Bell from that outside post. We'll have more on this race when we come back.
Among active sires standing at stud in 2022, only one sire has been a top 5 sire on the general sire list each of the last 8 years. Curlin, ranked number 5 in 2015. In 2016, Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5. A sire of 8 graded stakes winners in 2017. He sired 34 individual stakes performers in 2018. Number 2 on the sire list in 2019 with 11 graded stakes winners. He was number 4 on the general sire list in 2020. Last year, Curlin sired 13 graded stakes winners.
Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Curlin, a true breed shaper.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS1 coverage on this Sunday afternoon here from Saratoga Racecourse. Look at that beautiful 1863 club. Great spot to catch all the action at this historic racetrack. It's time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. And surprise, surprise, Todd Pletcher with the favorite, a first-time starter, that 9-horse at 5-2. He also has that 11 who draws in Alpha Bella as well at 9-2 on the board. Let's check in for a paddock report. Get more from Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, we'll take a look first at the 2 from trainer Todd Pletcher, starting with the 9, Love to Shop. And this one could be named for me as well, I will admit, though, of course, Mike Rapoli has certainly made plenty of puns with the likes of Stop Charging Maria, Stop Shopping Maria, and I would guess that this one is probably along those same lines. Now, this filly by Violence, she's out of a mare that was good sprinting on the dirt and on the turf. Typically, I don't love that the last 2 workouts coming here in Saratoga are from the gate. That often signifies to me that maybe it's a filly that's had a little bit of trouble breaking from the gate, that's maybe not the best coming out. Now, she was training primarily down at Monmouth, and watching those last 2 workouts on XVTV, she's actually broken well in both of them, though she kind of lurches herself forward a little bit, I noticed, coming out of the gate. She is a big, good-looking daughter of Violence, so she's not the kind of stoutest, quickest type of dirt sprinter physique, which leads me to believe that she's one that will appreciate a little bit more ground. But I would anticipate with those last couple of workouts from the gate, it's Todd Pletcher wanting to ensure that she breaks moving forward and that it'll be up to Irad Ortiz at that point. She's very fit, though, again, I do think that she'll appreciate as the distances get a little bit longer. The number 11, Alpha Bella, comes in off the also eligible list. She is a half-sister to Grade 3 winner Andina Del Sur, who was precocious. However, she was a turf horse. 4 out of the 5 siblings were winners, 3 of them here in the U.S. on the turf. The dam herself was a turf horse. So there's a lot of pedigree to suggest that maybe the grass would be her preferred surface. Her last 3 workouts are from the gate, and she has been based here throughout at Saratoga. Her most recent one was the sharpest. She broke very quickly out last time out, was very slow out of the gate, and that worked 2 back. She does have the outside post to navigate in here, and she's been a little bit green acting in the paddock. She's been hollering a little bit vocal throughout, just not completely focused in on what her job is. And she's on the smaller side. I do think that sprinting is what she wants to do, and seem to put the tack on. She seems to be kind of getting a little bit more into the groove, but I do think that she's perhaps just a little bit bewildered in her first start. The number 3, Soledad, goes out for trainer Bill Mott. Her work 2 back from the gate, which typically a pattern I do prefer seeing, was actually in company with the 2 Nurse Kringle Dances, along with another horse, Lexi Spirit. And Soledad was not the fastest one out of that 3. And she, in her last couple of workouts, has continued to hang on her inside left lead. She also debuts with short cup blinkers on, just a cheater cup. She's physically mature. There's a good size to her. She's just one that I'm going to watch, wait and see in this spot, as she's handled herself very professionally throughout here. I just haven't loved that in those workouts coming in that she hasn't switched her leads professionally. Finally, the number 1, the Great Maybe for Cherie DeVoe. She worked 10 flat at the OBS March 2-year-old sale, hanging on that inside left lead, but she was just going so easily, and her rider never asked her for anything. Typically, I like to see Cherie DeVoe's horses after a start, but this one is very fit, and she worked in company with an older horse, Dame Cinco, who we saw win a claiming race, albeit, but again, an older horse for Cherie the other day. An intriguing race for these 2-year-olds. I'll watch them out on track, so head over to the paddock set, check in with JK and Paul.
Thanks, Acacia. Look, this is one of those races where, you know, I think we kind of get spoiled sometimes on these weekends when these maiden races, there's a real buzzy horse you can either lean on or try to take a stand against. This feels like one of those races I just don't really know what's going on.
I'm kind of with you. This is a grab bag, especially when you have 2-year-old fillies for their first start. And, you know, the 10's the only one in here with any kind of experience because the 4 got scratched. That was the other horse in here. That's why the 11 gets in. And it's confusing because the 1's been working well in the morning. The 2 has been working well in the morning. They've all been working somewhat well. There hasn't been a horse that you can look at and say, hey, this horse hasn't been doing well. And you look at the 1, the Great Maybe, is an upstart filly. I have a Simon Pure mare. They paid $425,000. So there's a lot of hefty prices on these horses.
Yeah, you know, when you talk about the 11 towards the outside, Alphabella, you get Todd Pletcher, you get Irad. You get Todd Pletcher in there, and then also there's a rider change, right? It's not Irad.
Yeah, it's not Irad. No.
Yeah, but the point I wanted to make is that in this situation, when you look at the workout report and you see that there is the words that are kind of explaining they're braking a little bit slow, hesitated at the brake, broke a step slow.
Yeah.
Those aren't the type of horses I like to play in these situations.
No, you're right. I mean, you got to pay attention. When you look at the workout reports, you can't just look at whatever it is. They give them a grade, but you got to read what the comments behind them, because Mike Welsh does such a great job here at the DRF, him and David Gretting, and they do such a great job of telling you, hey, your horse broke a couple lengths slow, and it gives you a little indication, because in 2-year-old races, a lot of the races are won at the gate.
And on the 11 Alphabella, it's the Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, and oddly enough, Johnny was up for the last work, so Johnny familiar with this horse. The other horse I wanted to mention quickly before they get to the post parade is the 2 for Ian Wilkes. Ian Wilkes not known for winning with first-time starters, 4% in his career, only 4% in his career, but this horse is taking a little bit of money at 6-1.
Yeah, it's been working well, been working with an older horse early in the morning, and I think this horse is live as can be. And you look at some of the other hefty prices, they paid $7,000 for this filly.
Call to post coming up as we get set for this late pick 5. Father-son duo, Tony and Carson Gambaro with a call to post. We get set with a first-timer here for Cherie DeVaux, the Great Maybe.
Yeah, with the pedigree this horse has, I mean, the $425,000 sale, that sales work must have been very, very fast, and she might explode from the rail if she breaks well.
Here's the Ian Wilkes filly that Jonathan was talking about.
Yeah, like I said, Ian Wilkes doesn't win very often first time. This horse is taking money into the teeth of that stat.
Soledad, expensive ghost zapper filly debuting for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Wow, he looks like she's really focused on the racetrack. She's got some bullets in her holster in the morning and a pretty good pedigree.
Loving on the run, Al Stahl, Run Happy debuter.
Yeah, a filly here by Run Happy out of a Street Cry mare. Been working pretty steady here at Saratoga.
21-1 on this filly here, Bella Michelle for Carlos Martin.
If you know someone named Bella, a lot of opportunities today. Bella Michelle, we got Alpha Bella, Bella Sophia.
I threw them all in.
Quiescent at 19-1. Flavian Pratt will ride.
This is my long shot right here. I think you need to use this horse. Reportedly in the morning, been working pretty fast, and when Flavian gets on a horse, you got to start paying attention.
Chad Brown, first-time starter. I'm a Country Girl, has Jose Ortiz.
I'm a Country Girl, has a bunch of dirt works with one turf work sprinkled in there. That makes me think Chad's trying to figure her out.
Here's the 5-2 favorite for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this is a filly by Violence. Violence was a brilliant 2-year-old. Unluckily, he got hurt after his 2-year-old season, but been working well at Monmouth and came here for 2 works.
Maria from Miami, the only one with experience in the race.
Has some experience, but unfortunately hasn't done much running in those 2 races.
And went backward start 1-2 as well. And then the also eligible draws in for Todd Pletcher as well with John Velasquez.
You know, such an interesting pedigree here, Greg, because you have a Justify on the top, obviously a Triple Crown winner. They went to a Singspiel mare, so turf on the bottom side, and this horse draws in, could be very, very dangerous, but you're wondering if this is a start to maybe go on the turf the next time, but obviously they've worked this horse well over the dirt.
Well, back to the rail filly for Cherie DeVaux. This is the Great Maybe. Javier Castellan just started off the pick 6. He'll try and go back-to-back here. And it's this what we're going to show you, the reason that a sire stands for $10,000, that this filly went for $425,000.
I have a question for you, Tom. When you watch 2-year-old in training sales works, how difficult is it to decipher when they're working on synthetic like they do at OBS as opposed to on the dirt?
I think the question goes deeper than that, to be honest with you, Mig. I think the question is, how do you decipher the works they're giving you? That is those consigners Kentucky Derby.
Right.
They'll do whatever it takes to make them go a fast 1/8 of a mile. When those horses come to you as a trainer, you're taking that out of them and trying to get them to show you that they can take that speed and carry the distance of ground. An 1/8 of a mile in 10 seconds is not what you're trying to do as a trainer, but it's exactly what you're trying to do when you're trying to sell horses at the 2-year-old training sales. So it's a real yin and a yang in terms of what's going on with those horses.
The one thing that stood out to me about that work, though, was a lot of times you'll see those babies under heavy urging to get that 8th as fast as they possibly can. And that horse was not under that kind of intense pressure that you see a lot of times.
I do agree with that, and they're tricky. So those consigners, they'll do everything from the left side. So if they're going to if they're going to use the crop at all, they're going to do it from the left side where you can't see it on the pan angle as well. And if they're using their hands a lot, they'll sometimes use their left hand more than their right. And they'll go out to the middle of the racetrack because oftentimes when they're doing those sales, they've got 100 horses that are working before they take a break and renovate the track again. They're looking for that best path. A 1/5 of a second in that 1/8 of a mile work is a difference of a couple $100,000 at the bidding window.
That's amazing. 3 minutes away from the start of the pick 5. So here's the favorite, and the price coming down even more now on Love to Shop, Rapoli Stable. St. Elias teaming up here with Todd Pletcher and the meet's leading rider.
Getting a real nice impression on the track, too, isn't she? She's really very professional. I like when you see these horses, young horses, leave the pony and act that professional, Tom.
I think particularly when you're making your first start with a young horse, and 9 of the 10 in here are debuting, and even the 10 horse who's had a couple of starts is still a beginner by anybody's standard. You know, it's great to have a horse that's physically talented, but you got nothing if you don't have him mentally right and mentally talented, mentally able to handle something for the first time that you can't practice in the mornings. We can't put 8 or 9 horses in the gate in the mornings. We can't get these horses to understand dirt in the face like they will when they get their first race. So it's really, really important that mentally they're correct and that they do the lessons right. Paul mentioned it on the desk down there. He's so right. Everything's going to be about the break. I don't know who you're going to pick in this race specifically, but if you're picking one of the first-time starters, one of the 9 of the 10, it's all about what happens in that first 50 yards out of the gate. Can you position well? Is your horse handling the track? Look, a bad break, and there'll be some that will have a bad break, and you just put yourself in a terrible position.
Pick 5 pool closing in on $900,000 on the Sunday card. Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to take a look at Al Stahl's trainee, the daughter of Run Happy, Loving on the Run, as Dylan Davis gave this filly a big warm-up. She does debut with short cut blinkers on, and from what I can tell from watching her workouts in the morning on XVTV, she has been training in those blinkers too. Her last workout was in company with Evan Singh, who we saw just wire the field in a nice allowance race for trainer Al Stahl, and that's a 3-year-old, a horse with a lot more foundation, who has a lot of speed, and to my eye, this filly was going better than him. I thought that was really, really intriguing. She's one that maybe just has just a little bit of baby fat still on her, but overall, I really like what I see from her at a big price. I thought that she was one that could outrun her odds. She's really well muscled in her hindquarters, and I liked the warm-up that Dylan Davis gave her. Though she does debut with those blinkers on, she looks like she has been really focused and well aware of her job. Then number 2, Nurse Kringle Dances. I don't know where that name came from, but as I mentioned, the gate work two-back was in company with 2 other horses, including Soledad. So 2 in this field have actually broken from the gate together. This one broke the fastest in that team of 3, and as you can see on the track, she is sharp today. Julian Lepper has kept her with the pony out on the track, though. She was a little bit green when they first got out there. She's gotten herself a little bit hot. I do expect her to be quick out of the gate if he can keep her focused and settled a little bit more. She's one, again, given that stat that Jonathan had mentioned with Ian Wilkes and his firsters, I'd want to watch one, especially just how revved up she's gotten herself on track, but do expect her to be forward. The number 8, I'm a country girl, excuse me, by More Than Ready. She is one that looks like she fits the conditions perfectly. She looks like a dirt sprinter. She's very solid, but she did have that workout on the turf a couple back, and she also has been working with a turf horse in the morning. So I'm not completely sold as to where she wants to be, and I do think that the big price on the board for a Chad Brown firster tells a lot. The fact that she's double-digit odds right now. She had a nice solo warm-up. She's done everything well so far, just versus some of the horses that she's facing in here. She hasn't wowed by any means as of yet, but your favorite, she makes a lot of sense, Greg. We'll see how she gets out of the gate, as that'll be key for a lot of these young fillies.
That's Love to Shop in those familiar royal blue and orange silks. So Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz Jr. It's 2-1, so pretty solid favorite in this spot.
Very solid favorite in this spot. And, you know, a lot of that has to do with the connections. I fully understand that. but the pedigree's there for Love to Shop. I mean, we all are very familiar with Talk Vu to me, or Talk Vu, however you want to pronounce the name, because nobody could pronounce it right during her whole career. But, you know, multiple stakes winner and a graded stakes winner at that. And you've got a full sister here in Love to Shop. That's a win early pedigree right there.
So about to load up. Going to start this pick 5 later in the sequence. If you're playing this pick 5, what'd you guys think in terms of weight? Anywhere to narrow down? Did you think CC was one where you were going to try and do that?
So full disclosure, I'm playing the pick 5. I've already made it. I've made that bet. I thought that in the CC race, believe it or not, in an attempt to try to steal the whole pool, I went all in that race. I did take Wit as my single in the race before in the restricted stake on the grass. I thought his last race was very, very good.
Yeah, it's a better talk now. Race 8 ran very good, shifting to the lawn for Pletcher. And he'll get another chance. He's coming out of a grade 2. That was in the Hall of Fame. He ran so good.
Took a while to settle, but when he found his stride, he really finished well. I thought he was impressive in his turf debut. I went up on the 3 sold out here. The mare won her first 8 starts. She was 10 for 14 lifetime. And this horse got a strong work tab for Bill Mott.
There's Bella Michelle stepping in. Eric Cancel will ride. We're set for the late pick 5 on this Sunday card from Saratoga. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial for the call.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Maria from Miami from the outside. There goes Quiescent. And it is Quiescent who grabs the lead. Now moving up is I'm a Country Girl to challenge. And down at the rail is the Great Maybe as they race up the backstretch. It is I'm a Country Girl who has the lead. Advancing at the rail is the Great Maybe into second. Quiescent and Maria from Miami right together, third and fourth. And then comes Love to Shop next in fifth. On the far outside is Alphabella next in sixth. Lovin' on the Run runs in seventh. Farther back, it is Nurse Kringle Dances, along with Soledad, and trailing the field is Bella Michelle. The quarter went in 22 seconds as they come for the top of the stretch, and it is the Great Maybe who has taken over the lead from I'm a Country Girl, the half in 45-1. The Great Maybe has the lead in the stretch and has opened up here. The Great Maybe has a 6-length lead. And then comes Quiescent. Down at the rail is Nurse Kringle Dances, and on the outside is Love to Shop. It is the Great Maybe, and it's a 3-win Sunday at Saratoga for Javier Castellano. Close for second between Love to Shop and Quiescent.
The Great Maybe, convincing victory in her debut. You heard about the big day Javier Castellano is having. He goes back-to-back to start off this pick 6.
Impressive from the rail, the way she was able to get her position and then just power away at will. Javier was at Charlestown on Friday night, Monmouth yesterday, back in Saratoga today with a 3-win day.
This was a really good race by the Great Maybe from the 1 hole, which is a difficult post for a young horse with no experience to break from, because there's no doubt they're going to get crowded down in there with all those horses outside them. But the Great Maybe, that final time is also quite good. This is a horse you're going to hear from. Very nice. And that 10 flat work we watched over there, it looks like they were able to change it to make the last 8th 10 flat today, because this horse roared home.
8-1 to start the late pick 5, 197 finish as we go paddock side to JK and Paulie.
Yeah, this was impressive, JK, because we knew that she was quick, but she got hustled out of the gate to get in position. She got underneath the 8, I'm a Country Girl, and then she just got into cruise control.
Yeah, it's not easy to win from down there either. You know, everything's kind of got to go your way, or you got to be really good. Things went her way, but she kind of made her own trip. She popped away from there. She cleared these other horses, and at the end of the day, she opened up and won pretty easily.
No, she really did, and Cherie DeVoe just does a tremendous job, ex-assistant to Chad Brown, and there is Cherie. She's got to be happy. And Greg, she doesn't usually crank them out first time out. This is going to be a dangerous filly going forward.
Yeah, it would seem like sky's the limit. A sire that stands for $10,000. This one sold for $425,000 for that trainer right there, Cherie DeVoe. That's Tom. How fun is it to make that winning phone call?
Yeah, you know, if you're talking to the owners, everybody's really excited because the sky's the limit. You've got a young filly that, obviously showed today she's not only just a good maiden, but dominated a group of horses and did it in a very fast fashion. So this is what horse ownership's all about. You put your head on the pillow tonight, you're dreaming about Christmas. There's no doubt about it. And Christmas in horse racing terms is, that first Friday or Saturday in May, depending if it's a girl or a boy.
Or Kentucky Oaks odds just plummeted. 8-1. The Great Maybe first time out. Very impressive from the rail, winning convincingly. We're going to look back on the big one of the meet. The Run Happy Travers and the clear-cut leader of this 3-year-old division after his performance on Saturday. Epicenter, dominant. We'll be back.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS1 coverage. Saratoga Spa State Park. A lot of great trails. Got to try the water too. A must. I'm going to load up on the fresh water on the trip home.
You're going to fill a bunch of jugs?
Oh, yeah.
No.
What's that?
The water. Come on, man.
You don't want it?
No.
The ones in the state park are good. The
Well,
one
they
out
have,
here is
they
too
have
much
fresh
sulfur.
water too.
Okay, I'm into the fresh
the fresh water is outstanding.
Big Red Springs, no.
Nope.
Javier Castellan back-to-back. He's got 3 on the day. And 8-1 here on the Great Maybe. Impressive. First time out for this 2-year-old filly, trained by Cherie DeVoe. Let's go to Acacia.
And so pleased to be joined by Cherie as the Great Maybe wins at first asking. Cherie, we saw that 10 flat work from her from the OBS sale, and you said this is the first winner that you actually bought, too.
Well, it's the first horse I actually bid on, and we were lucky enough to secure her for the Jacksons. And, she's been a really lovely filly who's, you can see on the video of her work, she is really quick. So when she came to the barn, it was not about fitness building, it was about getting her to relax. And she just went out there and was so lovely, didn't break the sharpest, but cruised up there in hand and kicked away nicely.
It's a much different training process, too, for horses coming from the 2-year-old sales versus if you have a homebred or one that's been bought as a yearling.
Correct. They're amped and ready to go, and there's 2 schools of thought. Some may want an early runner, and you keep pushing them forward. With her and the Jacksons are really patient, and she went back to the Demericks and took some time to get over the rigors of the sale mentally. And when we first breezed her, it was apparent that she was all go. So I have to credit to my team who've all worked with her in the mornings. We have Martin Pedrosa, who is an old ex-jockey, and he's really gotten along with her and worked with her to just get her to settle down.
I noticed she had worked too with an older horse in Dame Cinco, who we saw win a claiming race for you the other day. Talk a little bit about finding company for a horse that's so quick in the mornings.
Well, you're trying to find something to suit what you're trying to do. So it was her first work over the track, and Dame Cinco is a pretty straightforward workhorse where, you know, you get a 2-year-old, if they're green, they get on each other, they hook up, they want to go too fast. So, you know, with a work like that, it's just trying to get her, it was her first work over the track, trying to just not let her do too much. Like I said, we had been working with her to scale her back and not, she always had the speed. And, you know, it's rewarding when you see it come out there, because in the morning we were trying to do the exact opposite.
Well, great insight, great training job. Congratulations, Sheree.
Thank you so much.
The great maybe, no questions asked today, though, Greg, and a nice price of 8-1.
And a bright, bright future, if that's the starting point for this 2-year-old filly. $18.40 to kick off our late pick 5.
Yeah, a brilliant effort. You can see, look at that stride, Richie. I mean, when you're on top of a horse and you feel it underneath you, it just must be like silk.
Oh, and you know, they're good ones, and they carry you. It's something I like to say. It's not how fast you're going; it's how you're going fast. And she just did that so comfortably. It looked like fun. That's when I miss it, when I see a good one.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day goes to the Great Maybe. One to keep your eyes on. Sounds like we're going to hear a lot more from her with that impressive debut. What a day we had on Saturday at this meet. The signature race of the meet with so much riding on it, too. Leadership of the division vaulted to whoever won this race, forefront for an Eclipse Award, and Epicenter left no doubt who the best 3-year-old is right now.
He did, and he needed to. This is a horse that all spring leading up to the Kentucky Derby, everybody was talking about Epicenter into the Kentucky Derby. He went off favored in the Derby, and he couldn't deliver on that big stage. He came back to the Preakness 2 weeks later, and again, for whatever reason, you can say what you want, tough trip, everything like that. He didn't deliver there either, but finally, he got to come in, and instead of all the talk, he walked the walk in this race as he raced perfectly behind what I think is some pretty quick fractions. He's in the perfect spot, gets out when he wants, and just dominates this group.
It was a dominating performance. And the way he went into the pocket there, into the first turn, like you were talking about, in hand, comfortable. He wasn't pulling. He's just waiting on Joel Rosario to ask him for his best. Came out from behind horses into the stretch and just powered away. This was a breakout performance. He'd been good, but he took his game to another level.
I agree with that. And Epicenter all winter in New Orleans, and I watched him train a bunch, was about his speed. And that's what won races for him. And they have transformed this horse. And when I say they, I'm talking about the Asmussen team. His barn has transformed this horse, made him a horse that's kind to rate, made him a horse that'll finish up on the end. He's a mature horse now. He's a mentally stronger horse than that speed horse we saw back in the spring. And all you can say is it's a great training job by the team to get him to do something different than what he was doing, and it's paid off big time.
You're not supposed to be able to win a race of this magnitude as quiet as Joel Rosario was there late in this race.
Well, Joel's a rider that makes as little use of his horses as possible. He's not a guy that's going to win off by 10 lengths, you know, whipping and driving. And you saw him taking those glances back there, just making sure he had the victory secured. But Epicenter was just very good. And looking at him physically, and I'm curious to get your take, Tom, because you watched him earlier in the year, a younger 3-year-old. He looks like a bigger, stronger horse.
He was
now.
always big, always mature, always strong. But I think the change we've seen has been mentally, that he's different now. And that win picture with the Winchells, with the Asmussens, stop and think for a second. This group, there have been many, many people that have come into the game of racing and thinking they're going to dominate it. They're going to put up the money. They're going to take over. And they all leave with their tail between their legs. But when you look at Asmussen and the Winchells, and you think about horses like Epicenter, or our second-place finisher, Cyberknife, Sire, Gun Runner, Winchells, Asmussen, I think we're starting to see something that could become a dynasty. And I know those are big words that I'm putting out there, but, man, these guys, they're powerful, this group.
This horse, John, like he had been, we know, the most consistent 3-year-old of this group as well. This is his first Grade 1 win, but 2, importantly in this race, this was the first, I know he won the Jim Dandy, was impressive, but figures-wise, it was sort of what he'd been running before. This was a true big leap forward as well in terms of the races that he ran.
I agree with that, and I'll add to that. His Jim Dandy race was a different type of race than what he'd been running. He sat back, he let everybody beat each other up on the front end. He went by them like they were standing still in that race, and that may have signified what we saw yesterday, a big jump in his speed figure, in his effort. He certainly had it yesterday.
So a race, one of the big ones missing from the resume of the winningest trainer in the history of the sport here in North America, Steve Asmussen, guys. He gets that Travers, and likely the Swan song. Look, he's going to have to tackle older company probably going forward from here. Good one to go out on against strictly 3-year-olds.
I would think so, right? I mean, he was dynamic yesterday, JK. We were talking about it, and he just stamped himself as the best 3-year-old. I mean, ultimately, he just stamped it. And I want to go back to the start because I want to ask Mig a little bit. Everybody was wondering, okay, we were going to take back. I want you to watch how Joel Rosario just lets him with the open reins. See how his reins are open, JK? And he's just letting him get into position by himself. This was the old Epicenter that we were used to before launching to last, and Joel gets him right to the rail. The race was over right now.
Oh, absolutely. He got such a great position in here, and when he was that close, knowing that he was going to finish the way that he did, I think if you had a wager on Epicenter, you were feeling pretty confident a majority of this race. And I do think he'll probably go on to face Olders, you know, running that 112 buyer. You know, that's the type of race there's no one's going to scare you off. But I think they'll probably work backwards from the Classic and just say, where's the best spot to get him ready for the Classic? I don't think they're going to care. They're not going to chase a Grade 1 prior to that. They're not going to go to a prestigious race just to say they did it. I think they're going to try to find the easiest spot for him to get him ready for the Classic. Because if they win the Classic, then all those sad stories of the Derby and the Preakness don't really matter anymore.
That might be a tough proposition. Obviously, he looks sensational. You got Flightline, you got Life is Good that he's going to be meeting, obviously, in the Classic. But at this point, I mean, he is the clear-cut leader from Eclipse Award, would you say?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, what we saw yesterday took him to the front of the class, and deservingly so. It was a field that was a little bit muddled as to who was going to be the leader. I mean, we had Rich Strike in there. He's our Kentucky Derby winner. On that first Saturday in May, Rich Strike was the best 3-year-old in the country. But he had to show he could come back and do it again. It's not like, you know, sinking a 50-foot putt in golf. You don't have to do it twice to get the score on the hole. But in horse racing, you have to keep showing that you're the type of horse that can take on all comers. And I think Epicenter yesterday showed not only is he ready to take on all comers, but he's the best by far.
That was the Dunkin' Dash Performers of the Week, as you saw, brought to you, of course, by Dunkin' Donuts. What an effort, what a performance. It's going to be fun to see him now taking that next step, tackling older company likely in that next start.
Well, we've seen historically good 4-year-olds usually a little better than the good 3-year-olds. You know, we go back to Seattle, I mean, not Spectacular Bid and Affirmed. Affirmed was better than Spectacular Bid. We've seen it through the years. Seattle Slew was a little better than Affirmed, but this is a good horse that's getting better at the right time.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More to come. Not just about Run Happy Travers Saturday. The Graveyard claimed another victim yesterday. It was a big one. Likely the biggest upset since the Triple Crown champ got beat when Keen Ice beat American Pharaoh. Jackie's Warrior defeated. What an effort from Cody's Wish. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. McCulloch has taken the lead in deep stretch, and it will be McCulloch. The English bred McCulloch is the winner.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney viewing stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney viewing stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney viewing stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack.
The Queen of Saratoga did so much for this racetrack in this town, and that Whitney viewing stand. Great spot to catch those morning workouts on that Oklahoma training track.
Nothing like being out in the morning and watching these beautiful equine athletes work out. The setting in Saratoga is so tranquil and beautiful. And then to have a stand like that to me is a living monument to Mary Lou Whitney.
Today was the day to do it, too. I worked over on the grass course this morning with a couple of horses, and it was very popular. A lot of horses working over the grass. If you really want to see an elegant athlete in action, watch them work over the grass. I mean, they are beautiful. I mean, they're ballerinas, you know, and they're just so physically fit and gifted. It's what makes you love the sport.
I love the way they finish their works on the turf, coming home faster than they begin, and that's kind of how turf racing is run, the same way they work over it.
We're going to be on the lawn in this one coming up here to start the pick four. 5.5 furlong sprint on the grass for non-winners of 3 Lifetime. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start with your current favorite, the number 2, Freedom of the Press, who does take a drop in class after she was favored last time without the easiest trip. Now, she did steady back, but she also looked to me in that last race like the type of horse who just wasn't completely settled. She kind of had her head high up. She was closing on the left lead. She finished up pretty well in that effort, though, and she's such a big, robust type of filly. She carries her condition from race to race, and my concern with her last time was actually the 5.5 furlongs. And once again, I don't think it's probably the distance that she prefers given her size, but I do think with the drop in class, and she's typically a little bit more forward than she was last time out with that troubled trip. She's done everything well here in the paddock, as once they put the tack on, she could kind of perk up a little bit too. But taking a look at a couple of others, the number 6, Summer at the Spa, goes back down to this level. This mare for Michelle Nevin last time out, as she was one who was towards the back. She kept dropping back and losing position against tougher competition. She was another one that didn't look really settled there and just kind of weaving through traffic. And it is tough for horses at this level in particular, and especially for a big mare, when they get blocked in the stretch to re-rally. It takes a very athletic horse to do that, and she wasn't really able to re-rally after her momentum was stopped in the stretch. So hopefully we're going to see her get a better trip in here today too, and she is one that is sharper today. I like that about her. I expect against this level of competition, we'll see her maybe not have to drop as far back as she did last time out. Incredibly fit, making her third step back with Michelle. The number 9, Weekend Fun. Short blinkers go on for her, and I think that that's to add a little bit more focus. She seemed a little bit reluctant to me last time out in responding to Dylan Davis and not really kind of wanting to go in between horses and through the holes as he started to ask her, a hole kind of closed up, and she just never really seemed the most game, the most tenacious in the stretch. So those blinkers go on, and I like that for her as she does look to improve off of that 4th place finish last time out. It's the equipment change for me, Greg, that I think should make a difference with Dylan Davis in the saddle.
Yeah, there she is. Good. Thank you, Acacia. Going to put the blinkers on for the first time. Looking for her 2nd win over the lawn, coming out of an open 32 claiming race. This for non-winners at 3 Lifetime, and she's 12-1 on the board.
And she did have some trouble. She just never looked really comfortable. It was just a very tight spot. Even though she didn't really have to check, it just wasn't a comfortable position.
So our favorite just leaving your screen right there, and we'll get a look at again. Freedom of the Press, Luis Saez for Jimmy Ferraro, who had a troubled trip last time out because of that, and everyone's seen it.
Yeah.
That's the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, checked hard about the 4.5 pole in the last start. Good finish, and really wasn't ridden hard the last part of the race. You know, kind of wasn't going to get there. We'll save it for next time.
Call to post as we are 6 minutes away here from race 7. Again, pick 4 begins here. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Ogotten Girl begins things, who does have some speed from the inside.
Yeah, and I would think that's what she's going to have to do. She was claimed 2 starts back, and now Irad Ortiz Jr. will get aboard.
Here's the favorite. So Freedom of the Press, that trouble trick we just mentioned, Luis Saez.
Yeah, ran okay a couple starts back where she was hooked up in a fast pace, had a tough trip last time. I think she's going to take another step forward here today.
This filly just won at the meet back on August 13th to get through that N2L condition.
Yeah, I think she might be tough right back, Greg. She took the blinkers off. I thought she was impressive. I think she can repeat.
Bastet, she's had 6 tries on turf. She's only hit the board once.
Yeah, 0 for 6 on the turf, 0 for 6 this year. I don't need her in this spot.
Towering Orbit is going to try turf for the first time.
Yeah, and just an unknown for Charlie Baker. But Charlie Baker's very, very sharp trainer, although dirt to turf, he's 0 for 18 this year.
Seemingly very quick work over the grass late July here. Summer at the Spa, John Velasquez aboard, 7-2.
She had a great trip 2 back, didn't do much with it, got 3rd, and then didn't have a great trip last time, but still didn't do much running. I prefer others.
Lucky Latkes has Javier Castellan the hot hand today.
Yeah, and this is a mare, a 5-year-old mare, one of the older ones in here that has a couple races to go to, but she still needs to pick up her feet a little bit.
22-1 Kinder Carmouche on High School Crush.
She's got one okay race back in 2021 that makes her competitive in here, but everything else surrounding that doesn't.
Acacia was talking about weekend fun. Blinkers going on.
Well, this is the hunch play, isn't it? It's been a lot of fun on this weekend so far. Blinkers do go on for James Begg, who sent out some horses that have been live.
And Cinderella's Cause, 3 tries on grass, yet to hit the board.
She's got a ton of speed, but that speed is kind of newly found. So although she hasn't run well on the turf before, she seems like she might be kind of a new horse. I like her a lot at 20-1.
4 minutes away from our pick 4 coming up, the historic Belmont Fall Meet. It's going to be run at Aqueduct this year. You can get ready for it with a Belmont at the Big A Bankroll Builder. Earn a $20 bonus for Belmont at the Big A today to qualify. Bet $50 to win on any one horse in the Ballerina, today's feature. And you'll get that $20 bonus whether you win or lose. Play the Bankroll Builder, Saratoga, every Saturday, Sunday. Don't forget, you got to opt in for that promotion as well. 3 minutes away from our pick 4 coming up. Let's go back to Acacia.
Really pleased to be joined by a special guest, my dear friend Shona Rotundo, to talk a little bit about the inaugural Horse Racing Women's Summit. Shona, for those wondering just kind of what it is, why should we think about attending the Women's Summit?
Yeah, of course. So first off, I just want to share that it does take place at Santa Anita Park. That's in Arcadia, California, September 28th to 30th. And you can get tickets at womeninracingsummit.com. So head over there. You can get tickets today. And yeah, we get this question a lot. It's it's the inaugural event. So really what we want to do this year is just bring bright minds together. So the goal is to have anyone who's in a leadership position or is on the brink of a leadership position, you know, to join us and take part and get on the ground floor of these important conversations for the industry. One example I do like to share is that one of the women on our planning committee, her name's Kelly Hill. She works in commercial real estate, but she also owns horses. So you don't necessarily have to be in the industry. If you're just connected to horse racing and want to invest in the future of this business, then this is the place for you.
Some panel discussions, some great things to expect. What are some things that we can look forward to, and maybe some draws for people wanting to attend?
Yeah, so there are definitely going to be some topics that are specific to women. So things like thriving in a male-dominated industry is definitely a topic we want to talk about. But it's also very broad. So we're talking about topics that are important just generally, you know, such as growth of the industry. So like fractional ownership at scale comes to mind. You know, at My Racehorse is something that we focus on a lot. But then also, you know, how's the sports betting community now going to be kind of transferred over to the horse player community? So just a lot of really great conversation focused on generally growing the business and the industry. And also it's important to note it's not just for men. We would love, or not just for women rather, we would love men to come as well. I think any opportunity to create change needs to be a group effort. So welcome everyone that can make it happen.
We love that. So proud of all the efforts. Wishing you all the best and a great inaugural Horse Racing Women's Summit to come.
Thanks so much, Acacia. Appreciate it.
And don't forget, guys can come too, Greg.
Would love to be there. We've seen some great ownership groups. Lady Sheila Stables made some big impacts in the sport as well on this circuit. As we see the two, what's going on here, Tom, with freedom of the press?
Well, a lot of times when you're in the paddock and you're saddling your horse, you want to put the saddle just right for the rider to use his weight against the horse and for him to feel comfortable to saddle on his withers, which is really that right where the blanket starts on his back. And sometimes horse is not acting right, or the saddle will tend to shift back, and the rider's like, hey, this isn't the most comfortable spot for me. I want to change it a little bit. I want to move it forward. I want to move it back, Richie. And as a trainer, that's what you want. You want the rider to be totally comfortable on your horse. So if I ever see one of my horses at the gate with the saddle being changed, I got no problem with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, and it's different for how a rider's built. Like, I was a tall rider. I actually like my saddle back just a little bit more than maybe somebody smaller like Luis Saez might like it. I remember once I was warming a horse up for Wayne Lucas. I was running in a 1 3/8 race on the grass at Belmont, and I didn't like the saddle. And I was going to go get it changed, and George Velasquez said, no, he hates when you get the saddle changed. So I left the gate the way it was, and I was on her ears into the first turn, and saddle slipped. I should have got it changed.
And that's another thing. If you ride a rider a lot, you know how they like the saddle. So, I mean, you can actually position the saddle as a trainer for specific riders. And the riders have their valets. They help you saddle the horse. They certainly know how their rider likes the saddle to be, and they'll remind you if you got it in the wrong spot.
Guys, there's our 2-1 favorite. It looks like Luis Saez got everything all settled with that saddle, and she remains the one to beat.
Yeah, look, I like this horse. Like we talked about, during the post parade, 2 races back at Belmont when they were going 6 furlongs, she was involved in a very fast pace. Got a little bit tired and was 5th that day. I like when horses get involved in fast paces and show some grit and then just get a little tired late and then come back at a shorter distance. I liked her last time, and she just kind of had a tough trip. She got steadied a little bit in there, and I think that she's going to run better in here today. At least I'm hopeful.
Well, she gets the inside slot, right? So getting the 2 posts is advantageous to her. Trained to Artemis. You like the 10 a little bit, Cinderella cause. Tell me why.
It's speed on the turf sprinting. I love those types. I don't love her to win in this spot. I'm going to bet a little bit for her to win, but I do think that she could hit the board.
First time back on the turf for the 10 in a long time, since November of last year.
3 starts to the turf, never first, second, and third, but sometimes that can be deceiving. Her 3 starts were 2 route races, which she doesn't want to do, and the first start of her career, which you can forgive a first start, dirt or turf, before you start saying, hey, this is a horse just dirt or just grass. So, yeah, interesting horse, Cinderella's Cause, as is the one, Ogotten Girl, the other speed in the race, in my opinion, claimed and ran back in a week's time, which is quick back at a much higher level than this. Then they gave this horse the proper time to come back today. I could see the one sneaking away from this group early and being tough down the lane.
Yeah, 8-1 with a Rat Ortiz Jr. in a drop in class, 50,000 starter allowance, down to non-winners of 3 lifetime claiming. Surprised to see that this one didn't take more attention.
Yeah, I am as well.
2-1 favorite though, freedom of the press. Luis Saez for Jimmy Ferraro. Compromise trip last time out. See if we can get clean going today. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They are all in line. And they're off. Far outside, Cinderella's Cause going out for the lead. Now moving on through to a challenge there is High School Crush. As they move up the backstretch, make that train to Artemis, who now has the lead. And Freedom of the Press is racing in second. Down on the inside is Ogotten Girl in third, with Cinderella's Cause now back running in fourth. Bastet is down at the rail next in fifth. Weekend Fun is on the far outside. And in between horses is Summer at the Spa. And then we come back to a Lucky Luckas, followed next by High School Crush. Trailing the field is Towering Orbit. The quarter went in 22 seconds. As they hit the head of the stretch, Train to Artemis on the lead here. Train to Artemis has opened up on the field here. Train to Artemis has built a 7-length lead. And then it's Ogotten Girl who's racing in second, On the outside, gaining ground here is a Towering Orbit, but no threat to this winner. Trained to Artemis, much the best here, eased up at the end. Towering Orbit, a clear-cut second, and it looked like High School Crush came on to complete the trifecta.
That was dominant. You don't win by those kind of margins sprinting on the grass very often. 30th winner of the meet for Flavien Prat, teaming up here with Saffie Joseph Jr.
He's really hit his form here. You know, the first few weeks he rode well here, but it seems like he's settled in and gotten so comfortable with Saratoga and understanding how to get it done up here. There's so many good riders here, Tom. I would say, though, his game is the most complete game. Some guys may do certain things better than him, but he does everything well, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, but I mean, how about what he was on today? I mean, that was a huge performance by Trained Artemis. You know, Sappy took the blinkers off last time he ran him and got a win. And an interesting win at that. But now he's moving into a different level. He's facing horses that have all done what he did last time, and the blinkers off was the trick, I guess, again, because he showed a lot of speed, and they weren't going slow. He put them all away, including his co-favorite, the 2, Freedom of the Press. And when they cut the corners, you often see on the turf course, what looks like a length lead turns into 5 lengths after they take that short trip.
So she jumped to her right lead. He asked her a little bit, and she just spread the field. And I'm not surprised that a little surprised she made the lead, but more surprised how easily she made the lead.
Yeah, look, the margin of victory was pretty dominant. And I didn't see that coming, but she has definitely improved since the blinkers off. Now 2 for 2.
18-1, 37-1 underneath. Guys, if you like this one, unfortunately, Pratt was aboard because it seems like almost anybody in that jockey room could have ridden this filly to victory.
No, absolutely. Yeah, he definitely didn't help the price. I'm sure there's a couple of other guys you would have wished were on there if you liked this filly. I will say this, you know, I talk about it often on the show, Paulie. Turf sprints are usually won with horses that are forwardly placed or happen to find the lead. I just like the guys on the other side. I didn't see Trained Artemis making the front like this.
No, I like this horse just based on the last effort. I thought there was going to be more speed, but when he hit the front end with this filly, Flavien, and that's what makes him so underrated. He's more aggressive than people think. He's such a great rider on the turf, but I think he learned out in California, and Mig will tell you this. In California, when they go on the dirt, they go quick, 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 quick. And here in the East Coast, they don't really. They take back a little bit. And I think Flavien has that going forward attitude with his horses. And he just said, I'm just going to take no prisoners here. I got the best horse.
Well, he took no prisoners in this one. You see those big prices in behind, 18-1, 37-1. In turf sprints, that usually tells the story. They went fast early, and there was horses that were closing in, like Towering Orbit and High School Crush. But the winner was a horse that was forwardly placed. That was pretty impressive.
Trained Artemis, slight second choice here to start off the late pick 4 on this Sunday card. Saffie Joseph, Ken Ramsey, Flavien Prat winning connections. We'll have the prices when we come back, and then it's the better talk now on a mile on the turf. Stay with us.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Pro
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS1, program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Underway in our late pick 4 on this Sunday card, and Train to Artemis. This was a dominant performance. Flavian Pratt aboard for Safi Joseph Jr., owned by Ken Ramsey. Tapazar filly gets her second win on the turf. Let's go to Acacia.
Train to Artemis, the train to the winner's circle, more like it, Flavian, as this filly has quite a bit of speed, and it seemed like there could have been some other pace in the race, but she just got so comfortable on the front end.
Yeah, well, she jumped so well. I kind of used that in my advantage, and I was able to make the lead. Then I gotta get a good breezer around the turn, and she responded really well actually when I asked her to make a run down the lane.
She's now had 2 wins in a row. You've been aboard for both. How have you seen her progress from last time to today? As of course today she was stepping up to that next level of competition.
No, it was nice. As I said, I think the fact that she broke so well and got us into the race, it was 5.5. It's a big advantage.
Coming up in the Better Talk now, you're going to be aboard Napoleonic War once again as he comes out of the Belmont Derby. Do you think a little bit less ground is going to be the key for him?
Yeah, I think so. I think I would just draw a line on his last race. He jumped okay, then I got bumped around, and so not the best and comfortable trip he had. And like you said, a cut back in distance will probably help him.
Best of luck there.
Thank you.
Flavian Pratt with yet another win. Feels like every time I turn around, Greg, I'm doing a post-race interview with Flavian in the winner's circle.
He has really had a big week. This was one of the easier ones for him, but he, as mentioned, just notched his 30th win of the Saratoga meeting. As you know, just a couple of months ago, moved to the East Coast full time, 4th in the standings right now.
Made a deeper colony, that much deeper. Another, terrific rider. And although, like you said, Tom, I think I could have rode that one.
Yeah. Look, my dad always told me growing up, if you're going to go into an arena with a bunch of really good people that do what they do, there's room at the top, so you better be one of those ones who can get to the top. When he came in here and broke in here, talking about Flavian, he showed there's definitely room at the top for him to be here with these other riders.
Made this move out here to get these bigger opportunities so he could be in the conversation for an Eclipse Award at the end of the year, and he's getting those kind of mounts now with some big-time trainers in these big races at meets like this here at Saratoga. Better Talk now. Up next, Witt. Shifted to the turf last start. 1-2 favor right now. We're going to talk Malathat. She was big, returning to her winning ways, the 3-year-old champion filly on Saturday. We'll discuss it next.
Maintaining a comfortable lead. Power Attack is second, but it is Sharp as Attack with another tremendous performance. He's much better than his debut today. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
It's Sharp as Tekka, and he was sharp as can be today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the page.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Back on Saratoga Live. And we got a future rider here. Mig, you up for some lessons?
He looks like he's having a good time.
Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today got some moves, too.
Is that William? It will be.
He doesn't have those kind of moves.
He will.
He'd fall backwards if he tried it.
He's got personality just like William.
Soon he'll be moving like that, we hope. We had a big one in that distaff division yesterday, and Mala thought Todd Pletcher had said in the Chuvie she just wasn't herself. It was a hot day that day. She's a little clammy in the paddock. He feels Pletcher, when she can run her A-race, she's the best in this division. She looked like she was yesterday.
She certainly did. And her nemesis is in the back of the pack. That's Clairiere back there, who's beaten her already twice this year and probably was the division leader coming into this race. Malathat, last year's champion, has been beaten last 2 times by Clairiere, but now the tables have turned. And so often we see, as the summer comes to an end and we head into fall, these 3-year-old fillies, and now 4, start to show their stuff. Malathat, head of the class.
What I liked about it is she's never a mare that really travels in the bridle. It's like a bicycle horse. If the rider's not asking her, keeping her attention, she doesn't really give you everything she has. She was traveling yesterday in behind horses, and maybe the addition of blinkers helped Johnny Velasquez, got her out in the clear, and she just ran down a very game search result.
It was a bold move, the blinkers, because she wore them last time, and she did not run well at all. And, you know, to leave those blinkers on after a performance like that when she had so much success without them, it was bold to keep those blinkers on yesterday. Obviously the right move. He's a Hall of Fame trainer. Who would second guess that?
Clairiere acting up, bit of issues in the gate as well, but obviously big performance from the champion 3-year-old filly, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, which got the better search results as well in that race. Guys, nice to see her back to her best on Saturday.
Yeah, she was dynamic. Listen, I put her in the winner's circle. I did not like Malathat at all. You know what I love the best about that? Johnny V, with about 50 strides, I don't know, about 5 strides left, looked to his right, wondering if there was anybody else coming, because he knew that he had the horse in front of him measured. Yeah, listen, Clairiere didn't pick up her feet. She acted up in the gate a little bit, and you got to give credit to Malathat.
Yeah, I didn't like Malathat at all. I thought that she didn't really have any excuses not to beat Clairiere in her 2 previous starts. So what was different about yesterday? Well, there's a lot different, and she's back, and it's a fun division for sure.
And we get to, I mean, we were talking about this earlier. Greg and I were talking about this. Now, we went back to the charts. American Pharoah was 2-5, or 1-5, 35 cents on the dollar when he lost. The 4-go yesterday, Jackie's Warrior was 1-9, and Pipeline gave Cody's Wish a little bit of an assist here, but you got to give Cody's Wish a lot of credit here.
You know, I thought about it a lot last night. I actually think that Jackie's Warrior gave Cody's Wish the assist, and I think Joel Rosario as well. And I'm not saying it like in a faulting way. You know, hindsight's 20/20. Jackie's Warrior is the type of horse to me that when he goes faster earlier, that's his weapon, and for him, he kind of just ended up looking in the eyes of Pipeline comfortably around there, and I just felt like when he turned for home, it turned into a closer's game, and Cody's Wish is a better closer than Jackie's Warrior. From a speed figure standpoint, Jackie's Warrior ran, I saw the 2nd fastest number he's run in his career yesterday in defeat. He ran extremely well. It's just the dynamics of the race got him beat. And so, look, this does not change my opinion at all about Jackie's Warrior. It elevates my opinion about Cody's Wish. I still don't think you want to get into the gate next to Jackie's Warrior.
No, I don't think so, but I do think it explains a couple of things, Greg. Maybe this is the reason why he didn't win the Breeders' Cup. He drew the inside. I think Jackie's Warrior and Joel Rosario wants to stay in the middle of the racetrack, and I think when a horse is on the outside giving him pressure, this is what happens. But you cannot take anything away from Junior Alvarado, Cody's Wish, and it's a great story to boot.
No question. That story, of course, Cody Dorman met this horse, part of Keeneland's Make-A-Wish Day fall 2018, and he, of course, in a wheelchair with a rare genetic disorder. This horse actually put his head in his lap, and they developed a bond, and when it came time to name the horse, there was no question. Cody's Wish was the front of the class, and there it is. Cody Dorman gets his wish once again. His thoroughbred namesake wins the 4-go. Great moment. All happy for young Cody Dorman. And for this horse, he ran the best figure of his career. What do you think, Mig, to what JK was saying about Jackie's Warrior and Joel liking to be out in that middle of the racetrack. Didn't get the opportunity with Pipeline yesterday.
Well, every time he rides him, he puts the horse out in the 5 or 6 path, and he didn't get that opportunity with the horse outside of him yesterday. Bobbled slightly at the break. I thought Joel was letting him run. The reins were kind of popping him on the neck. Maybe he was a touch flat yesterday. Maybe, maybe we're not giving the winner enough credit, and maybe he just didn't run his A race.
Yeah, look, I've heard all about the speed figure he ran and how it was one of the best races he ran and all that. He's 1-9 in this race, meaning that his resume leading into this race is so much better than everyone else. No one thought he could get beat. If you bet $2 on him, you would get 20 cents on top of your $2 back. And Jackie's Warrior didn't run his race. Simple as that. He didn't leave the gate like with authority like he ordinarily does. You can make for whatever reason you want it to be, but I don't care what his speed figure is off this race. That was not the Jackie's Warrior we've been seeing.
That was a Saratoga Swan Song. He's got one more race to come, and it's the Breeders' Cup Sprint, which is unfinished business for him. As good as he was last year, he was a champion last year. He didn't win that race either. Obviously, there was a little injury and a surgery after that. We'll see if he but now there's questions again going into that final start of his career.
You get your price. You won't be 1-9 next time.
He will not. Tremendous Saturday of action on Run Happy Travers Saturday. Some little bit sprinkled upsets like that at the Graveyard. Epicenter claiming leadership of the 3-year-old division. We're still going to talk about Kufo later. Back-to-back of the Sword Dancer. We got the Better Talk Now up next. Odds-on favorite for Todd Pletcher. Stay with us.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And Better Talk Now is cut loose as the field turns for home. Top of the stretch, Balto Star still holding on to that lead. Request for Perot. Better Talk Now on the far outside. 1 furlong to go. Balto Star's under the whip. Request for Perot takes the lead. Request for Perot in front. But here comes Better Talk Now, who surges past to take the lead. Better Talk Now under a brilliant ride by Ramon Dominguez.
That was Blackie coming to get him. That was his nickname for trainer Graham Motion, a horse that was so special to that barn. Sword Dancer winner as well.
Yeah, really good horse. Very difficult horse to ride, too. Used to try to lug in. You could see the bit they have on him and the extension blinker on the inside. Ramon did a really good job with a horse that was difficult, as well as his trainer, Graham Motion. What a nice racehorse.
I'm trying to remember what Breeders' Cup it was. I think it was the one in Dallas that he played in at Lone Star. And so we did the preps for that Breeders' Cup, the work show, and he was so ordinary on the track in everything he did. I was just like, well, how can you like this horse? I was, you know, but that's how some horses are. Some horses in the mornings, they know the difference, and in the afternoon, they're there. And Graham Motion didn't mind reminding me of that after I made those comments. He was right.
Oh, so trainers are listening.
Yeah, yes they are.
Breeders' Cup Turf winner, in addition to that sword dancer in that 04 season. We got the Better Talk now coming up, and that's the big favorite here for Todd Pletcher. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm starting there with Witt, who made his turf debut last time out in the Hall of Fame, and I thought he ran a really good race that day, given the pace dynamics with Ready to Perform, wiring the field, and he came from off of it as 02035. Getting back to some old antics and acting up here in the paddock, but back to Witt. Second place finish last time out, and he has been working up a storm on the turf in the morning. His last work in company with Double Thunder, who is a dirt horse, but Todd Pletcher has been working him consistently on the grass, and this horse was just going so well. He travels beautifully over the turf, and he's one too, this colt who's now a 3-year-old that's continued to grow, fill out, and progress. I like the progression that we've seen from Witt, and we'll see if what he does on the turf in here, what kind of pace he gets to run at, as of course we remember as a 2-year-old, his bad habits were getting out of the gate. Now the number 1, Legends Can't Die, one of 2 in here, along with Ambote, who comes back on 11-day rest. He wired the field last time, and I really liked him stretching out that day. Manny Franco gave him a great ride. He is the one that we know has the pace, as Manny asked him out of the gate, and he got so comfortable on the front end. He's sharp in here once again today. It is an 11-day turnaround, and he is a high-energy horse. I thought his weight looked a little bit better last time than it does today, just across his flank in particular. So that's a little bit of a concern for me, but I can certainly understand taking a shot because he won so well last time. Why not go into a race like this in here today? The number 7, Napoleonic Wars, we just heard from Flavian Pratt. Not the best trip last time out in the Belmont Derby, and clearly a distance that just wasn't what he prefers. He looks so much more like a horse that would prefer a mile, which is what he gets today. And he's also an energetic type. He is one that they started saddling in the saddling stalls. They had to bring him outside to finish him up. Once they got the tack on, he's handled himself well, though. A little bit warm here in the paddock, but that's typical of him. I just think that this is a much better spot for this Son of War front. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. 3-1 right now in Napoleonic War. Peter Brandt Silks, Flavian Pratt, trainer Chad Brown with the 7 horse. Call to post coming up as we get set for the Better Talk now. Mile on this inner turf. And we'll begin with Legends Can't Die for George Weaver. Went gate to wire last start.
Yeah, and could be a threat again, gate to wire. I thought it was impressive first time out, and last time cut out some decent fractions. So look for her to be in front again, or him to be in front again.
Fluid situation. John Terranova, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, this is a horse trying the turf for the first time and does have speed, so you'll know early.
Witt was training like he'd take to the grass, and he proved it in that Hall of Fame when he was a runner-up.
Witt is a horrible bet at 3-5. You guys see what I did there?
And Boite at 17-1.
Oh, God, I love you, JK. Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone. This horse does have a win over the strip here.
Here's 203.05. Oh, 203.5, excuse me, for George Weaver.
Oh, we jumped that. No, that's still that's you, Paulie.
I'm sorry. Yeah. 203.05. Sorry, you just threw me off. Eric Cancel aboard. By the way, this horse has gotten blinkers the last 4 starts and has improved a little bit to 9.
And then Napoleonic War, again, cutting back out of a race that probably was more distance than he wants.
Yeah, this just feels like a type of horse that is going to appreciate the cutback, and I wasn't joking when I said what I said about Witt. He's entirely too short of a price in here for horses like the 7 Napoleonic War and the 1 Legends Can't Die, who seem very similar to him from a speed figure standpoint.
Countdown to race 8, presented by Longines, the official timekeeper of Saratoga. We're 7 minutes away from the Better Talk now. And I don't think anyone expect to see this kind of disparity between the 4 and the 7 in here. Witt, though, obviously a big effort coming out of that Grade 2 Hall of Fame. That was his turf debut when he wound up second from off the pace.
Yeah, look, he was almost 4-1, 390-1, and horse got away on the front end, and Witt made a furious finish at him. Showed he likes the turf. Showed he can handle the distance of a mile. And that day, for the record, he wasn't a horrible bet. He was a horrendous bet at 7-2.
Well, I just like the way he finished when he got in the clear. He kind of found his best stride, and he came running. And, when I look at races, I make a mistake when I try to be a handicapper. And I'm just going to pick from now on the horses I'd want to ride in a particular race. I'd want to ride Witt in here.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's enough speed to set up for him. The 1, Legends Can Die, Fluid Situation, the 3. I think they all help Witt to come from off the pace. And sometimes when a horse is trying to find his footing on the grass the first time in a race, his style may not be exactly what it is in the future once he's been on the grass that first time. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Witt's a little closer today, our 4-horse and our big favorite, rather than sitting as far back as he did last time.
And Fluid Situation could be part of the speed. He's trying turf for
Agreed.
the first time. And at first blush, you don't see a lot of turf pedigree, but the Grand Am was by El Gran Senor out of His Majesty Mare, all that good Phillips pedigree.
Better Talk Now. 5 minutes away. Mile on the inner turf coming up. We have a new audience joining us right now. All right, for those still with us, getting set for the Better Talk Now, and then it's our feature, Grade 1 Ballerina. And we'll send it paddock side now back to JK and Paulie, 4-5. A lot of love for Witt here.
He did run well last time, and he's got that name recognition as well, but he's just entirely too short of a price with horses in here that I think that can beat him. Paulie, one of them that I like is the 1 Legends Can't Die, and I'm interested when it goes back to the other set to hear Richie and Tom's perspective on this, but Legends Can't Die, I thought, ran extremely well last time, first time going long. Now, sometimes they'll tell you if a sprinter's going to go long, you might trick them one time, and then the next time it's not going to be as good. But I think he could take another step forward, being even more fit off of that race.
I agree with you. You know, his first race, he went 107 and change. That's very, very fast for 6 furlongs on the turf. His second start at Saratoga, he got wiped out at the start. So then George Weaver said, you know what, let's go long. They went to the front end. Everybody left him alone. But, you know, he didn't go that slow. He cut off 24, 24, 24, 112 and just kept on going. So he's dangerous on the front end. The 7 is the question mark horse because he's coming out of the Belmont Derby, which was loaded with some good horses, JK. But can he get back to where he was before?
It was loaded with good horses, but it was also loaded with 2 more furlongs than I think he probably wants.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, now cutting back to this distance of the flat mile, I think he's going to appreciate that. I think he's going to run a lot better. And if you look at his race, depending on what speed figures you look at, I like to look at Time Form US a lot. We'll look at Byers as well. But if you look at Witt's last race, and you look at Napoleonic Wars race 3 back, and you look at the last race for Legends Can't Die, they're all right there.
Yeah.
Depending on what figures you look at, they're all right there. So I don't think it's a great wager to take 4-5 on the 4 Witt when these other 2 horses are basically the same types.
Yeah, and then the board's starting to tighten up a little bit. As I say that to you, it goes to 3-5. And again, guys, don't forget Better Talk Now. He beat Kitten's Joy and Powers Court, by the way, in that race. Two pretty good horses.
He was great. We've talked about him a lot on this program and how much he meant to Graham Motion, and this race named in his honor. He certainly was a good one. As we go back to the 1, Tom, here, he took just a huge move forward from a figure standpoint when they stretched him out to a mile.
He did. Here's the pushback on that. This will be Legends Can't Die's 4th race in his career and his 4th start in 55 days. And he's coming back in 11 days from his last start. I totally get why they're in this race. It's an opportunity, and it's hard to pass up. But that is a lot of racing for a horse that's just beginning his career in a short period of time. And at some point, and maybe it's not today, and I hope it's not, because I love the connections here. At some point, a horse will tell you, you're throwing too much at me. And that, I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but again, I totally understand why they're in the race. But that's a lot to want to back a horse.
7-2 right now. We'll see if he can wheel back fairly quickly here. Just ran on the 17th of August. Legends Can't Die, the 1. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I couldn't agree more with Tom's sentiment on the one. So taking a look at George Weaver's other horse in the race, 02035. You have to say that slowly, as this horse ran a good race last time out, finishing second. He goes back into stakes company today, and he is a quirky horse. You can see he's gotten a little bit hot out there. He tried to rear up, leaving the paddock. He's one that was really acting up in the post parade. Eric Cancel took him right away from the pony. He was a lot quieter last time out, and I remember really remarking that because he's a horse that typically does get revved up like he is here today too. He also wears a piece of equipment which is called a burr, which is affixed onto the right side of his bit to add a little bit more pressure onto the right side of his cheek, as he is the type of horse that has the tendency to bear out, and especially breaking from the outside post. That's something Eric Cancel, his typical rider, will be aware of. Taking a look at the number 3 Fluid Situation, he is on the turf for the first time, and Richie mentioned a little bit of the turf pedigree, and we had actually watched his last work together, as it is available on XBTV. Went in a solo work over the turf course on the Oklahoma training track, and while he did it quickly, he seemed like he was a little bit lost out there, and I would have liked a little bit more reach in his stride. He's a big price. He went quickly over the turf course. He's not the one for me, but again, as we've talked about with several in here, you can certainly understand why he's here and taking a shot at this spot, as, again, he did move quickly over the grass in the morning, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. By the way, 02035, that's a zip code for Foxborough, Bill Belichick country. Although the Patriots didn't fare too well against New York in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I was thinking that was Jenny's number.
Of course, it's way too big a price, by the way.
Jenny? That's not Jenny's number?
That's 8675309.
Yes! I know back in your airband days, you knew that one.
We played it live. What are you talking about?
All right.
3-5 favorite is Witt. Second time on the turf, just second in a grade 2. For Todd Pletcher with those ARTs. It's the better talk now. Let's go upstairs. It's Johnny Brielle with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. A good beginning for Witt, who's going to sit just off the pace setters, Legends Can't Die, and Fluid Situation. Witt is running in third. Mboite is next in fourth, followed by Napoleonic War. And 02035 is in sixth as the field goes into the turn. And going on with it is Fluid Situation. Opening up here, Fluid Situation by 4 lengths. Legends Can't Die runs in second. It's another 4 back to Witt. Down on the inside is Mboite. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds, so they are moving right along here. And Fluid Situation has opened up a big lead here. Fluid Situation by about 10 lengths. And then comes a Legends Can't Die, who's racing in second, followed by Witt. On the inside is Mboite. And then comes Napoleonic War and 02035. The half in 46 and 4. Long shot, Fluid Situation has the lead here going into the far turn. It is Fluid Situation. The lead's now down to 5 lengths as Legends Can't Die gets closer in second. And then it is Witt who's on the outside in third as they continue to close on Fluid Situation. Legends Can't Die. Witt on the outside. Mboite in the blue blinkers. Then Napoleonic War and 02035 as they come through the stretch now. Here comes the favorite, and Witt has now taken over the lead. Witt is in front. 02035 moves into second. Napoleonic War on the outside in third. It is Witt with the lead, and Witt will win the Better Talk Now Stakes. 02035 was second. Napoleonic War finished third.
Witt at 3-5. And the Better Talk Now had a horse loose on the lead. And Witt able to run him down. Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz, Rapoli, St. Elias Stables.
Yeah, he actually showed that he really does indeed like the grass. He broke sharper, positioned better. You know, when a horse is going that quick on the front end, as Fluid Situation was doing, it has the opportunity to put everybody out of position because he's going so quick. I can't imagine what it's like for a rider on a big favorite like Witt to see a horse on a lone lead that far in front and have to say to himself, I got to stay patient.
Yeah, just you almost got to put him out of your mind. Ride the race like he's not there. He doesn't exist, because if you start worrying about trying to inch up and make up ground, you're going to get sucked into the race way too early when they're going way too fast. And Irad was just always traveling. Witt was always in the bridle. Like you said, Tom, when he broke so sharp, put himself in better position and traveling, it gives the rider the opportunity to gauge what's underneath him and what's going on around him.
3 to 5 favorite, Paulie, J.K. Witt, a winner now on the turf.
Yeah, and listen, you got to give, I'm giving J.K. credit for liking this horse last time in the Hall of Fame, because the horse ran giant and then ran giant again today. And you know what, J.K.? This was a 2-year-old that was monstrous and had troubles at the gate. Now at 3, he's gotten on the turf course. He didn't think he could go around 2 turns because everybody thought he was a closing sprinter. Now the gate issues are behind him, and he's growing up now.
Yeah, I've always heard from some great handicappers that horses that can be proficient on the dirt show a level of toughness when they show up on the turf.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing that with Witt. He's clearly enjoying the surface, the green stuff, and he's been pretty impressive. Napoleonic War didn't do much running in here. Legends Can't Die, I thought, had a really kind of just an odd trip with the kind of runaway when the 3 fluid situation kind of ran away. You could tell Manny wanted to get the lead, and then at a certain point going into the first turn, he's like, I guess I got to take back. He took back, and then it was just kind of, I think he probably went a little too fast to try to get that position. But sounds like 3 to 5 was a wonderful bet.
Yeah, it was. And you know what? Great call by you, Greg. You said the 9 was way too big of a price. Didn't look well on the racetrack, but Eric Cancel gave that horse a very good ride to split horses to run second.
Yeah, thanks, Paulie. 25 to 1, huge price. Winds up completing the exacta here. So still value to be made even with a 3 to 5 favorite. In this Better Talk Now, 4971 Witt, your Better Talk Now winner. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the prices ahead. And when we return, once again, an outstanding summer in upstate New York for Luis Saez. He sits down with the MIG to talk about the highs and lows on his journey when we come back.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on Saratoga Live. And that is hot commodity, that property there. Got to get in early. Line up at 7 a.m. to get those coveted picnic tables here at Saratoga Racecourse. You can bet all the action, of course, with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com to get signed up and play with us all summer long and beyond. Witt closer to the pace this time around and responds with a better tack now victory at 3-5 underneath Jose Ortiz. Let's go to Acacia.
And Jose Ortiz joins me now as Witt gets to the winner's circle. Jose, you rode him last time in his first start on the turf. He was a little bit closer today, too. Tell me a little bit about what you felt from that first jump.
It was a smaller field, and he actually today he had a good break. Last time he kind of bobbled a little bit out of there. And just sit on him, and, you know, it was first time on turf, so I felt like he liked it, and he made a good run last time. Today I rode him with a lot more confidence, and I thought he was the horse of the race, you know.
You had a runaway pace setter in front of you, too. What's that feeling like for a rider as you see that develop in front of you?
Yeah, it was very fast going into the first turn. I was very happy. In the backside, I felt like I was in a very good spot, and my horse was very comfortable. I was very happy down the backside, and he gave me a great run in the stretch.
Coming up in the Grade 1 Ballerina, you'll be on another closer, Obligatory, who seemed to just kind of run out of real estate last time. She should have some more pace to run at today.
Yeah, last time it was Bella Sofia went by herself. I think today is a lot more pace, so hopefully that helps us.
Good luck there. Best of luck, and congratulations here, Jose.
Thank you, Agassi.
Jose Ortiz looking to sweep the stakes today as he has a date coming up with Obligatory, but I'm sure enjoying this win with Witt, Greg.
Now enjoy this for another minute or two before he shifts to the feature, the Grade 1 Ballerina. And we got the wrong prices up. We'll get that sorted out in a minute. Witt, your winner of the Better Talk. There we go. 3-5 favorite. Returns $3.30 for the win.
So I can't get that other price for Witt that they put up there?
Yeah. We're seeing big prices underneath, though. The value's definitely been in the exactas today.
Rapoli stable, St. Elias stable. Winning connections there. And we got our features still to come. Well, after a late start to the meet 2 seasons ago due to contracting COVID, Luis Saez showed what he could do with a full summer here in upstate New York last year, leading every step of the way. His 64 wins, the 4th most ever in the history of this historic racetrack. Richard Migliori sat down with Saez to talk about the highs and lows that have led him to where he is now.
Louis, take me back to the beginning. You're a young kid, and you enroll in the Lafitte Pink Eye riding jockey school.
When I first started, I went to the jockey school in Panama. I was 14 years old, and I left home. Living up there and go to the track, leaving the track, it was a pretty tough moment for me because, man, in the track I don't know nobody, and that play was so different, but I get through.
You started riding professionally as a jockey, 16 years old. How old were you when you decided to come to the United States?
When I left Panama, I was 17. That was like dream come true, just to come over here. And I came to Florida. The first day when I get there, I don't know nobody, and it was a little tough too because I had to find a place, and it was by my own because my agent just leave me there. The guy that bring me from Panama just leave me on the track. After, you know, I have a place to stay, everything started.
Maximum security. Country has 1-2 down to the line. Maximum security wins the Kentucky Derby. It's maximum security. He's never lost a race, and he wins it under Luis Saez.
You actually finished first in the Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, ultimately disqualified. How do you overcome that? How, I mean, because a lot of riders, I think it would just destroy them, but you handled yourself with so much composure and strength and class.
Well, in the moment was a little difficult. I recognize that. But, you know, this thing is my joy. I love horse racing. I love the sport. I love the horses. And in that time, that happened, just happened. They stay way back, and I don't really, they don't really bother me.
They're coming down for the finish. It is Essential Quality and Midnight Bourbon. Essential Quality has won.
Last year, lead-in rider in Saratoga.
The colony, as good as it was last year, seems even stronger this year. Is this the best colony you ever rode with?
Oh yeah, definitely. This is the best colony. Everybody here, they're pretty tough. Trainers, horses, jockeys, everybody want to win. Winning the title last year was something so special for us. We never thought we were going to be there, but we did it. And well, we have a good start this year. I know it's tough every year, but we just keep doing what we love, riding horses and try to win.
Well, I see you out here every morning working. Is it a place that you do work more horses and you're out more mornings? You got to work here.
Yeah, you got to work. And I really like it. I love it. I love to get out early, come over here, get a cup of coffee, a little coffee, and just enjoy the morning. It's beautiful here. Enjoy the moment. And I did. I really enjoyed it.
Another outstanding summer for the man who led this meet last year with those 64 wins. He's got 35 this year, second behind only Arad Ortiz Jr. You sat down with him. You see him ride all the time on the circuit here, Mig. What stands out to you about Saez?
He's such a positional rider. He always gets his position going forward. He's a good gate rider, puts horses in a position to win, and that's all you can ask from any other rider. And he's consistent. It's not where some guys are really brilliant one day and maybe not so good another. He's consistent day in, day out.
You have special love for him, don't you?
Oh yeah, I mean he's won 2 grade ones for me, one on No Parole and one on Serengeti Empress, and both those horses, it was so crucial for them to get out of the gate quickly and take advantage of their speed. And Louis a great gate rider and very strong finisher.
Race you're talking about. One of those big wins is coming up next. Grade 1 Ballerina, you won it with Saez, of course, Serengeti Empress a couple of years ago. That did not look good at the beginning out of the gate after that break.
Especially when you consider to get back into position, which her game is speed. I had to catch up to Latruska, and Latruska is not only hard to catch up to, she's hard to put away.
Yeah. Bella Sofia there in the background, test winner at this track, premier race for 3-year-old filly sprinters, looking to go back-to-back.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this Fasig-Tipton November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 million. 9-5, now to the 9-5, 9-7, give me 3.5.
Standing at Gainesway.
Serengeti Empress is still there. On the outside, here's Bellafina. Serengeti Empress, Bellafina, victim of love down at the rail. A 16th to the finish. Serengeti Empress trying to hold on. On the outside, it is Bellafina. Serengeti Empress is going to win the Grade 1 Ballerina.
One of the great performances of the meet in that 2020 campaign, the previous year's Kentucky Oaks winner. For trainer Tom Amoss, she had that poor break at the beginning, rushed up to the front, insane speed fractions, and still able to hang on.
You know, when they got to the 8th pole, I knew that horse in the shadow roll outside of Bellafina was going to get me, and I thought, that's such a shame. She ran such a beautiful race, overcoming adversity, and she's going to be second. Nobody will remember how good that race was. And she saw Bellafina out of the corner of her eye, and she took off again, just like she did in the Kentucky Oaks. You know, boy, she was a fighter. I miss her so much.
And she was just so good, and that's what distinguished her. Tom, is her ability to fight. Most speed horses run horses off their feet. As long as they don't get collared, they win.
Yeah.
She gets hooked, and then she street fight. She just, come on, bring it. She was the last lady standing. Fantastic performance. My favorite ballerinas before that, Ambassador of Luck, going back to the 80s, trained by Mickey Prager. Serengeti Empress, and of course the one I won on Harmony Lodge for Todd Pletcher.
Oh, how about that?
My 3 favorite. But Ambassador of Luck was some merit. Remind me a lot of Serengeti Empress.
I'll take that. If I'm in your top 3, I'll take that.
I know the Kentucky Oaks is up there, and that was a special win for you, and it meant so much because it's a signature race. But winning a Grade 1 at Saratoga, I mean, that had to be up there, right?
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic day. And, you know, we've watched so many good races, and recently, yesterday, we watched so many really good races, and the fans appreciate it, and they cheer for the winner when he goes back to the barn or she goes back to the barn. And that particular year, of course, was COVID, and there were no fans in the stands. And I was like, I wanted to share it so bad with everyone. And, you know, live, I couldn't share it with hardly anyone. But it didn't take away from how I felt about her. I mean, I'm so proud of her, what she accomplished for her owner, Dr. Joel Politi, and his family, and my family as well. We kiddingly say she's the gift that keeps on giving. Got an Into Mischief baby by her side right now.
Wow. Here's what's at stake in today's ballerina. It's winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Automatic entry into that race. Entry fee pays by the Breeders' Cup. That Nominator Award travel allowance if stabled outside of Kentucky as well. We got the reigning champ of the division coming in CC for trainer Michael McCarthy. There she is in the background. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And that's where we'll start, Greg, as it looks like they're taking the same route that they did last year with the Princess Rooney onto the ballerina, as she finished 3rd in last year's ballerina, but of course got the big one with the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And she is already into the Challenge Series with that win in the Princess Rooney, being a win and you're in as well. But she came off of a bit of a layoff to have that win, and she got really a great pace setup that day and just pulled away from the rest of the field. And she was far superior that day. She made some very nice fillies and mares in here today. Her weight looks great. Her coat looks terrific. One thing I noticed about Cece, though, in the couple times that I've seen her in the past, or at least covered races that she's running, she's very quiet today from what I remember from her. Even in the Breeders' Cup, as I was there at Del Mar covering those races, she was really energetic for her standards, and they are putting the tack on now, and it looks like she's perking up a little bit, and I'll keep my eyes on her. But with the fact that she has been training at Del Mar and shipping cross country, that's something I'm going to keep watch on from the paddock out onto the racetrack and through the warm-ups. The number 5, Bella Sophia, you never really have to worry about her being quiet, as she's accompanied by the lead pony in the paddock, as Rudy Rodriguez often does with his runners. But one thing that's new that I noticed with her is that she does come in wearing that blue hood with blinkers attached to it. She doesn't run in blinkers, and I wasn't in the paddock for the honorable miss last time out, but I do know that she got really revved up before that race. She was very composed when she won the Bed of Roses 2 starts back, but it looks like they're trying to do everything to keep her settled prior to the race. So that hood is affixed over her bridle, so they'll take it off as she heads out. A trainer like Dave Donk does that with virtually all of his runners in the paddock and trying to keep them quiet, muffling the sound in their ears, as Bella Sophia is typically a filly that wears cotton in her ears, again, to keep her settled because she's a high-energy type. Last time out, she was asked out of the gate and dueling with Ama Devil, who ended up finishing last. The pace did melt down that day, but when she took back, she's one that I think runs her best races when she can be on the front end. That speed is her best weapon. So she's another one that she's doing everything right here in the paddock right now. But the warm-up, I think, will be key as to how Bella Sophia is going to run. The 2 obligatory, I've always thought 7 furlongs is her best distance, this filly by Curlin. Last time out, it was a short field. It was only 4 horses. She did face the wire-to-wire winner, Bella Sophia, that day in the Bed of Roses. And I thought Obligatory was much more forwardly placed than she typically is and that she prefers to be. She's a horse that likes to make that late run. And as we heard from Jose Ortiz, she should get some more pace to run at in here today. She's composed as she typically is, but she's alert. I like that. She has run on her mind. Her ears are pricked forward. She's responding to everything that her handlers are asking of her. She's striding out beautifully, incredibly fit in here too. Classy acting for sure from Obligatory. So we'll see if she's the one to reap the spoils as they start to step onto the walking ring, and we'll head across the paddock to Jonathan and Paul. Guys, who do you like in the super competitive Grade 1 ballerina?
Thanks, Acacia. Paulie, Acacia, whoever's asking. I like Cece.
Same here.
I think she's just so classy. I love the fact that she just kind of takes her race with her. You know, she's won races at Gulfstream, Oaklawn, Santa Anita, Del Mar, and that's a really cool thing, I think, for a horse to can just get on a plane, show up, and run her race. She's a talented racehorse.
Yeah, I mean, she's 6 years old. She's the elder in here, and she's faced some amazing horses that have retired. I mean, Gamine, if this was Gamine from last year, she'd probably be 1-5 in this spot. But CC and Michael McCarthy, who comes from the Todd Pletcher tree, he was an assistant for Todd, and he has gone out on his own and done some great things. He's had some great horses like City of Light. And his horses travel, and they usually run very well. So I think CC is going to give a great effort in here today. Now, when you look at like the 5 Bella Sophia, 6 for 9 lifetime. She does like it here at Saratoga. What do you do with her last start?
Well, I don't remember who had made the comment on the show, but she wasn't warming up great that day. So we'll be able to have a look to see how she's warming up here today. That's what I'll say, though, is that she didn't run well, and Rudy is in the midst of a cold streak. Yeah. And I think that those are two things that you have to take into account, and I think that's probably why you're getting the 5-1. When CC ran against Bella Sophia in the Breeders' Cup, CC won. Not that that means that CC has to win today, but I think it's at least something to consider. And then, I think the 2 Obligatory obviously has to be discussed too. She's shown up in really big races. I just think her best comes when she's at Churchill.
Yeah. And you know what, Greg? The 7 is just a wild card. This horse has been bet off the board in all 5 of her starts, and I just don't know how good she is. We'll find out today.
That's a major class test. Talking about Goodnight Olive, who you're looking at here for Chad Brown. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride first time in Stakes Company. She has reeled off 4 consecutive wins, just as easy as could be. And the figure she's earning doing it put her in the mix with just about everybody in this field.
It is. I mean, when you start looking at these fillies and mares race record, their wins to starts, it's phenomenal. If a horse wins 20% of their starts, that's a good horse. These horses are winning 50%, over 50%. I mean, and not just one. This whole field is a really good, classy group. Well, I mean, that's why it's a Grade 1 ballerina. You're getting the best.
Coming down Champions Way, the reigning champ of this division, Cece. And, back a moment to Bella Sophia, the 5 in here. She was coming, even off that defeat in the Breeders' Cup, into her 4-year-old campaign as one of the leaders of this division. And all of a sudden, she's sort of fallen off after that defeat in the honorable miss.
I just wonder if this race doesn't kind of play against her, because there's real speed in here, and she's one of the speeds. She's best when she's, involved in the fight early, and I just think it could be pretty busy on the front end.
It's tricky. I think the 4 and the 5 are the fastest horses out of the gate. And if one of them doesn't materialize to keep the other one company, the whole complexion changes.
Here's the reigning champ and the favorite, Cece.
Yeah, we get to see Victor Espinoza, who flies into town to ride this mare by exclusive quality. $2.2 million in the bank.
Obligatory. She's coming into this race the right way. 5-time winner.
Absolutely. She's going to need some pace to close in, too. She'll also need to work out a trip.
Caramel Swirl. She's put together back-to-back wins, including a Grade 2.
Yeah, she'll be in the Godolphin Blue. The one worry about Caramel Swirl, she really needs the front end by herself.
Lady Rocket, 7-1. She's quick.
Yeah, she's 1 for 1 here at Saratoga. She broke her maiden here back in 2020. Another talented racehorse with some speed.
We skip to the 6 here, Travel Column, with Bill Mott now coming off a win at Churchill.
Yeah, once upon a time, she was banging heads with Clairiere down in Louisiana, looking for a Kentucky Oaks win, and now she's back around one turn.
The X Factor runner. This is Goodnight Olive, first time in Stakes Company.
Yeah, she's been dynamite. Really has been in her last 4 starts. And now she's going to get the acid test whether she's good enough to hang with these fillies.
And somewhere out there, Bella Sofia was the Grade 1 winner of the test at this racetrack last year. And it's not a real long list of test and ballerina winners to go back-to-back.
It is true. We're trying to find her here. But, yeah, she's fast. Greg, I mean, you keep looking at this field. Every horse in this race has a race that can win. CC's got the class, but you could also say Bella Sofia's got just as much class.
I'm curious to see what Acacia has to say, but because it took us so long to find her, it makes me feel like maybe they were trying to break away. I don't know if she was starting to act up, but it makes me think that there is a story as to why she broke off.
So Luis Saez, he's been the regular pilot. And you know, she's so talented. She was 2-5 in her return. She won the Grade 3 Vagrancy in her 4-year-old debut. Close to 4-5 of the Betta Roses. She wins that one as well. She did that on the front end. But then you have to say she was a disappointment in the honorable miss. Here's the Betta Roses, though, and this was the victory. And right behind her, Obligatory, who you make the case had a tough trip in here.
I think Obligatory ran the better race this day. The fractions were moderate, 23-3, 46. They were finishing. Obligatory got off the rail, and she was getting to her late. Bella Sofia did not switch leads this day, which is out of character for her.
Stayed on her left lead that way, and you know, for Bella Sofia, you could tell it was a mile pace early because her rider, Luis Saez, turning for home, did that one move as a handicapper you love to see if you bet on a horse. He's peeking behind him to see where everybody else is, meaning I still got something in the tank, and he sure did.
Well, Bill Mott, he's got 3 fillies in this spot. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Pleased to be joined by trainer Bill Mott, who sends out 3 here in this ballerina. Bill, let's just go through them one by one, starting with Obligatory, as she looks like she should get some more pace to run at.
Right. It looks like there's a couple of horses in here that have honest speed, and, you know, Bella Sofia has, you know, always tried to be in front, and, of course, Lady Rocket's very fast. So, you know, there should be an honest pace. We hope we've got something that's fast enough to come and catch them.
How about Caramel Swirl? She's won her last 2. We haven't seen her since May. She was sharp today.
She's doing very well. Unfortunately, we were unable to run her in a race earlier in the meet here, a race that didn't fill. So, you know, so there's been a little space in between her races probably that we didn't intend to have. But nonetheless, she's doing very well. She's trained well, and you know, I think she's certainly in with a chance.
Now, Travel Column won nicely last time. Tell me about the decision to keep her sprinting going shorter this year.
Well, she's only had the one race, and although I think she's probably fine at 2 turns, we wanted to make the next one, this particular race, 7/8. We thought, you know, being a Grade 1, if we could get her some Grade 1 black type, we wanted to do that. And I don't think it would be unreasonable if we tried her at 2 turns the next time. We've got, you know, she's a fresh horse, and, you know, going into the end of the year, I would definitely like to try her at 2 turns one more time.
Well, we look forward to seeing all of them. Thanks for your time, as always.
Okay, thank you.
Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, as he does get ready to send out 3 in this Grade 1 ballerina, all with big chances, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. The 2, the 3, the 6 for Mott. Obligatory, Caramel Swirl, Travel Column. As you take a look at the flower blanket awaiting the winner. Tom, where's your flower blanket from this race?
You know what? It was COVID, and we did not have one.
You did not have
no
one?
No flower blanket.
Interesting.
Which, now that you say it, that kind of hurts.
Do you want to sneak off the set? Go. We won't say anything. Of the Mott runners, and he's got a trio of runners, and the guys talked about Travel Column, you know, back as a 2-year-old. She actually beat Clairiere, who was one of the leaders of the Distaff division before yesterday. But it sounds like maybe a setup race for her. Who do you guys prefer?
I think of the Mott horses, I think Caramel Swirl, the 3, is a horse I like. I mean, this was a really, really good race. I know he talked about the time off the horses had, but that race back at Belmont, I mean, she had to wait for room, found a seam. She was an easy winner. She's a very talented horse. But I do think, and I think it's important to say, so you notice Mott mentioned how the race setup is going to be, and he mentioned what he saw as the 2 speed horses, the 4 Lady Rocket, the 5 Bella Sofia. We both all of us on the set agree with that.
Yep.
These riders in this race, they know what's ahead of them. They do their homework, and they know how the race is supposed to unfold. If one of those speed horses doesn't go, and all of a sudden the 4 or the 5 is on the lead by himself, it changes everything in this race. And those riders are fully aware of that when they leave the gate, and it'll be interesting to see how the race plays out if it doesn't set up as it looks to on paper.
Minute to post, grade 1 ballerina. Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to circle back to Bella Sofia and talking about all of the efforts to keep her quiet and looking at the way that she was warming up. As Jonathan mentioned, she didn't seem like she was really doing the best last time out. As you can see, they've taken that hood off, and she did warm up pretty quietly out there on track, but she was moving well. She's got a good sweat on, but she's not doing too much. She's kind of back more to what I saw from her 2 starts back in the Bed of Roses, which is a good sign. I just wonder, with the presence of Lady Rocket, who is so fast, how that would play out for Bella Sofia. But for her standards, I like what I see from her, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. One in, you're in. For the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, we have the reigning Filly and Mare Sprint winner in the race, the champ from Post 1, CC, making the trip here to the East Coast. 10 for 20 in her career. In her second trip here to Saratoga, she was in the Ballerina last year, running 3rd behind Gamine. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Good Night Olive. We are set for the start. And they're off. From the outside, it's Good Night Olive along with Travel Column. They leave the chute, go on to the main track. Bella Sofia is right there as well. And it is Bella Sofia and Travel Column. The 2 of them are right together. And sitting behind is Good Night Olive next in 3rd. It's almost 3 lengths to Lady Rocket, who runs in 4th. Then comes Caramel Swirl in 5th. At the back are Obligatory and the favorite, CC. The opening quarter went in 22 seconds. Travel Column has come away with the lead over Bella Sofia. Good Night Olive now moves up on the outside. Travel Column taking the field into the far turn and leading here by a length. Good Night Olive has moved into 2nd. And then it is Bella Sofia down at the rail next in 3rd. Caramel Swirl is on the move in 4th. CC is now on the extreme outside. Then comes Lady Rocket, and farther back it is Obligatory. The half mile in a strong 44 2/5 seconds as they head for home. And it is Travel Column with Good Night Olive on the outside. And Good Night Olive has now taken the lead. Travel Column is back running in 2nd. Then Caramel Swirl, not today for CC. They're at the 16th pole. It is Good Night Olive by 3 lengths. Caramel Swirl in 2nd. Good Night Olive wins the Grade 1 Ballerina. Caramel Swirl was 2nd. Obligatory came from far back to get 3rd. 7 furlongs, 1 minute, 21 2/5 seconds.
In a pretty loaded lineup of accomplished runners in this Grade 1 Ballerina, it is a filly trying stakes company for the first time with the upset. Good Night Olive.
Greg, you talked about being the wild card in the race, you know, and they were going really fast early, and she was actually kind of a part of that 44 and change. You can see she's the only horse that's clean, meaning no dirt in her face, of the ones that are going to finish on the end. Big race for Good Night Olive. She passed the acid test, as Paul said she had to. And not only that, I think she stamped herself as one of the leaders in this division.
Man, she was a 10 in the pace in hand. It was a fast pace. So you said she was able to set up that trip, make her kind of keep her face clean, and came back in just 3 weeks off a big effort too, which is not that this barn's strongest suit, but she's for real.
7-3-2-6. Good Night Olive. We definitely have a new player in this Filly and Mare Sprint division, guys.
Yeah, this was the tip of the hand because this barn right here does not run horses back. They play the game of numbers game. So a lot of people talk about thoroughgraphs and Ragusan numbers, whatever you want to use. Most times when a horse runs a top or runs a giant race, they try to wait 4 or 5 weeks so the horse won't regress. This is a barn that does that a lot. So for them to wheel this horse back, they knew that she was live as could be.
Yeah, and she drew well on the outside and was able to, being on the outside, I think is just less negative can happen. I don't know how Cece ended up being 4 wide when she broke from the inside. She just kind of got shuffled out of there. She wasn't herself today either, but Goodnight Olive was impressive today. This is 5 wins in a row for her now, and in a very important one for Philly's a grade 1.
Yeah, it is, and it just shows you a race over the racetrack has just been so key. And like you said, Cece, it looked like, you know, that Victor was trying to ask. She just was not responding, JK, at all, huh?
Yeah, I mean, she was running on the turn, but she was running 4 wide after kind of getting shuffled, and you know, she was going to have to be perfect today to be able to win, and that wasn't a perfect trip.
Yeah, it really was. And good call by you up there at the, excuse me, Tom, with Caramel Swirl. I thought Caramel Swirl ran a really good second because this horse just ran 121 and change. She just ran the same time Jack Christopher ran yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I know Mott wishes he had that prep because it is hard to run that kind of race off of that kind of time off. And he talked about it beforehand, and they wish they'd gotten a prep into her. You start to get in the minds of these trainers and how they're creating schedules for their horses and looking ahead and how to train into those races. And that's a curveball you don't like to get as a trainer when you've got a plotted course and you get detoured because the race just simply doesn't get enough horses in fill.
And Bill Mott's horses finished 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They all ran. Obligatory came very wide, ate a lot of kickback. She really wasn't running until she got out of that kickback. Travel Column showed more speed than I anticipated.
Yeah, I agree with that. And as a matter of fact, and Lady Rocket really didn't show her typical style out of the gate. But those other horses took over when that speed duel didn't develop, and were right there close. But you know what? I don't know if we would consider Goodnight Olive a speed horse, but she sure at this distance sure knows how to get to the front and stay there.
Punches her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint at Keeneland, and she beats many of the main players in this division for the win. We're going to have card talk with JK. He gets the legendary voice of Tom Durkin to hitch a ride with him when we come back here on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
And it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again. Matole's a monster. Matole wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. The mighty Matole.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS1. Program brought to you, or you can play it all. Naira Bets. Download the app. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us the rest of the Saratoga meet and beyond. Winner's Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held on November 6th. After the Breeders' Cup, nominate your star today. And this is an up-and-coming star in this filly and mare sprint division. Punches her ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Good Night Olive debut in a stake, and she beats all the main players of this filly and mare sprint division, or most of them anyway. $13.60 for the win.
She beat the right ones. I thought going into this race, I thought this was a very, very difficult race with really some top horses from all over, and for her to blow them away like that, going that quick early and continuing on and just really running them off their feet. No one left everyone in her wake. And really good race.
As you were talking about earlier, you won this race when there were no fans here. The fans all standing and applauding the winner heading back to the barn. It was pretty neat.
Yeah, very. And, you know, I got to say something. I mean, look, yesterday we had a huge crowd, a lot of fans. You know, they applauded all the horses. They all went out last night. And today they've gathered, and it's a much tamer crowd. And I just heard from the Guinness World Book of Records, we have just set the record for the most people in one place to all be suffering from a hangover, right here at Saratoga.
Several times over, I would think. Let's go to Acacia for more.
On that note, very pleased to be joined by winning rider Irad Ortiz as Goodnight Olive remains undefeated and in her toughest task yet. Irad, talk a little bit about this, to how this filly and how she's come along.
She's a nice filly. She always showed she has the talent. Chad Brown do a great job with her. He never rush her, pick her races and go slowly and step by step, and today pay off. The patient pay off. Finally, she win a great one.
She was really forward today, too. She was pretty much the only one that had that clean face coming in. And talk a little bit about that decision to have her be so up close today.
She always broke so well. If you see his performance, she broke on top, and then she's very, very easy to ride. She come back to me and wait for my call. I mean, broke on top, sit third, was a perfect trip. We went a little fast, but she waited for me, and that was the key. And when I asked him to run, she was there for me.
There's a lot of people in this winner's circle that are just so excited. Tell me a little bit about what that feeling is like for a rider and walking that horse into the winner's circle after a grade one.
It's great. I mean, give a little back to the owners. I mean, they put a lot into the game, and she's a nice filly. It's a win and you win race. They in the Breeders' Cup, so it's a dream come true for anyone around in this game. So I have to enjoy the moment.
That's what you do. You make dreams come true. Congratulations, Irad.
Thank you very much, Acacia.
Good Night Olive, undefeated, and now a grade one winner, Greg.
How about that? First time in a stake and wins a grade one against an incredibly accomplished group. She is talented, and she is now a force in this division. Meets leading rider, adds another one, number 47 at the meet for Irad Ortiz Jr. He's a legend in this game, the voice behind some of the greatest calls in the history of our sport. Every time he stepped up to the mic, he elevated the excitement of a race. Tom Durkin saddles up in the cart with JK for this week's edition of Cart Talk.
Tom, you spent a lot of time calling races here.
Yeah.
And what does Saratoga mean to you and all the stops of your career?
The bottom line is I love it so much here in Saratoga that I moved here permanently. Yeah, I could have lived anywhere I wanted, actually. You know, nothing was really holding me down. And, you know, Saratoga is where I chose to live.
Bingo! Bingo!
Bingo! I used to call bingo numbers on the backstretch in Spanish. Be 62.
Oh, that's the best. I've always heard that the announcer's booth here is probably the most difficult.
The worst. The worst. There was no such thing as a public address system for the first 80 years of this place. And so they built it in the 40s for Fred Capicella, who was about 1/3 my size. It's everything bad in an announcer's booth you could possibly have, okay? There's glare off the windows. It's very cramped. When the horses go into the clubhouse turn, I have to take 3 steps over to the right. When they're halfway point around the turn, 3 steps back to the left. There are gutters, columns, trees galore in the infield, which you have to do a pas de deux with all the time. Absolutely the worst announcer's booth in the history of announcer's booth, but I wouldn't rather be anyplace else.
What are some of the horses that just, when you think about your career, that kind of stand out to you?
Well, I mean, Cigar, I called a lot of his races because I worked here and I worked at Gulfstream Park. 4-Star Dave was great. A win 8 years in a row at Saratoga. I mean, I would say his name and the crowd here would jump. And of course, that dopey horse, Arr.
They're coming to the finish, and it's all
Arr. That summer at Saratoga, you know, people would walk down the street, and instead of saying hello, they go, arg, 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 arg.
I always felt like listening to your race calls, there was a level of storytelling. I felt like you were really painting a picture. Were you cautious of that, or is that just, you think, something that just kind of how it unfolded?
If you view races as dramas, okay, and you have a antagonist, that's a long shot, a protagonist, that's a favorite, and everything in between, and the people know the characters, and their character is reflected in the past performances. So you put it all together, and you've got little mini dramas. You think of it as a story to unfold. Yeah, I think that's a legitimate way of looking at them.
Tom, of all the Travers you called, is there one that stands out, maybe from a race call standpoint, or even just from a fan standpoint, that you really remember when you think about the Travers?
Yeah, the one that most people think of is Holy Bulls.
But it is Holy Bull, as game as a racehorse could be, coming down to the wire. Holy Bull wins! What a hero!
Your runs with Rachel Alexandra, the first time I ever walked into Churchill Downs was when she won the Oaks.
She's gonna destroy this field. Oh, Super Philly, you bet!
You went on to have 2 other really great calls with her, the Preakness and also the Woodward. Did you think she was gonna win that day? Did you like her that day?
It did look like, to me, she was gonna do it, but then she had been softened up enough earlier that you get the sense, okay, this is gonna be close.
It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
And it was certainly close.
In 2001, not immediately, but right after 9/11, when Tiznow won the Breeders' Cup Classic, did you expect that line? Did you think about that line, or did it just kind of come out?
There's probably somewhere in between. Again, when you go back to the characters in the play, here is America's best. And it's he's trying to win for America. I don't know if I ever wrote that down before, even thought about it before, but I knew that that was part of the plot. And the other part of the plot is you know, a foreign horse trying to beat him.
Tiznow fights on. Here's the wire. Desperately close. Tiznow wins it for America.
It wasn't particularly jingoistic, I think, to say that. I think it was legitimate. We're playing golf over here at the state park, and I'm at the 18th hole and waiting for us in the tee box, which is right next to us. And I sink this fantastic putt. And Chris McCarron happened to be there. He's a very good golfer. And he goes, and Durkin wins it for America.
That's got to be one of my favorite editions. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. We miss that voice, those legendary pipes. 26 years as the track announcer here, the New York Racing Association 2015 Eclipse Award of Merit recipient. And Jonathan, the only thing that could have been better, it was great. I feel like you should have got on Tom's scooter for this one.
That was too dangerous for me. The good news is, Wolfie, if you enjoyed that one so much, part 2 is coming next week.
Yeah, I mean, he's awesome. He's got to have a presence about him. And I said this I think earlier in the week when you did the card talk, you know, we lost a legend in Vin Scully, one of the best in the game. And a lot of people don't realize that Vin Scully did cover Kentucky Derby at one time in his career and covered everything. And I consider Tom Durkin, he is the Vin Scully of horse racing by far, and he's just got that presence about him. I always wanted to ask you, does he have that when you talk to him?
Oh, I was nervous. I was a wreck that morning, like before, like thinking of like what I'm going to ask and all these things because, you know, I fell in love with this game with his voice in the background.
100%.
And the funny thing about it is that, you know, I said this about Johnny V this week. Your favorite jockey's favorite jockey is Johnny V. Your favorite track announcer's favorite track announcer is without a doubt Tom Durkin, and it was so much fun to hang out with him, and I'm really looking forward to part 2 coming out. It was some really fun conversation.
Yeah, and listen, if you grew up a horse fan, you grew up with the American, the Haas. Tis now wins it for America. I mean, there's so many calls you can go to Tom Durkin. The way he could ad-lib, it's just not even close to who the best track announcer for me was in my lifetime.
Tremendous. Yeah, miss hearing that voice. Obviously, John Imbrell doing a tremendous job as he's now the voice of New York racing. But Tom was a legend in this sport. He loved saying your name for some reason in the calls.
Yeah, he would pronounce it the proper Italian way, you know. So he really got into it. I ran into him in the grocery store the other day. What an incredible individual. So interesting, and what a wordsmith. I mean, he really could. If you were listening on the radio or in your car to a race, you could see the race through his words.
And I think that's the talent that the great announcers have had. It's an art form. And to be able to close your eyes and picture exactly what's happening in a race, if an announcer can give you that, then he's giving you a great, great gift if you love horse racing. In today's world, you know, we have announcers that like to scream at the end of the race, like to do this. I love the brilliance and the subtlety of someone that's really, really crafty in their art form, as he is.
One of the all-time greats. We still have the nightcap to come on this Sunday card here at Saratoga, so stay with us. Going to close things out on the lawn, sprinting 5.5 furlongs, maiden special weight, and a wide open maiden special weight. To close things out, we'll talk through the field next.
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. Welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be alive.
Now time to bid. Here we look at that now. They do $1,050,000. Last call. Here we look at that. Bruce, $2 million even. Thank you.
It will be McCulloch, domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. State of Rest to win it here by a length. And in Italian, here at Saratoga, wins the Diana in front-running fashion.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Gufo is putting in a late run. On the outside is Soldier Rising. Here comes Gufo up to challenge Mirror Mission for the lead. And Gufo has got it. Gufo by a half length.
Gufo back to back in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer on Run Happy Travers Saturday. What a performance beating a very good group in this spot and doing it again 2 years in a row. Joel Rosario aboard for that win, and I know this was a fun one to watch for you, Acacia.
It definitely was, Greg, as I watched in the winner's circle from my normal spot and was up close to the monitor, absolutely screaming my head off. So it's just in those moments that the emotion really takes over. Gufo's been a horse that is now a 3-time Grade 1 winner, and I think a horse that a lot of people had written off coming into this Sword Dancer as he tried to defend his title. The blinkers going back on, he'd been training so well. He's a horse that you have to time things right. He's so strong, and he was very far back in the United Nations, closing late, some disappointments prior to that in the Man of War in particular, but seeing the way that he finished up yesterday in that Sword Dancer to make it back-to-back wins just was so validating for the whole team. And I've gotten a chance through my husband, Miguel Juan, of course, the son and assistant to his father, Christoph, seeing firsthand all the work that's gone into this horse and how much he really means to the entire team. A huge opportunity to get a Grade 1 at Saratoga, and though a very, very, very small part of it, there's just really no feeling like it, Greg.
Incredible to go back-to-back in this race, in this division. I mean, at least with the horses assembled here in the States, it is wide open right now.
It is wide open, and that race puts him in the mix. Blinkers on. Christophe Clement, his trainer, decided to go with the blinkers on. It was a it was a brilliant move with a horse he knows well. He's had him on before, taken him off, put him back on. Had that overland trip yesterday coming around and just ran a great race.
Been a little tricky to try and figure out.
Yes,
he has.
Such a balancing act with him, because sometimes he'll drop too far out of it. You put the blinkers on. There's been times he gets a little keen. Yesterday was perfect. He was always traveling the bridle but waiting on Joel Rosario.
Look, I mean, that's one of those situations, like a lot of horses at a lot of levels. They can be frustrating with you trying to figure them out.
We got the nightcap coming up. We're going to be sprinting on the lawn, going just 5.5 furlongs here in this maiden special weight. Everyone trying for that first win here on the resume. The favorite's at 3-1. No clear-cut favorite in this race. And that's Jose Ortiz giving some riding tips to his young one. I mean, you're from that family. You got to follow in Daddy's footsteps, right?
Well, Mom, too. Mom was a good rider, still gallops horses.
And if that's not enough for you, you can follow in your uncle's footsteps.
Yeah, there you go.
So Jose's going to be on Matt Doyle, who is going to be trying the turf for the first time and is a little interesting with the pedigree. This horse on dirt was second to Zandon, second to early voting, and the second Dam Stakes winner on the turf sprinting.
Horse showed ability as a young horse last year. Wouldn't change leads. It seemed like maybe he couldn't quite finish the deal. And named for a terrific guy, Matt Doyle, who we lost way too young. Really terrific person. Didn't see a whole lot of turf pedigree here, though.
No, you're talking about the 11, Matt Doyle.
Yep.
But a trainer change over to Rudy Rodriguez. You know, people are talking about the meat he's having, but he's an accomplished trainer. He's very, very good. I said it on the show the other day. And you'll both be able to relate to this. If you're an owner, a trainer, a jockey, even a handicapper, it's the best versus the best up here. And if you don't think you're going to walk away from a few matches tasting your own blood, you're just not paying attention, because this is hard up here.
It's hard.
And so Rudy Rodriguez can win at any time. He can jump and get one out there.
Well, guys, wide open finale to close it out. This was a race, I think, if you looked at it beforehand, made this pick 5 an enticing play.
Yeah, it's always these last races. They don't do us any favors in these last races, making them easy to handicap. They always seem to be challenging. The 2 Rockets Red Glare, I thought this one was pretty interesting, especially at the price of 4-1. I thought it might be a little bit shorter than this. Linda's not known for having horses ready to rock and roll first time out.
Yeah.
11% throughout her career. Second time starters, she's 22%. So these horses take big steps forward in their next start, and I think Rockets Red Glare might do that today.
Yeah, she's got 2 in here. She's got the 2 and she's got the 12. Now the 12 is going to be ridden by Flavian Pratt. Now the 2 Rockets Red Glare, you get the nice inside post, and he broke flat-footed, first time out. Kind of, it says hit the gate. He just was flat-footed and he leaned in a little bit. So if he gets off to a little better spot and gets position. Now the 12 on the outside, it's going to be tough to win from way on the outside, and you're going to have to lose some ground.
Yeah, but the good thing about this horse, though, and especially in the last races, it has some tactical speed. Was involved in a pace that was moderate enough, so you know, if Flavien wants to, like he did earlier with Artemis, the horse with Artemis that won, if he wants to be forward away from there, he should be able to get over and save some ground and hopefully to get to the 2 path. At the worst, the 3 path. I don't think he'll be any wider than that.
Yeah.
He's got enough tactical speed to try to work out a better trip.
And the 2 first-time starters that are interesting are the 4 and the 8. They're both working okay. I think the 8 might be a little bit sneakier than the 4.
Yeah, it looks interesting. Verrazano was obviously a Derby contender, but once he got to the grass, he really woke up.
Yeah, and the 4, who we'll see in a moment, big work to earn a bullet over the turf. Here's Chuckamoon, who actually debuted on turf.
I'm not going to say chuck him.
17-1. He actually was making up a little ground late in that race. Rockets Red Glare 7-2 right now.
Like we talked about in the paddock, I just think that this horse makes another big improvement for Linda second time out.
Outlaw Kid debuted at Gulfstream back in January.
Yeah, you know, this horse got a spin over the turf course 2 works back, and George Weaver, first time geldings, having a good meet. You get Manny Franco, not the worst 20-1 shot.
First timer steady on. Dan produced a runner that was multiple graded placed on the grass.
Yeah, and this one's been working extremely well on the grass. Also, a sibling that has a lot of speed. This horse could be ready to go first time out.
Second dam was a grade 1 winner as well. That was on dirt, though. Be there, Nick Zito, and pedigree here for the grass.
Yeah, and this horse showed really a ton of improved speed on the slop last time out.
Dan was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. That was routing. The 6, super quality.
Yeah, this horse ran well for 40 last time. Now switches to Rob Atris's barn.
There's Sainthood for Brian.
Yeah, first time starter here. Kendrick Carmouche, another one here, a gelding by Violence.
Good turf work listed for the 7 also. Lupo's Legacy, first time out, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Another one that worked on the grass last time and seemed to work well. Another sneaky horse in here at a nice price.
Upper level, trying to go gate to wire on the turf last out.
Yeah, showed a ton of speed. Now Tyler Gaffleone gets aboard, and we'll see what happens. He was in the 1 hole last time, maybe drawing on the outside. He'll try to rate.
Broadway Jimmy, this is the debut.
Yeah, look, this horse could be bigger than 26-1 in all fairness, taking a little bit of sneaky money.
Almost unfair who Matt Doyle's had to face on dirt and run so good against them.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if this horse takes to the turf at all, it's got some speed, and you're right, it's got some good competition in the background.
Yeah, early voting, Zandon, the second dam against stakes winner on the turf sprinting. And here's Java Buzz, the favorite, 7-2.
If I could be alive to any horse in a turf sprint, I'd want that horse to have a little bit of tactical speed and be drawn outside. I don't think Java Buzz has to win this race, but has everything pointing in the direction. You just got to decide if 7-2 works for you or not.
So down to 3-1 on the 12 now. Flavien Prat, Linda Rice. Linda also with the 2 as well. Rockets Red Glare at 4-1 right now.
Yeah, so let's talk about the 2, Rockets Red Glare. I mean, he's going to get left here, and Irad is going to get him back in position in this race, and he's going to ride him pretty furiously down the lane. I think he was well meant this day. But I've seen this movie before. It's called Second Time Out Winner, starring trainer Linda Rice and jockey Irad Ortiz. They do it a lot. They use that first race, and they hit the winner's circle the second time out. This was a good race to begin with what Rockets Red Glare had to overcome. But coming back second time out with the proper time off, and they've had that proper time. And look, it's nothing against the horse first time out. You get a little tired late here. It happens. You know, you're out of position. You got to use gas to catch up. You run out of gas in the tank. But I don't think they're going to run out of gas today. So the 2-horse Rockets Red Glare, like as I said, I've seen this combination do this too many times to be standing without a ticket to win on them.
Well, let's head back to Acacia.
And picking up where you left off with Rockets Red Glare, he was one that was very unprofessional in the paddock on debut. He was screaming back there. He didn't look 100% fit. And as you saw in that replay, it took a long time to switch over to his outside lead. He's much more tucked up today. Not a peep out of him. He was very professional back in the paddock, and certainly one that could move forward. First-time starter, number 4, Steady On. He was one that was a little bit green back in the paddock. However, when the last time I saw Todd Pletcher firster that was screaming in the paddock, that turned out to be Expressman, who ran a 100+ buyer speed figure on debut. So this horse does look very fit. As Jonathan mentioned, he has been working well on the turf. His most recent work you can watch on XBTV. That was in company with Winter's Back, who's a multiple graded stakes placed horse on the grass and is, I would assume, coming back off of that big layoff, not having run since last year. And to my eye, I thought Steady On was keeping up with him and actually galloped out a touch better. So a horse that I'm intrigued intrigued by, despite the fact that there's not much turf pedigree on the bottom side. He is by Pioneer of the Nile, and he looks like he should handle it. The 9 upper level comes out of that same race as Java Buzz, and he was a horse that faced a loaded field on dirt. First time out with St. Tappet and Golden Alchemist. His first time on the grass last time. He was acting up prior to the race. I liked him on the turf. I like him staying on this surface. I'm just hoping he's able to sustain that speed a little bit more. And while he's sharp, he's been a lot better in here today. And I thought that could potentially be a live race with horses that are still lightly raced moving forward. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. You know, you can earn a bullet on the turf. We had a horse named Fluid Situation back at the Better Talk Now that earned a bullet, and he kind of did it the wrong way. Super fast early and then was weakening late. Steady on the 4 in this race. He earned a bullet on the turf the right way.
And the fact that he worked 5 furlongs. You know, a lot of horses will work a good half a mile, but when a horse works a good 5 furlongs, I think that's more indicative of them taking to a surface.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's not a lot to go on pedigree. His siblings are 0 for 2 on the grass. And, you know, when you get a first-time starter like this that costs a good deal of money, almost $300,000, you always pay attention to the board. The board is telling you that Steady On is well meant in this spot, the 4 horse. We'll see what he does, you know, in here. He's a beginner, right? So, I mean, beginners need to break well and be sharp out of the gate, so a lot of how he fares is going to be that first 50 yards out of the gate.
See a rider off behind the gate there.
That's the 7 with Kendrick Carmouche, St. Hood for Brian. You see now they're tailing him, trying to keep him because he was rearing up. And as a rider, you know, it's a balance. You don't want to be just stepping off every time, but also when you feel like one's getting up too high in the air, you don't want to take a chance of them losing their balance and coming over the top of you. So you see Kendrick kind of wait until they load more of the field, then he'll step back on, and hopefully he won't be in there too long.
Great view of the gate. They're not only in the gate with those horses, sometimes they're behind them and doing exactly what you're talking about, tailing them to help them break better.
Java Buzz, the 12 last in line, nightcap here on Run Happy Travers weekend. Let's go to John Embriao for the call.
They are in the gate, and they're off. A hesitant start for number 10, Broadway Jimmy. A good beginning for upper level. Java Buzz on the outside. Now Outlaw Kid moves up from 3rd. Steady On is next in 4th, followed by Super Quality, who is racing in 5th. Then Lupo's Legacy next in 6th. On the inside is Rocket's Red Glare. And then we come back to Matt Doyle, who is racing in 8th, followed by Chuckamoon in 9th. Be There is next in 10th, followed by St. Hood for Brian, and after the slow start, Broadway Jimmy. The quarter went in 21 and 4/5 seconds. So it is upper level, Java Buzz on the outside. In behind is Outlaw Kid. Rocket's Red Glare will need some racing room. And then comes a Super Quality and Steady On. Here is Java Buzz now to grab the lead. Outlaw Kid on the outside. Rocket's Red Glare now moves down to the hedge. Rocket's Red Glare is now coming on through. Outlaw Kid is there. Outlaw Kid and Rocket's Red Glare. And it will be Outlaw Kid to upset the field here. Outlaw Kid is 25-1.
Huge prize, a shocker to close out this Sunday card. George Weaver, Manny Franco, and a second-time starter who has not started since late January, New Gelding.
Well, Paul said it from the other set. This horse is 20-1. He's seen a lot of horses that this was like a good 20-1 shot. He thought this horse had a chance. Showed good speed first time. Comes here with a good run. Good to see George Weaver in the winner's circle. Still thinking about his wife Cindy, who had that accident right before the meet started. Hope she's doing a bit better.
Manny Franco gave him a great trip, gave him a good opening down the stretch, clear run at the speed down the stretch, and for Rocket's Red Glare, had to slip through that little bitty spot. And, you know, for a lot of horses, they're tentative between the hedge and another horse right next to him, but clearly Outlaw Kid was the best today.
Huge number to close out this card, guys, and George Weaver with the victory with this New Gelding.
Paul, if you're anything like me, the first thing I did was look to see if there's going to be a carryover, and there's not.
No.
Someone hit the pick 6 for $202,000. Congratulations if you were that person. And, you know, like Richie said, which what I'll always say, which seems to be happening a lot in the last race of the day, I will always be happy when George Weaver gets a win up here, thinking about him, his wife Cindy, and their son Ben.
100%. It's just awesome to see 25-1. And this horse, great job of training first-time gelding. And I thought Manny Franco did an unbelievable job of making Irad Ortiz Jr. go to the inside. He sort of used Java Buzz as his sort of like a little fullback there to sort of keep the two pinned in on the rail and was able to just run away. Keep your eye on Lupo's Legacy. That horse first time on the turf for Jeremiah Engelhart. I thought it ran on well, but take nothing away. At 25-1, this horse ran a nice race.
Indeed. And, you know, this horse showed ability first time out. I know it was all the way back in January. I was sprinting 5 furlongs at Gulfstream, little time to grow up. Made some changes, and now it shocks everyone here at a big price. But as JK said, just over $202,000 for that pick 6 on this Sunday card. Someone put that together, well done. Rockets, Red Claire in a battle down the stretch, but this one goes to Manny Franco. And this second-time starter for the George Weaver barn, 3-2-12-8. In this finale from Saratoga, we'll have the prices for you when we come back. More to come on Saratoga Live here on FS1.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS1 program brought to you, where you can play all the action we show you on the program each and every day. Naira Bets. Download the app, go to nairabets.com. You bet any track, anywhere, anytime. George Weaver barn. With Manny Franco, Outlaw Kid, second-time starter, gets the victory at 25-1. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Manny Franco. Manny, Outlaw Kid, your first time climbing aboard, but you gave him a big warm-up here as he was coming off a layoff. What did you feel then?
I kind of have the opportunity to work in the morning, so I kind of know the horse. We really like it. He just coming from a layoff and first time gelding, but I told George that he was working so good. So I'm glad that he showed up and we was right.
He had horses on either side of him in the stretch, too. For one that's just making a second start, he was really game today.
Yeah, he was. I mean, thank God I break out of there running. He put me in a great position, and like you say, I got horses inside, outside, but he was very professional. So he gave me my job a lot easier. So I'm glad we got it done.
Just 6 days of racing left, hard to believe, here at Saratoga. Reflect back a little bit on the meet that you've had. It's been a lot of trips to the winner's circle for you.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to all the trainer and owner, my agent, John Panaga, for a tremendous job with me. And very happy with the meet that we are having right now. Hopefully we keep going, you know.
Let's close it out in style. Congratulations, Manny.
Thank you, Acacia.
Manny Franco winning the nightcap, but he's not done yet, Greg.
6 more days of action, and that young man has made big strides, particularly in his business, in who he's riding for. Chad Brown among them, a guy that trusts him a lot, giving him some big mounts, and a terrific Saratoga for him this summer.
Yeah, I mean, man, he's been riding for more high-profile outfits, and it's just giving him more and more confidence, and he's such a physical rider. He's so gifted as an athlete, I mean, we saw it at the basketball game.
Right.
I mean, the guy can play all kinds of sports. He wanted to be a baseball player, wound up being a jockey, and lucky for us because he's a very talented young man.
Oh, yeah, and a group of very talented riders up here. I know we say it a lot, but you can't overstate it. I mean, there's so many guys in the room that are good at their craft. If you can't get one of the top guys, you can go down the list. I'm very comfortable with any of them.
As deep as it gets, it's a jockey calling here. It's so competitive, and yeah, his basketball game, wow.
I mean,
dominated in that
the
jockey
moves
trainer
he
game.
had. I mean, he was really. I mean, even some of the fakes and. But what
You
curious?
did see who the opposition was, right? I mean, come on.
Fair point.
Come on.
Nah, you still got to give him some credit there. But you've got guys in this room that struggle to win races here that were leading riders in other jurisdictions, in the Mid-Atlantic or Florida or wherever they might have been. So you've got a room with about 15 guys that could be leading rider almost any place else in the country.
Yeah, it's a room full of 5-star athletes. Yeah. And when you put a room full of 5-star athletes together and compete against each other, there has to be a separation. But a big part of that is what they're on, the talent that they're on. I mean, you know, and they make very few mistakes, so it's very, very often not a missed opportunity in the room. But you can get hot, you can get rolling.
Yep. So a Sunday card, Run Happy Travers weekend in the books. Saw some special performances this weekend, including Epicenter, who has stamped himself as the clear-cut leader of this 3-year-old division.
Big impressive, very impressive. And I've got to figure it out, Tom. Maybe you can help me. We can patent it. We got to get a rear-view mirror for these riders.
Yeah. for some of the things we've seen this weekend, they're going to need a rear-view mirror, you know, and maybe with some of these other horses behind, we need a telescope to see where they're headed. But he's dominant. It's a pretty win there. Dynasty?
I don't blame
Dynasty,
Joel.
Anybody for the Dynasty comment? I mean, these guys.
I like it. I think you're right. The impact they're making on the breeding end of it, on the racing end of it. And I go back 1981 as an apprentice. I won on a horse named Classic Go-Go for the Winchell family that went on to the Kentucky Derby. I didn't go on with him. I was an apprentice. Tony Black rode him. He was 4th to Pleasant Colony in the Kentucky Derby.
Pleasant Colony, John Campo.
All right, so what lies ahead for this horse? We know that was probably his last start against strictly 3-year-old. So now probably a final prep and then the Classic.
Right.
That means flight line. That means life is good.
So
what do you think of this horse against the likes of that kind of company?
I think he's had a hard Saratoga campaign. And I think they accomplished what they wanted in this campaign of the 2 races, the Jim Dandy and, of course, the Run Happy Travers. And so there's a freshening period. Get the engine going again, something late September, early October, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I'm not the trainer, but it seems like they'll freshen him, get his weight right again, give him a prep, and then it's on to the Breeders' Cup.
I like him in the Breeders' Cup if Flightline and Life is Good shows up because they could hurt each other.
Oh, that's well put.
Yeah, they both want to go to the front end. He could be sitting right behind him. Our next show, we'll see you Wednesday, 1 Eastern start time on Fox Sports. Check your local listings. It was Witt, dominant on the grass in the Better Talk Now. And in a loaded field of the Grade 1 Ballerina, So many graded stakes winners in that group. It was a filly make it her graded stakes debut, her stakes debut, period. Good night, Olive, with an authoritative win. Epicenter. Congrats to him and his connections, the Canoe.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.